Welcome, curious souls, to a journey shrouded in mystery and veiled in enigma. Join us as we embark on an odyssey through the arcane realms of esoteric knowledge with Unveiled Mysteries by Saint Germain. In the twilight hours, when the veil between worlds grows thin and the whispers of ancient wisdom echo through the ether, Saint Germain beckons us to explore the hidden depths of the human spirit and the secrets of the universe itself. Within the pages of this sacred tome, Saint Germain reveals truths long concealed from mortal eyes, illuminating the path to enlightenment and unlocking the mysteries of existence. From the hidden chambers of the Great Pyramid to the sacred halls of Atlantis, his words resonate with the echoes of bygone ages, guiding us on a quest for truth and transcendence. But heed this warning, intrepid listeners, for the knowledge contained within these pages is not for the faint of heart. It is a journey fraught with peril and riddled with deception, where shadows dance with light and truth blurs with illusion. Prepare yourselves, for as we delve deeper into the mysteries of Saint Germain, we may uncover secrets that were meant to remain hidden, and truths that will forever alter the fabric of our reality. So, cast aside your doubts and fears, and let us embark together on this extraordinary voyage into the heart of the unknown. The time has come for the great wisdom, guarded and preserved for many centuries in the Far East, to emerge in America at the behest of those ascended masters who guide and protect humanity's evolution on this earth. The great ascended master Saint Germain is one of the powerful emissaries of the spiritual hierarchy of ascended masters who govern this planet, and he has ordered the compilation of this series of books. He is the same great master who worked at the court of France before and during the French Revolution, and whose counsel, if followed, would have spared much suffering. It was due to his transcendent divine power that he was then called Brother Argand, the Wonderful Man. He is indissolubly linked to the past, present, and future of America, for a very important part of his work on this earth is the purification, protection, and enlightenment of the American people, so that they may be bearers of the cup of light for the nations of the earth in the golden age that lies before us. The very freedom of the United States in the early days of its existence was largely due to his tireless efforts to protect and encourage those responsible for its creation. The drafting of the Declaration of Independence was also a direct result of his aid and influence, and it was his love, protection, and guidance that sustained Washington and Lincoln during the darkest hours of their lives. This beloved brother of humanity, who tirelessly works for its light and freedom, even now works on governmental matters and brings about certain beneficial changes that will bless America, and through it, the world for many years to come. The peoples of America and the earth will not know how much they owe to this great ascended master, to whom it is impossible to do full justice other than by professing to him the deepest love, obedience, and service. The ideal for which he works so much, the intimate knowledge of his activities that we present here, makes it possible to render him love and to establish contact that becomes a tangible force in the life of the reader. The radiation of this book is such that it can only be given by an ascended master, namely the great beloved bearer of light, Saint Germain Godfrey Ray Kings. It is through the assistance of Saint Germain that I have had the privilege of living the experiences recorded in this series of books, and that I have been given permission to make them accessible to the public. No one can realize, unless they have had similar assistance, the greatness and eternity of my love and gratitude to him and to those ascended masters who assisted me on this journey. Except for Saint Germain, the true names of the ascended masters, the exact locations, records, and treasures described herein are intentionally withheld by his order, for obvious reasons, for only through the service of love and the invitation of the ascended masters does one obtain the right to be with them in visible, tangible, and living forms. And any other attempt is destined to meet disappointment and failure, for the great presence and power that have kept them through the centuries keep them still today. Inner purity, strength, and commitment are the only passports through which one enters into these activities and establishes association with the ascended masters. When an individual, through conscious correction of their weaknesses, delves into this world, nothing in the universe can exile them. In America is one of the oldest centers of the Great White Brotherhood, which has worked for man's freedom since his arrival on this planet. Some of the activities of this retreat are revealed to the reader so that they may, if prepared, enter into conscious contact through their own inner light with the higher light that radiates through this powerful center of divine radiation, and thus draw once again from the source of ancient wisdom and carry the crystal cup of peace, love, and strength to their weary brethren. The purpose of placing this book in the hands of the public is to convey to the individual the stimulus and strength that will lift and sustain them through the transition period in which we find ourselves, and to reveal some of the healthy and solid foundations on which the future of our planet is being built at this hour. This book is written in the embrace of the majestic and imposing presence of Mount Shasta, whose peak is forever shrouded in pure and radiant white, a symbol of the light of eternity. Its pages are a record of how I was brought into contact with the beloved Master Saint Germain and these other great ascended masters who tirelessly work to assist humanity of this earth in its quest for peace, love, light, and eternal perfection. As one who has had these experiences, I harbored a dominant desire to see, hear, and know the infallible truth of life, and thus I was led step by step to realize and accept the great presence that, within our own being, is the light that enlightens every man who comes into the world. That is, the Christ. The way to make contact with this light, with sufficient omnipresence and unequivocal activity, was revealed to me, and I share it with the reader in these pages. I can record only part of the events that took place and the teachings I received individually. My great desires have been fulfilled because they were selfless and sought truth and happiness. The quest has been long and steadfast, but it has found both, and no human being can take them away from me, for they are eternal and come from the divine being God. In presenting this experience, I do so with a deep prayer that the reader may be blessed by the light as they journey along the path of truth, which is the only path to permanent happiness. There, and only there, will the seeker of light find eternal peace and warmth from love. If my current effort to write these books can bring a little love and happiness to those who are constantly seeking light, I will have been well rewarded. The saying that reality surpasses fiction applies to this book. It is up to the reader to accept it or reject it, but the Ascended Masters have often told me that the more humanity can accept our presence, the easier it will be to offer them assistance. However, the refusal of those who do not agree with this truth does not erase our existence. My activity in the universe remains. Those who accept the truth recorded here will be rewarded with a new and powerful force entering into their lives. Each copy carries with it this powerful presence, its radiation, and its sustaining power. All who study these pages honestly, deeply, sincerely, and perseveringly will know and come into contact with the reality of this presence and power. To those who listen to this work, I wish to say that these experiences are as real and true as humanity's existence on this day, and they all took place during August, September, and October 1930 on Mount Shasta in California, United States. Godfrey Ray, Chapter 1, Encounter with the Master. Mount Shasta stood boldly against the western sky, surrounded at its base by a series of pines and firs that made it look like a jewel of diamond whiteness, set in a carved frame of greenery. Its snow-capped peak sparkled and changed color from moment to moment as shadows lengthened in the descent of the sun toward the horizon. There was a rumor that there was a group of men, divine men in reality, called the Brotherhood of Mount Shasta, and that they always dwelled near this mountain. I had been sent on government business to a small town at the foot of the mountain, and I spent my free time trying to unravel this rumor about this brotherhood. I knew from my travels in the Far East that most rumors, myths, and legends have somewhere in their origin a deep, underlying truth that often goes unnoticed by all but those who are true students of life. I fell in love with this place, and every morning, almost involuntarily, I greeted the spirit of the mountain as well as the members of the order. I sensed something very unusual in the whole locality, and in the light of the experiences that followed, it is not surprising that some of them cast their shadows before. Long walks on the trail had become my custom whenever I wanted to reflect in solitude or make important decisions. Here, on this great giant of nature, I found relaxation, inspiration and peace that soothed my soul and revitalized my mind and body. I had planned this excursion for pleasure and thought to spend time deep in the mountain when the next experience entered my life to transform it completely, to the point that I thought I was on another planet. That morning I started at dawn, letting myself go wherever fancy would lead me, and I vaguely asked God to guide my way. And by noon I had reached the top of the mountainside where the view to the south was as beautiful as a dream. As the day progressed, it got very hot, and I often stopped to rest and enjoy the extraordinary expanse of terrain surrounding the McLeod River, the valley and the town. Lunchtime had arrived and I sought out a mountain spring to get clear, cool water. As I filled my canteen, an electric sensation ran through my body from head to toe. I looked around, and just behind me was a young man who seemed at first glance like someone else out for a hike. I looked closer and immediately realized that he was no ordinary person. As this thought crossed my mind, he smiled and said, "My brother, if you pass me your canteen, I will give you a much more refreshing drink than spring water." I complied, and instantly the canteen filled with a creamy liquid. When he handed it back to me, he told me to drink it, which I did, and I must have looked surprised because, although the taste was delicious, the unifying and electrifying effect on my mind and body made me gasp in surprise. I saw no one pouring anything into the canteen, and I wondered what was happening. "What you just experienced," he explained, "comes directly from the universal reservoir, pure and invigorating, like life itself. In fact, it is life, the present, for it exists all around us, subject to our conscious control and direction, willingly obedient when we love enough. For the entire universe obeys the order of love. Everything you desire manifests when you order with love." I handed the canteen back, and what I desired appeared. "Look, I just have to reach out, and if I want gold, gold is there," he said instantly, showing a $10 gold piece in his palm. "You already have some inner understanding of the great law, but you are not conscious enough to produce what you desire directly from the omnipresent universal reservoir. You desired to see something like this with such intensity, honesty, and determination that it cannot be denied to you anymore. However, haste is one of the least important activities of the great truth of being. If your desire had not been free from selfishness and fascination with the phenomena of experience, it could not have reached you. Leaving your home this morning, you thought you were going on a hike, that is, as far as the outer activity of your mind, in the deepest and broadest sense, you were truly following the impulse of your inner divine being that led you to the person, place, and condition where your most intense desire could be satisfied. The truth of life is that one cannot desire something that cannot manifest in the universe. The more intense the feeling within the desire, the sooner it will be achieved. However, if someone is foolish enough to desire something that harms another child of God or any other part of his creation, then that person will suffer the consequences in the form of discord and failure at some point in their life. It is very important to fully understand that God's intention for each of his children is the abundance of all good and perfect things. He created perfection and endowed his children with the exact same power. They can create and maintain perfection and express God's dominion over the earth and all it contains. Humanity was created in the image and likeness of God. The only reason why not all manifest this dominion is that they do not use their divine authority, with which each individual is endowed and which is intended to govern their world. Therefore, they do not obey the law of love, which is to spread peace and blessing over all creation. This is because they do not recognize themselves as temples of the Most High, the living God. Humanity, in its apparent current limitation of time, space, and activity, finds itself in the same condition as a person in need to whom someone offers a sum of money. If the person in need does not show up and does not accept the money offered to them, how could they benefit from the good that the other wishes to offer them? Humanity is exactly in this state of consciousness today, and will continue to be so, until it accepts God deep in their hearts as the owner, the giver, and the creator of all the good that has come into their lives and into the world. The personal self of each individual must fully and unconditionally recognize that human or external activity of consciousness has absolutely nothing of its own. Love and praise toward this great inner being, as well as attention maintained focused on truth, health, freedom, ministry, or whatever else you may desire for proper use, constantly kept in your conscious thoughts and feelings, will be attracted for your use, for there is a great law of magnetic attraction in the universe. The eternal law of life is that whatever you think and feel, you shape it. Where your thought is, there is your being, for you are your consciousness, and everything you meditate upon manifests in the physical world. When one allows their mind to dwell on thoughts of hatred, condemnation, lust, envy, jealousy, criticism, fear, doubt, or suspicion, and these irradiating feelings generate within them, then they will certainly have discord, failure, and disaster in their mind and body as long as these thoughts persist. Allowing your attention to be held by such thoughts, whether about nations, people, places, conditions, or things, is to absorb those activities into the substance of your mind. All these discordant activities reach the individual and their world through thought and feelings. Emotions are the most vulnerable point of human consciousness. It is the cumulative energy through which thoughts are propelled into atomic substance, thus turning thoughts into reality. I tell you, the need to protect feelings cannot be emphasized enough, for emotional control plays the most important role in life, that of maintaining the balance of the mind, the health of the body, success and fulfillment in business and the personal world of each individual. Thoughts can never become realities until they are clothed with feelings. The Holy Spirit is the emotional side of life, the maternal expression of divinity. That is why it is spoken of sin against the Holy Spirit, which brings great distress. For any discord in feeling breaks the law of love, which is the law of balance, harmony, and perfection. The greatest crime against the law of love is practically perpetrated incessantly by humanity through all kinds of irritable and destructive feelings. One day, the human race will realize and recognize that the destructive, sinister forces manifesting on this earth and in its atmosphere have entered into the affairs of individuals or nations only through lack of emotional control in the daily life of each. Even destructive thoughts cannot physically manifest until they have passed through the realm of feelings, for it is at this stage of manifestation that the activity of the essence of physical atom occurs upon thought forms. Just as a sudden noise causes a shock, disrupting the nervous system of the one who hears it and creating a sensation of shaking in the cellular structure of the body, outbursts of irritated feelings shake, disrupt, and disorganize the finest substance of the atomic structure of the mind, body, and world of the person emitting them, consciously or unconsciously, intentionally or not. Discordant feeling is what creates the conditions we call aging, disintegration, memory loss, and all other failures in the world of human experience. The effect on the bodily structure is identical to what would happen in a building if the cement holding the bricks together were repeatedly struck, and each day these blows increased. This continuous collision would result in cracks in the constituent particles of the structure. The building would collapse into a chaotic heap, and the form would cease to exist. This is what humanity constantly does to the atomic structure of the human body by expressing discordant thoughts and feelings within itself. This is the path of least resistance and the habitual activity of the underdeveloped, undisciplined, and willful individual who refuses to understand the law of their own being and who subjects the personal self, which is nothing but their instrument of expression, to obeying this law. One who cannot or will not control their thoughts and feelings is on a wrong path, for all the doors of their consciousness are wide open to disintegrating activities launched by the emotions of others. There is neither force, wisdom, nor training necessary to access antipathetic and destructive impulses, and adult humans who do so are nothing more than children in their development of self-control. It is a scourge upon humanity that so little is taught about emotional control. Pay attention to this particular point. It is the greatest need in the Western world today. It is easy to fall into discordant thoughts, feelings, and activities because the mass of humanity is, so to speak, immersed in an environment and association entirely created by themselves. The individual, by controlling their outer consciousness, must strive to rise above this condition of their own free will, to transcend these limits permanently. No one can hope to free their life and world from misery, discordance, and destruction without controlling their own thoughts and feelings. In this way, one refuses to allow the life flowing through their mind and body to be polluted by discord resulting from every little disruptive event in the world around them. At first, such discipline requires determined and continuous effort, for the thoughts and feelings of 95% of humanity wander as unchecked and free as a stray dog. No matter the effort required to bring these two activities under absolute control, it is worth it in terms of time, energy, and effort, for it is impossible to have permanent control over one's own life and world without it. It will be a pleasure and a privilege to teach you the use of these higher laws and their application, which will unleash true wisdom and achieve all perfection. The first step in controlling oneself is to calm all external activity, both mental and physical, for 15 to 30 minutes in the evening before going to bed and in the morning before starting the day's work. Using the following exercise will work wonders for anyone who makes the necessary effort. The second step: ensure that you are not disturbed, and after remaining very still, visualize and feel your body enveloped in dazzling white light for the first 5 minutes. While maintaining this image, acknowledge and intensely feel the connection between your outer being and your powerful inner God, focusing your attention on the heart center and visualizing it as a golden sun. The next step is acknowledgement. Now rejoice in the fullness of the powerful presence of God, the Christ. Feel the great brightness of the light and intensify it in every cell of your body for at least 10 additional minutes. Then conclude the meditation with the affirmation, I am a child of light, I love the light, I serve in the light, I live in the light. I am protected, enlightened, nourished, and supported by the light, and I bless the light. Always remember that you become what you meditate upon, and as all things come from the light, it is perfection and supreme control over all things. Contemplation and worship of the light lead to enlightenment of the mind, health, strength, and order in the body, and to peace, harmony, and success manifesting throughout the ages, in all epochs and under all conditions. Those who have accomplished great things in life tell us that light is supreme, that it is everywhere, and that all things exist within the light. This truth is as true today as it was 1,000,000 years ago, since humanity has been documented. The wise and great of all ages are depicted with an aura of light around them, emanating from their heads and their own bodies. This light is real. It is as real as the electric lights in your homes. The day when machines will be built to reveal the emanation of light around each individual is not far off, visible to anyone who takes the trouble to observe it. Such a machine will also show the contamination or discoloration that turns into a cloud around the light of God that I, as an individual, generate through discordant thoughts and feelings. This is how, and only how, the energy of the great life current becomes contaminated. If you practice this exercise faithfully and feel it in every atom of your mind and body with deep intensity, you will receive many proofs of the immense activity, power, and perfection that reside and are ever active within the light. When you have experienced this, even for a brief moment, you will no longer need proof. You will become your own proof. Light is sovereign. Nothing can escape it. Enter into this light and be at peace. Return to the Father's house. After the first 10 days of using this exercise, it is good to do it 3 times a day, in the morning, at noon, and in the evening. We often hear the complaint, I cannot give all this time. To those who hold this opinion, I simply want to say this. If the average person devoted to this practice the same amount of time they spend criticizing, condemning, and blaming others for simply being different, they would bring heaven to earth. For the individual who dares to try with sufficient determination, nothing will be impossible. For light never disappoints. Light is God's way of creating and maintaining order, peace, and perfection in all of His creation. Every human being on this earth will find all the time they desire to do this. When their desire to do so becomes sufficiently intense, the intensity of desire itself to order the world of people, conditions, and things to provide this time, if they sincerely wish to use it for their upliftment. No one is exempt from this law, for intense desire to do something constructive, when it becomes intense enough, is the divine power that releases the energy needed to create and express what is desired. Everyone has the same supreme privilege of contact with the all-powerful presence of God, and it is the only power that has ever lifted, is currently lifting, and will lift the personal self in its world above earthly discord and limitation. My beloved son, try this with great determination and know that God within you is your assured victory. As he finished his speech, I began to realize that he must be one of the ascended masters. Not only had he given me evidence of his control over the elements through precipitation, but he had also instructed and explained to me how he did it. I wondered how he could know me. "My son," he said, immediately responding to my thought, "I have known you for a long time, elevating your thought through your own conscious effort. It is possible that my coming has this moment. Although I have always been in contact with you when we were in our subtler bodies, your conscious effort to reach one of the ascended masters has paved the way for me to come to you in a much more tangible way. It is more tangible to your physical senses. I see that you do not fully recognize me in your outer consciousness. I was present at your birth, at the time of your mother's passing, and I helped to reunite you and Lotus at the opportune moment, so that your fulfillment would not be delayed. I also assisted in you and your son being associated in this incarnation. However, be patient. Remain calm for a moment. Observe me closely, and I will reveal my identity to you." I did as he asked, and after a minute his face, body, and garments transformed into the living, breathing presence of Master Saint Germain. Smiling at my astonishment and appreciating my surprise, he stood there with his illustrious figure in a jewel-adorned costume. His eyes gleamed with light and love, revealing the mastery and majesty that accompanied him. "Here is the body in which I work most of the time when I am busy with the welfare of humanity. Unless the work I am doing at that time requires closer contact with the outer world of affairs, and in that case my body will take on the characteristics and attire of the nation with which I am working. I recognize you now. I have seen this many times in the inner levels of consciousness." My son explained, "Do you not see what true mastery really is? We, in the ascended state, can control the atomic structure of our world, like a potter controls his clay. Every electron and atom in the universe is obedient to our desire and command through the power of God that we control and have earned the right to be the directors of. Humanity, in the unascended state, marvels at these things, but I assure you that it is no more difficult for us to change the appearance and activity of our bodies than it is for you to change clothes. The unfortunate condition in human consciousness that keeps individuals in their self-created limitations is their mental attitude, which fears and ridicules what it does not understand, or even worse, says in ignorance, 'That is impossible.' Something may not be probable in certain human conditions, but for God, who is the great light, nothing is impossible. Every individual has the divine flame of life within them, and that part of God within them has control wherever they go in the universe. If, due to his own mental inertia, he does not make the effort necessary to reorganize his old mental and bodily habits, he remains bound by the chains he has forged himself. But if he chooses the God within him, and dares to give this God full control over his external activities, he will again receive knowledge of his power over all substance that has belonged to him from the beginning. The time has come when humanity is awakening and must know one way or another that it has lived hundreds, perhaps thousands of lives, and each in a new physical body. The law of reincarnation is the activity of human growth that gives the individual the opportunity to restore balance in conditions he has consciously brought about. It is nothing more than an activity of the law of compensation, cause and effect, or what could be called an automatic balancing process that governs all forces in the entire universe. The correct understanding of this law helps to explain many conditions of human experience that would otherwise seem completely unfair. It is the only logical explanation for the infinite complexities and experiences of human creation, and it reveals the operation and law upon which all manifestation rests. It lets us know that there is no chance or accident. Everything is governed by this direct, exact, and perfect law. Every effect has a preceding cause, just as every present is the cause of a future effect. If a man has harmed a woman in one life, it is certain that he will reincarnate in a female form and undergo a similar experience until he realizes and experiences the suffering he has caused another. The same applies if a woman is unjust or harms a man. This is the only way one is compelled, or rather compels oneself, to experience both the cause and the effect of everything one has generated in one's world. The individual can experience and create whatever he wishes in his own world, but if he chooses to be one who causes discord in others, he forces himself to experience the same condition in the future until he understands the effect of his own creation on the rest of life in the universe. Come with me and let us review the physical life where you used a female form in France, where you were a singer of splendid accomplishments with a voice of rare beauty and power. Without any effort on my part, I found myself instantly out of my physical body, clearly seeing it as it lay on the ground. I wondered if it would be safe there on the mountainside. In response to my thoughts, Saint Germain replied to me, "Do not worry. Nothing in the world can harm your body while we are out. Watch." In an instant, I saw him surrounded by a white flame, forming a circle about 15 meters in diameter. He put his right arm around me, and I saw that we were swiftly rising from the ground, but I quickly adapted to his vibratory action. There was no definite sensation of movement through space. Then we saw a village in southern France, and he continued, "You attended as the only child, the daughter of a beautiful woman whose life was an example of very advanced idealism compared to most. At that time, your father was a very devoted husband and companion, highly educated, inspired by primitive Christian spirit. The atmospheric ether of each environment records everything that has happened in that locality. Reliving these aesthetic recordings, and you will see living pictures of every detail of your life. You sang in the church of that village and studied with a teacher who persuaded your parents to give you an education. You made rapid progress, and then you received even more advantages when they moved to Paris. After a year of intensive study, you had the opportunity to sing before the Queen of France, and through her patronage you had appearances in many salons. This assured you a successful musical career in France and the success that showered you with gifts for the next 5 years. As a result, you accumulated great wealth. Suddenly, your parents underwent the change called death, and the shock to you was so great that in the weeks that followed, you fell seriously ill. When you recovered and resumed your daily activities, a new charm had been added to the vibration of your voice, the fruit of the recent painful experience. A man who had guided much of your musical studies became the manager of your public work, and you placed all your trust in him. Then followed 14 years of brilliant success, at the end of which you suddenly fell ill and died a week later. Your jewelry and fortune were entrusted to this manager to help others and carry out the plans for which you had worked your whole life. Shortly after your burial, there was a complete change in him. Greed seized him completely. You met this man again here in America in your present incarnation, in a business incident. I am sure you will remember it clearly. He showed me a business relationship through which I had wanted to help several people in the West 10 years ago, in connection with a representative of the Belgian government. This man continued and had the opportunity to right the wrong he had done to you in France, but he has not yet had the strength to settle his account with the great cosmic law of justice. If he had, he would have quickly progressed in this incarnation. So outer life keeps the individual tied to the wheel of necessity, to rebirth, to continual struggle and pain, until we let the light of the inner Christ illuminate and purify us, so that we may respond only to God's plan, which is love and perfection for His creation. This is the kind of choice that is never forgotten, as objective teaching fixes the experience both in vision and in mind. The recording in sight is deeper and necessarily receives more attention from the external activity of the intellect. The essence of your long-forgotten experience has been permanently fixed in my memory, as I can recall every detail to this day with the same clarity as when I observed it with him. We will now remember another of your embeddings that you had in Egypt. We rose from the ground and moved swiftly. I was very aware of the Mediterranean Sea as we passed over its magnificent waters. We continued on to Karnak and Luxor, and once again we made contact with the earth. "Watch closely," he said. "This recording is from a very ancient temple in Luxor. It is not among the ruins that archaeologists are exploring today, but it predates anything that has been discovered so far. If only they knew where to look, they would find magnificent temples in a state of near-perfect preservation, indicating a specific location filled with ruins, which is all travelers can see today. The scene was replaced by activity in the ether, as it originally was, in all its beauty and splendor, far more magnificent than anything the present generation could conceive. The gardens and pools were surrounded by tall pillars of white marble and pink granite. The whole locality had become something alive, real, and vibrant, as tangible as any physical city on Earth today. It was so perfectly natural and normal that I wondered how these experiences could be so vivid. He replied, "Man and his creations, just like nature, have an etheric counterpart, a pattern that eternally impresses its surrounding atmosphere. Wherever the individual goes, the pattern of activity and life experience is always in his own aura. A similar recording exists in the aura of every locality. An ascended master can, if he wishes, relive or clothe himself with the recording of the individual's past activities wherever he may be, for the pattern upon which the master fuses the atomic structure is always in that individual's aura. Thus, it is possible to refashion the physical structure of entire buildings and their surroundings when the ascended master wishes to achieve a good purpose. Once this mastery given by God is acquired, one can claim and revivify any etheric recording one wishes to make visible for the instruction and benefit of students and others. When this is done, it is as real as reality itself, and the objects made visible can be photographed, manipulated, and made physically tangible for the physical senses of the observer. Note that you remember these experiences in your subtler body, but that does not make them any less real, for your physical body is but a garment that you, the thinking and experiencing individual, wear. It is like wearing a heavy coat in winter cold, and only a light suit on a very hot summer day. The experiences in your light suit would surely not be less real than those lived with your heavy coat. I draw your attention to this so that you understand the fuller, less limited activities of life. We examined the grounds, the surroundings, and the architecture. "Come, enter," he said, and as he spoke, he moved toward the main entrance of the temple itself. Then we became living actors, and at the same time, observers of the next experience. We moved into the main part of the temple and headed toward the inner sanctuary. The high priest approached us directly, and he seemed to know me. "This priest of old," Saint Germain explained, "is now your son." A subordinate priest, whom I immediately recognized, appeared and commented, "The assistant to the priest, that was yourself." We entered the sanctuary and saw the Vestal Virgin guarding the sacred fire. At that moment, I knew it was Lotus, my beloved wife, my Ray, with whom I married a few years ago, and who is now the mother of our son. The scene changed, and we saw a visiting prince from a distant province, planning to seize the Vestal Virgin to make her his fiancée. Everything seemed to be going well until the high priest showed him a vision of what was about to happen. This disturbed him, but he remained calm on guard duty as the prince's slaves entered. I watched them approach the sanctuary. As they neared, he stepped forward and uttered a single word, meaning "halt." One slave, braver than the others, approached. The high priest ordered him to step back, but he ignored this warning. When he reached a certain sacred circle of force emanating from the altar, the priest hesitated no longer. He approached the outer edge of that protective glow, raised his right hand, and pointed directly at the slave. A flash of flames burst forth like lightning, and the slave fell lifeless to the ground. The prince, who was watching, approached with insane rage. "Halt!" the priest thundered again. The prince hesitated for a moment, stunned by the power of the word, and the priest continued, "Listen to me. You must not defile the highest of God's gifts, the temple of life. Leave before you follow the example of your slave." The high priest was fully aware of the power he could wield, and as I watched at first, he was the very embodiment of self-mastery, of unlimited strength consciously held in obedience to his will. He was the crowned majesty with eternal power. The will of the prince was also powerful, but he had no control over himself, and when another wave of blind rage overcame him upon encountering opposition again, he unleashed his anger and rushed forward. The priest, quick as lightning, raised his hand. The flame burst forth a second time, and the prince followed the fate of his former slave. Senior men turned to me and explained the experience. "You see," he began, "this is how quality within each force reacts toward the one who sends it. The prince and his slave came with qualities of hatred, selfishness, and depravity in their feelings. And when the priest directed the force of which he was master toward them, it took on their qualities as soon as it touched their auras. It merely turned their own feelings and selfishness against themselves. The priest, in his selfless effort to protect another, was also protecting himself." This incident concluded, the scene of splendor vanished, and we found ourselves again amidst the ruins of the temple. Saint Germain revealed even more to me, which cannot be recorded here. There is only one way to cease the cosmic wheel of cause and effect, and the need for reincarnation, and that is through the conscious effort to understand the law of life. One must earnestly seek the inner God, establish a permanent and conscious contact with that inner self, and hold firmly to it in the face of all outer life conditions. It will be a pleasure and privilege for me to show you more, but only for the instruction it will bring to you and others. Come, we must now return. As we approached, my body received instructions again. Watch how the circle of white flame disappears. I could see how it faded, and a moment later I was back in my body. The sun was setting, and I knew it would be nearly midnight when we arrived home. "With your arm on my shoulder," said Saint Germain, and closing my eyes, I felt my body lift from the ground, yet I was not particularly conscious of the movement. My feet touched the ground, and as I reopened my eyes, I stood in the lodge. Saint Germain laughed heartily when I asked him how we could return in this manner without attracting attention from the people around us. He replied, "Often we cloak our bodies in an invisibility mantle when we move among those with physical form." And in the next instant, we had already disappeared. I had heard of the great ascended masters who could take their bodies with them wherever they went and manifest visibility from another era at will. However, actually experiencing contact with one of them was something very different, and I tried to fully realize the wonder of this experience. For Saint Germain, it was obviously a very ordinary event. I sat in silent contemplation for a long time, in deep gratitude, trying to understand and fully assimilate his explanation of the law relative to desire. He emphasized its importance and activity as a driving force in the universe to engender new ideas, causing an expansion of consciousness in the life of each individual. He explained it by saying, "Constructive desire is the expanding activity in life, for it is thus that greater ideas, activities, and achievements are born, expressing themselves in the outer world of substance and form. Every good desire carries the power of its own fulfillment. Man is the Son of God, ordered by the Father to choose how to direct the life energy and what qualities to express through his manifested desire, and he is required to do so because free will is his innate right. The function of the external activity of the intellect is to guide all expansion into constructive channels. That is the purpose and duty of the outer being, to allow the great life or energy of God to be used only for the gratification of sensory desires. The habit of the mass of humanity is its destructive use, and without exception, it is always followed by disharmony, weakness, failure, and destruction. The constructive use of desire is the conscious direction of this limitless divine energy through wisdom. Any desire directed by wisdom brings some blessing to the rest of creation. Any desire directed by the inner God is suffused with a feeling of love and always blesses. In the days that followed, I spent my time writing this account of my experiences. One morning, upon waking up, I found a golden card on the table near my sofa. It looked like a piece of gilded metal, and in beautiful letters shaded with a precious purple color, there was a short phrase: "Present yourself at our meeting place on the mountain at 7 o'clock in the morning. Signed, Saint Germain. Keep this card carefully." I could barely wait, such was my anticipation. The next morning, as I prepared for breakfast, I felt a clear impulse to take nothing with me. I obeyed and decided to trust that my needs would be directly met by the universal source. Light of heart, I set out quickly, determined not to miss an opportunity to ask questions if allowed. As I approached the designated place, my body grew lighter and lighter until, when I was a quarter-mile away, my feet barely touched the ground. There was no one in sight, so I sat on a log waiting for Saint Germain without feeling any fatigue, even though my walk had been about 15 kilometers. As I contemplated the wonderful privilege and blessing that had been granted to me today, I heard a twig snap and looked around hoping to see him. Imagine my surprise when, less than 15 meters away, I saw a panther slowly approaching. I shivered, wanting to run, to scream. I was in a panic. However, it would have been futile to move because a simple leap from the panther would have been fatal for me. I was terrified, but an idea came to me suddenly. I remembered that the great presence of God was within me, and that this presence was love. This beautiful animal was also part of God's life, and I forced myself to look it in the eyes. Then I understood that God's creation could not harm another part of its own creation. A feeling of love enveloped me and traveled like lightning directly to the panther. With that, my fear disappeared. The panther moved silently, and I approached slowly, feeling that God's love filled both of us. The panther's ruthless gaze softened, the animal stood up, and slowly approached me, rubbing its shoulder against my leg. I crouched down and stroked its soft head. It looked me in the eyes for a moment, then lay down and played like a playful kitten. Its fur was a beautiful reddish-brown, its body long, supple, and of great strength. I continued to play with it, and suddenly, Saint Germain was by my side. "My son," he said, "I have seen the great strength within you, or else I would not have allowed such a trial. You have overcome fear. Congratulations. If you had not conquered fear, I would not have allowed the panther to harm you. But our association would have been interrupted for a time, and I had nothing to do with the presence of the panther. I was an integral part of the inner process of the great law. Now that you have overcome this trial, it is possible for me to give you greater assistance. Each day you will grow stronger, happier, and express much greater freedom." He reached out, and in an instant 4 small cakes of beautiful golden color, each 5 square centimeters, appeared. He offered them to me, and I ate them as he instructed. They were delicious. Immediately I felt a sensation of acceleration and tingling throughout my body, a new sense of health and mental clarity. Saint Germain sat beside me and began my instruction. Chapter 2. The Sahara Desert. "Instead of leaving the body as in your recent experience, we will use projected consciousness," he said, while placing his thumb from his right hand between my eyes and the rest of his fingers on the top of my head. A sensation akin to a powerful electric current ran through my entire body. He removed his hand and continued. "I want you to firmly fix in your mind and frequently remember the fact that the laws I am explaining and teaching you to use are to lead you to a state of conscious mastery over all the forces and things of the earth. This means that, whatever the experience, you always have total and conscious control over your mind and body, capable of using your free will at any moment. In this state of projected consciousness, you will be fully aware and master all your faculties at every moment. In this instruction, there is absolutely no trance state or hypnotic condition, for in a trance or hypnotic state, the conscious will of the individual regarding what he experiences does not operate. It is the most dangerous and disastrous activity that can occur in mind and body. There is no conscious mastery in hypnotic or trance practices, and they are very uncertain and dangerous for the soul growth of the one who allows them. Please understand well that conscious control, mastery, and use of the forces and things of this earth must always be under the direction of your inner self or God, perfect cooperation and obedience of all external faculties of mind and body to this inner guidance. There is no mastery without this. Ascended masters never give instructions that go against the free will given by God to the individual. A student may be given the experience of projection if an ascended master chooses to temporarily expand his consciousness to experience things happening in 2 or more places at the same time. In this condition, the student's faculties are entirely under the control and direction of his own free will at every moment. He is fully conscious and active wherever his physical body is, and also wherever the Ascended Master chooses to direct his attention for instruction. The reason why an Ascended Master temporarily elevates the consciousness of the student is to show him how to do it for himself, through his own conscious effort. Will-projected consciousness raises the vibratory level of the atomic structure in both the mind and body of the student. This is done through the radiation of the Master and is a light activity that increases vibratory action until it reaches the keynote that the Master sets for the experience. At the higher vibratory level, we use our faculties of sight and hearing exactly as in ordinary life, but they are extended to cover the next octave above the human. The use of our senses is the same as what we experience at every moment of waking state, for we can be aware of both near and far exactly at the same instant. The expansion or contraction of our consciousness depends entirely on what the individual desires. This is always subject to free will and conscious direction of the student. At will, one can be aware of a specific tree in his garden, or the entire garden. The same faculty of sight is used to observe both, and it is used in exactly the same way. When one wants to see the whole garden, he makes his vision expand its activity to encompass everything he desires. The greatest expansion includes the smallest, so one must be aware of total mastery of all faculties in both places at the same time. What happens is an enlargement of the field of force in which vision operates. The use of the faculty of sight in this projection or expansion of consciousness is done by raising the vibratory frequency in the optic nerve. The whole process corresponds to what happens when one uses a telescope or binoculars in ordinary experience. Human consciousness is accustomed to using its faculties within certain zones or fields of force, and the evidence is that one can hear the voice of a person physically present in the room, and also hear the ringing of a phone elsewhere in the house at the same moment. All faculties of external activity are elastic. They can be used like a microscope or telescope according to the desire and will of the individual. If one can be aware of sound in the room where his physical body is, and also aware of sound 2 or 3 rooms away by exactly the same process, in a still greater expansion of this faculty, one can hear a sound from a more distant place. For this, it is necessary to raise the vibratory frequency until reaching the farthest zone. When you contemplate this great activity of your inner God, you do not see how the external senses merge into the internal, and what was 2 becomes 1. This activity of consciousness can apply to all other senses as well as to sight and hearing. This process of elevation is natural, normal, and harmonious, as simple as tuning your radios to any desired wavelength. The wavelengths of the radio and those of sight and hearing are part of the same activity. Sound contains color, and color contains sound in ordinary daily experience. Humans can hear color and see sound as long as they remain calm enough within certain octaves or zones. Vibration is recorded in the nerves of the eyes, and the result is what we call sight. Other vibrations are recorded in the nerves of the ear, and this is the result of what we call hearing. The eyes of the average person only see objects whose vibratory frequency is within those octaves, for they do not see below infrared or above ultraviolet rays. Through the radiation of an ascended master, the atomic structure of the brain and eye vibrates rapidly enough to extend to the next octave above the human. This same activity can extend several octaves more, either through the radiation of the master or by order of the inner self, or God. Many people have such experiences involuntarily, but seldom understand what they mean or how they occur. In cases where individuals have had moments of transcendent consciousness or been highly inspired, this is what happened, even though they rarely acknowledge the help they were given. Projected consciousness or vision has nothing to do with mental images produced by suggestions that only exist in the minds of other human beings. These thoughts and images are nothing more than a reflection produced by the suggestion of another person. It is the same activity that occurs when one reflects the image of the sun in a mirror and then deflects it onto the wall. Suggestion is as different from projected consciousness as thinking of a place and being physically at that place. Projection is alive and real, just as when the physical body goes through an experience, for it is the action of the inner God with whom the Ascended Master is one. Saint Germain and I then became observers and actors in a scene of yesteryear. Once again, I was aware of going through the experiences that were shown to me in thought, feeling, and action. The whole operation was as natural and normal as breathing, and the only unusual sensation was that of greater freedom and a sense of mastery. We both remained very silent for a few minutes as I relived the aesthetic recordings and my training began. "This is the Sahara Desert," he said, when it was a fertile country with a semi-tropical climate. There were many streams, bringing abundant moisture throughout the country. In the midst of this empire was the capital, famous throughout the world for its splendor. The executive buildings were situated in the center on a slight elevation, and from them the city itself also extended in all directions. This civilization continued and reached its peak 70,000 years ago. We entered the city and felt an unusual rhythmic activity that gave a certain sensation of lightness as we walked. Everyone moved with great ease and grace. I asked Saint Germain the reason for this, and he replied, "These people remembered their origin and considered themselves children of God. That is why they were the holders and operators of a power and wisdom that might seem miraculous and superhuman to you. Truly, there are no miracles, for everything is according to law. And what seems miraculous to humanity's current concept is nothing more than the result of the application of laws to which humanity's current consciousness is not accustomed. Thus it seems strange and unusual when one properly understands the reality of life. Any manifestation that seems miraculous to your current consciousness turns out to be an experience as natural and normal as forming words for someone who has learned to use the alphabet. It is simply a manifestation of life in form, ever expanding, ever progressing, and it occurs at every moment through a process of law ordered in love and peace. Whatever the experience, as strange, unusual, and impossible as it may seem to the current mental state of humanity, it does not prove that there is not a higher law and a higher intelligence to produce greater wonders in the creation around us at all times. Knowledge of the greatest thoughts of humanity in the outer world today is to this great inner wisdom and power, as understanding is to a small child studying arithmetic. In one of the buildings of the central group, we met assistants dressed in the most beautiful fabrics with soft and vibrant colors that harmonized with the interior decoration. One of them acted as a guide to take us to the central building, and there he presented us to the king of this great people. The king turned out to be Saint Germain. By his side was a very beautiful young girl. Her hair was spun like linen, falling almost to the ground, and her eyes were of a piercing violet blue. Everything about her radiated love. "Look with curiosity," said Saint Germain, asking me who she might be, and he answered, "Lotus." By her side were a young man of 20 and a boy about 14. The young man was the one we had seen as high priest in the temple of Luxor, and the boy was the junior priest. These are the king's children. Once again, the four of us worked together with this brief glimpse of past lives. Saint Germain said, "Enter into the activity of this blessed city. I say blessed intentionally, and soon you will understand why." Most of them retained full awareness and use of all wisdom and power as children of God, and this was exercised almost without limit, knowing very well from where they came and what they were heirs to. The outer was nothing more than the instrument of the divine, as it should be, and only that for which it had been naturally created. The great inner self could act unimpeded, and of course, the perfection and activity of that period were a magnificent achievement. At the time of this ancient civilization, the whole empire was filled with great peace, happiness, and prosperity. The emperor-king was a master of ancient wisdom and a true bearer of light who governed. With this light, his empire was the living example of perfection for hundreds of consecutive years. Under Saint Germain, this perfection was maintained without any army or fleet of any kind. Population control was entrusted to 14 ascended masters of light, 2 working on each of the 7 rays. In this way, they formed focal points for powerful divine activity to become visible. Beneath these 14 luminous beings were 14 minor masters, who were the heads of 7 departments, controlling activities in science, industry, and art. Each department head directed his work via conscious and direct contact with God himself, Therefore, all direction and teaching of those under their command came directly from their source. Thus, divine perfection flowed constantly without any human interference. This kind of government was very remarkable, successful, and satisfying in every respect. Since that time, there was nothing on earth that had reached such heights. The ancient records that have come down to us still refer to this ancient civilization as the Golden Age, and so it was in all activities of life. In your beloved America, in the near future, a similar recognition of the true inner nature and its people will emerge, and it will be expressed through lofty achievements. It is a land of light, and its light will shine as brightly as the midday sun among the nations of the earth. It was a land of great light centuries ago, and will return to its spiritual heritage because nothing can prevent it. It is strong within its own spirit and body, stronger than you think, and it will use this strength to rise and free itself from all the boundaries that currently weigh upon it. America has a destiny of great importance for the other nations of the earth, and those who have watched over it for centuries continue to watch over it. Through this protection and love, it will fulfill its destiny. We love America. A similar form of perfect government will come at a later period, once it has relinquished certain internal activities that hold it back and drain it like a vampire. Dear Americans, do not be discouraged when dark clouds seem to gather. Each of them will reveal its golden background to you. Behind the cloud that seems to threaten lies the pure and crystalline light of God and His messengers, the ascended masters of love and perfection, watching over America, its government, and its people. Once again I say we love America. One by one, great souls are awakening from their lethargy and will be clearly aware of their own inherent divine power. They will be more interested in the well-being of America than in their personal ambitions or private fortunes. Thus another golden age will reign upon the earth and be sustained for a long period. Before this recent era you have lived through, the population used large aircraft for transportation purposes. As development reached an even higher point, they had little need for them, except in the outlying districts. The entire official class, being the most spiritually advanced souls of this race, could move from place to place with subtler bodies and accomplish whatever they desired, much like in your recent experience in Luxor. They were also able to transport the physical body at will, as the use of their power to overcome gravity was as natural as breathing for you. Monatomic gold was a common commodity at that time, as in all golden ages, because its natural radiation is a purifying, balancing, and vitalizing energy or force. To the lords of creation, these great beings of light and love who create and oversee worlds, systems of worlds, and the evolution of beings within them, gold was placed upon the earth. The outer mind or intellectual recognition of humanity has very little understanding of the real reason gold exists on this planet. It grows in the earth like a plant, and through it, it constantly pours forth in a stream of purifying, vitalizing, and balancing energy. Monatomic gold was placed on this planet for a variety of uses. Two of the most trivial and least important uses are the use of gold as a means of exchange and for ornamental purposes. But its true purpose is to release its own quality and inherent energy to purify, vitalize, and balance the atomic structure of the world. The current scientific world has no idea of this activity, yet it serves the same purpose for our Earth as radiators do for our homes. Gold is one of the most important means by which the energy of our Sun is supplied within the Earth and maintains the balance of activities. As a carrier of this energy, it acts as a transformer to convey the force of the Sun to the physical substance of our world, much as life evolves within it. The energy of gold is actually the radiating and electronic force of the Sun. It operates in a lower octave. Gold is sometimes called precipitated sunlight, for its energy is an extremely high vibratory frequency. It can only act upon the finest and subtlest experiences of life by being absorbed. In all golden ages, this metal is commonly used and abundant among the mass of people, and whenever this condition occurs, the spiritual development of these people reaches a very high state. In these times, gold is never hoarded, but is widely distributed among the masses who absorb its purifying energy and achieve greater perfection. This is the correct use of gold, and when this law is consciously understood and respected, the individual can attract to himself any amount he desires using this law. Due to the gold deposits in all mountain ranges, health and vigor are found in mountain life that cannot be found anywhere else on the earth. No harmful effects have ever been heard of for those who constantly handle pure gold. Although in its pure state it is soft and easily worn, this same quality is that which fulfills the purpose I have just spoken of. The most advanced of these peoples produced much gold through direct precipitation from the universal source. The domes of many buildings were covered with sheets of pure gold, and the interiors were decorated with brilliant jewels in curious and wonderful designs. These jewels were also precipitated directly from this source, as eternal as in all past times. There was a portion of the people who were more interested in the temporary pleasures of the senses than in the broader creative plan of the great divine being. This caused the consciousness of divine power over all the earth to be lost until it remained active only within the city itself. The capital was called the City of the Sun. Those who governed realized they had to withdraw and let the people learn through difficult experience that all their happiness and well-being came from worshipping the inner God, and they had to return to the light if they wanted to be happy. The king, through his inner wisdom, seeing that the people were further miring themselves in sensory gratification, realized that it was no longer the divine plan to continue supporting the kingdom. He was commanded by those with greater spiritual authority to depart. He announced his decision to withdraw and bid farewell to his subjects. He gathered the counselors and gave instructions for the banquet, ordering it to be held in the most magnificent venue in the empire, known as the Hall of Jewels in the king's palace. It was the first time all the king's counselors and his staff would be invited at the same time. The announcement of the banquet sparked much discussion among the people, who discussed it deeply with their neighbors. But for all, it was a mystery, as no one could discern its purpose. Finally, the night of the event arrived. No one suspected the pain in the noble leader's heart and dreamed of the change that would soon come. The hour came, the guests assembled and all breathed in the mystery. The grand bronze doors of the banquet hall opened majestically, and a burst of transcendent music, as if played by a vast invisible symphony, appeared, surprising even those who knew well the immense power of their beloved sovereign. The people almost regarded him as a god, because their love and admiration for his wisdom and the assistance he provided them were very great. When the triumphant music ceased, the king entered accompanied by his children. The daughter was the epitome of beauty, wearing a soft golden fabric robe, unlike any material in our modern world. The garment seemed to be covered in diamonds, as with every movement of her body, points of light sparkled. The golden hair cascading down her shoulders was held by 2 emerald brooches. On her forehead, there was a single band of white metal set with diamonds. At the center, there appeared to be a large diamond, but it was actually a powerful condensation of focused light maintained there by her father, the sole king throughout the empire entrusted with the use of this transcendent power. The royal family had never used these jewels of light in their contact with the outside world until this night. The use of this power was permitted only in their private worship of the great God they were keenly and constantly aware of. The sovereign and his 2 children wore fitted garments of the same soft golden fabric as the daughter. They were flexible like leather but metallic gold, with breastplates resembling a large sun of jewels. They wore sandals of the same material, also inset with gemstones, and the wondrous jewel of light rested on the forehead of each. The king gave a signal, and the assembled guests sat. In a majestic and powerful voice, he poured forth an invocation from the depths of his heart to that supreme infinite. We give you love, praise, and gratitude for your own life, light and love in all things. We worship you and look only to you, the presence in all visible and invisible, evolved and unevolved things, and the stream of life that flows incessantly, the only being in all my heart, calling you as never before to awaken this people of mine from their danger. For lately, indifference toward you spreads over them like a poisoned breath, producing a soul sleep and raising a veil before them that prevents the shining presence. If they must experience the consuming and evil scum and clouds of the outer self, then support them, you and bring them forth in the end in your everlasting perfection. I invoke you, Creator of the universe, you, Supreme Almighty God." The king took his seat and all waited in silence. In moments the service appeared before him. For each individual, dish after dish was served as if by invisible hands. Food arrived in marvelous crystal and jewel containers and disappeared as soon as the plate was finished, immediately followed by the next. Finally, the most elaborate banquet the empire had ever known came to an end. All remained silent again, as if awaiting some unusual event. The king rose and waited for a few moments. Soon, a crystal glass appeared in the right hand of every individual. They were filled with a condensation of pure electronic essence, and all who tasted it, no matter how much they had drunk or how varied were their experiences, could never forget the divine inner being. This soul protection was granted to the banquet guests as a reward for their faith and loyalty to the God within them, to the king, and to the empire. The counselors and attendees had served sincerely and continuously for the good of the empire, and for this service soul protection was granted to them through the ages. Each raised their glass and offered it to the God dwelling within each of them, to their own flame of their higher self. The events of the banquet were broadcast throughout the empire via a radio similar to those we use today, no larger than an ordinary plate but powerful enough to be sent to any location on the surface. After the salutation to the divine being within each, all became very quiet again. The very atmosphere seemed perfectly still. In moments, a wondrous presence slowly became visible before the king. This presence was a cosmic master coming from the great silence. A murmur swept through the gathered guests at his appearance. They recognized with astonishment someone they had heard of for many centuries, but whom no one had ever seen in visible presence. Raising his right hand, he addressed the assembled guests and all the inhabitants of the empire or children of the earth. "I bring you a warning of great importance at this time of great crisis. Wake up from the trap of the senses, which slowly draws you into its many snares. You have opened yourselves to ignorance and uncontrolled emotions of the outer self. You pay little attention and even less adoration to your source, to the supreme, the powerful, the radiant, the majestic, the infinite cause of all that is, the creator and sustainer of all worlds. You show no gratitude towards the great glorious presence, the Lord of love, for life itself, for which you exist. For you are not even thankful for the blessings that nature pours so generously, for the abundance that fills you through this beautiful earth, and your own disintegrated governance towards each other, the favors, the things of senses and form, which are so fleeting, passing from one to another, and then ceasing to exist. But why, oh why do you forget the source of all life, of all love, of all intelligence, of all power, people? Where is your gratitude towards life for love, for the magnificence of the experience you enjoy at every moment, every hour, every day, year after year? All this you call your own, but it has always belonged, belongs now, and will belong to the great source of life, light, love, and all good, God, the supreme, the adorable, the one who pervades all. By the misuse you make of the life energy that this great God constantly provides you, now perfect but contaminated, you have created conditions so destructive and painful that you can no longer bear them. So you fill yourselves with despair, agony, and rebellion, pleading with this God to relieve you of your misery. This is your offering to the giver of all good, in exchange for the perpetual perfection he continuously grants you in his supreme love. The only condition for this great unique being to give everything is its correct use, so that it may bless the rest of creation with infinite joy, harmonious activity, and perfection. When, in the activities of misery, you turn again to your source for relief from your misdeeds, or weep in the agony of despair, or if rebellious, blame life and the source of all good for allowing what you call injustice and erroneous conditions that exist within you and in your world. Do you not realize that you are unjust to life, that you create misery on earth? Only humanity, because it has free will to create what it desires through its own thought and feeling, dares to bring discord, misery, and distortion that spread over the earth. It is a blot on creation, on the perfection that always follows the rhythm of the great melody of an eternal song. Only humanity is guilty of creating this dissonant sound in the music of the spheres, for all else lives and acts according to the law of love, of life, of harmony, and of light. All else merges into a harmonious whole, the body of the infinite which is all love. All other realms of life and light move and create according to the fundamental principle upon which all perfection rests. That principle is love. If it were not for the great inundated ones like your ruler, the great host of ascended masters, whose keynote of existence is love, humanity would have destroyed itself and the very planet on which it exists. The transcendent and magnificent activities of love and light are the natural conditions in which God created and hoped his human children would manifest by obeying his command. There are no such things as supernatural conditions anywhere in the world. Everything that is transcendent, beautiful and perfect is natural, and in accordance with the law of love, and anything other than that is unnatural. The daily experience of the host of ascended masters is the perfection in which the children of God should have lived eternally. The children of earth expressed this perfection once in a previous cycle, which was a golden age. This previous civilization is an ancient perfection, older than you dream, older than you believe it to be on the planet. All humanity at that time lived in a transcendent state similar to the ascended masters, and the condition of misery that has followed since through the ages has occurred because they chose to turn their gaze away from their source. When the children of earth turn away from love, they deliberately and consciously choose the experience of chaos. Those who seek to exist without love cannot survive long in any place of creation. Such efforts are doomed to failure, misery, and dissolution. This is the law of universal life. Just as the individual law is immutable, irrevocable, eternal, and yet benevolent. For creation exists so that God may have something on which to pour out love, and thus express himself in action. This is the law of the mighty from whom all proceeds. It is the mandate of eternity and immensity, and the splendor of this perfection cannot be described by words. If these current, real, permanent, and perfect conditions of life and experience, which far transcend human description, did not exist, existence would be nothing more than a parody of the extraordinary activity of life, which persists eternally throughout creation. These higher, harmonious, and transcendent spheres, realms of individual and cosmic activity and consciousness, where creation continually unfolds in joy, freedom, and perfection. All this is real, far more permanent than your bodies and buildings in a physical world that surrounds you. These realms of life are created from a substance so charged with love that they can never have any discordant quality or activity, any imperfection or disintegration imposed upon them or recorded within them, for they are based on love. The perfection of such a manifestation is maintained forever, always active, always expanding, always blessing with joy all that exists. You attract misfortune to yourselves, pushing yourselves to incarnate again and again in the ignorance of the senses, of human appetites and desires of the outer self. These appetites, in the nature of humanity's feelings, are in themselves nothing more than an accumulation of energy to which the individual, through thought and feeling, has given a quality of one kind or another, ill-qualified, gaining momentum through human expression and becoming a habit. Habit is nothing more than specifically qualified energy and maintained focused over a period of time towards a specific goal. The sensory appetites of past lives become the driving force and habits of successive lives, now enslaving the being, binding it in the wheel of discord, lack, needs, throwing it into a labyrinth of human problems of its own creation. These creation mistakes drive you to continue again and again until you are ready to understand life and obey its only law, love. This compelling activity from which no one escapes continues until the outer self asks for the reason for its misery and understands that its liberation from the experience of suffering can only come through obedience to the law of love. Obedience begins as calm, peace, and kindness in feelings, with the heart as its center. Your contact with the outer world must come through inner feeling. Love is not an activity of the mind, but it is the pure and luminous essence that creates the mind. This essence of the great flame of God flows into substance and constantly pours forth as perfection in form and action. Love is manifested perfection. It can only express peace, joy, and a merging of feelings towards all creation, unconditionally. It asks for nothing for itself, for it is eternally self-creating, being the heartbeat of the Supreme God. Love is master of all and cares only to implement the plan of perfection in all. Only sufficient love can bring you back to the heaven you once knew, and where you dwell again. Embrace the fullness of the great light that gives everything through love. A visiting prince approaches your borders. He will enter this city in search of your king's daughter. You will remain under the power of this prince, but recognition of your error will be futile. Nothing can serve, for the royal family will be drawn under the protection and care of those whose power and authority are from God and against whom no human desire can prevail. They are the great ascended masters of light in the revered city of Terik on this earth. Here your sovereign and his beloved children will stay for a century. Turned toward the king, he addressed him, saying, "I bless you, my noble and patient brother. Loving and selfless has been your service to your people. Deep and eternal is your devotion to the Supreme, the source of all creation. The golden city of Terik awaits and receives you with joy, along with your children, within its brilliance. You will live in service through the rays of light that always emanate from those who dwell there, until they redeem themselves through obedience to the law of love. This empire of light exists on the earth you have loved so much. It is composed of self-luminous substance and rests upon the physical city which is its capital. It is real, very real, and far more permanent than any earthly city, for light is indestructible, and the golden city is made of light. Within it no disharmonious thought or disturbing condition of any kind can ever enter." He returned in 7 days to take you and your children to the golden city of Terik. The visiting prince arrived the next day, discovering the state of the empire and the consternation still reigning among its people. He immediately subtly planned to become its sovereign, which he succeeded in without opposition. 2,000 years later, much of his empire had become barren land. Streams had dried up and desolation spread everywhere, all resulting from humanity's discord and selfishness and the plague that attached to it, hindering the growth of plant life. This kingdom had stretched across the width of Africa eastward to the Himalayan mountains, the Nile, as it is today, bearing a striking resemblance to the beautiful streams of that forgotten time. Saint Germain remained silent after explaining to me all that he had allowed me to see. I could scarcely believe my senses. I was so amazed at the way it was revived by the experiences of the past, with images projected in 3 dimensions, and the activity of people in that distant time. Realizing how astonished and unaccustomed I was to such activities, Saint Germain promised to lead me to the physical records of that time and its people, and to give me physical evidence that it was not a vision conjured by him. Looking around us from the trunk on which we were seated, we saw the panther that was deeply asleep. Saint Germain resumed explaining several important phases on the application of higher laws for the manifestation of one's own inherent domain over things of the sensory world. This led to how he could express such youth and perfection in a body so old according to human timekeeping. Eternal youth, he explained, is the flame of God dwelling within man's body, the Father's gift to his creation. Youth and beauty, both of spirit and body, can only be permanently maintained by those who are strong enough to exclude discord, and he who does so can express and maintain perfection. If an individual does not constantly have thoughts of peace and love, no physical effort can maintain their youth and beauty. These exist eternally within the flame of God, which is the divine being of every individual. Any discordance that the outer self allows to shine through thought and feeling will be impressed upon the body. Eternal youth and beauty are self-created and ever self-existent within the flame of God in every human being. This is God's plan to manifest his perfection in the world of form and to maintain it forever. Youth, beauty, and perfection are attributes of love which God's principle continually pours into his creation. Within every individual lies the power and means to maintain and enhance this perfect, ever-expanding creative activity. The power of realization is the energy of the divine being in every human born into the world. It is always active at every moment in their mind, body, and world. There is never a moment when this potent energy does not flow through all individuals. You have the privilege to qualify it as you see fit, at the command of your free will through consciously directed thought and feeling. Thought is the only thing in the universe that can create a vibration, and through vibration, you qualify this ever-flowing energy with what you desire to see manifest in your life and in your world. This unlimited, intelligent, and radiant energy continually flows through your nervous system and is the eternal life and vitality in the bloodstream coursing through your veins. It is an intelligent yet powerful and omnipresent activity that the Father has given you, the divine principle of life, for you to consciously direct according to your free will. True intelligence, which uses everything constructively, comes only from within the principle of God, the flame of life, and is not merely the activity of intellect. True intelligence is God's wisdom or knowledge, and it has no erroneous thoughts. Erroneous thoughts come solely from impressions made on the intellect by the external world to the individual. If individuals would discriminate between their own thoughts, those arising from their own flame of God, and the suggestions thrown out by other people's intellects, and the evidences of the senses that consider only appearances, they could avoid all discordant activities and conditions in the world of experience. The light within your own flame of God is the criterion, the standard of perfection, by which all thoughts and feelings that come to you through the five senses must be tested. No one can maintain their thoughts and feelings qualified with perfection unless they return to the source of perfection, for that quality and perfection reside only within the flame of God. This is the individual's necessity for meditation and communion with God's light within themselves. The essence of pure life not only will give and maintain eternal youth and beauty in the body, but it will also enable you to maintain the perfect link between your divine self and your outer or personal self. Indeed, this pure vital energy is the power that the outer self uses to maintain its connection with its divine source, the divine self. In reality, these two are one, except when the intellect or the external activity of the mind, the sensory consciousness, accepts imperfection, disharmony, incompleteness, or considers itself a separate creation from the unique and omnipresent presence of life. If the sensory consciousness creates something separate from God, then that condition is established within it. For what the sensory consciousness thinks, the world manifests. When one allows an idea of imperfection or separation from God to occupy their attention and thus their mind, a corresponding condition begins to express itself in their body and their world. This makes the person feel like a separate entity from their source. As soon as one considers themselves separate from God, they think that their life, intelligence, and power have a beginning and an end. Life has always been, is now, and will always be. No one can destroy it. Through various activities in the mental and physical world, form may be disintegrated or temporarily destroyed, but the individual's consciousness is eternal and can control all substance everywhere. As for the divine life within, it must be recognized as the giver, the creator of all good in creation. I am honest when I say there is only one source of all good: God. Conscious recognition and acceptance of this fact, acknowledged by the outer activity of the mind, not 2 or 3 times a day, but at every moment throughout the day, whatever the outer self is doing, will enable anyone to express their perfect freedom and control over all human things. For most people, the above seems difficult because they have lived so many centuries believing they are separate beings from God. Yet every moment of every day, they use God's life, energy, substance, and activity in everything they think and do, without being aware of it. However, it is necessary to consciously admit this fact in the outer activity of the mind and to constructively direct its full power through it. I am the recognition, conscious direction, and constructive use of God's energy held within oneself at all times. This is the path of perfection, mastery, and control over all things on earth, including conscious control of all natural forces. The instructions I have given you will completely erase all false beliefs if you study and practice them constantly. How quickly you achieve this depends on your continuous, persistent, and deep feeling of association with your divine self, to achieve mastery or accept conscious control of all forces and the manipulation of substance. This depends first on recognizing your own individual divine being, then on perfect calmness of feelings in all circumstances, and thirdly, on overcoming any temptation to use this power wrongly. Calmness of all emotions at the command of conscious will is imperative, and the requirement of this in the adept is unconditional if they seek self-mastery. This does not mean that discord within oneself should be repressed at any moment, but rather calmed and harmonized regardless of the circumstances surrounding the student's mind or body. Such control is not easy for humanity, as people's temperament is sensitive, emotional, and impulsive. This characteristic is an energy of immense power and must be controlled and held in reserve, only to be released through conscious direction to accomplish something constructive. Until this use of energy is controlled and fully governed, the individual cannot make any progress. Students often ask if they reach a point as they continue on the path of realization where they rise above the use of affirmation. When an individual sincerely uses affirmation, they produce complete acceptance of the truth of everything they affirm, for its use merely directs the attention of the outer mind so firmly toward the truth that it fully accepts it in their feelings. Because feeling is the actual God-released energy that manifests in the affirmed truth, the continued use of affirmation brings the individual to a point where they have such a deep realization of truth in everything they affirm that they are no longer conscious of it as an affirmation. An affirmation, mantra, or prayer is used because one wishes something to manifest. The correct desire is the deepest form of prayer. Thus, by using affirmation, the student raises their outer being to the complete acceptance of their truth and generates the feeling by which it becomes a manifest thing. In this deep acceptance comes manifestation, for through concentration, the spoken word begins to cause instantaneous activity. My gratitude to Saint Germain for all that I had received was too profound for words. He read my thoughts and feelings as one reads a book, and thus we sat together in silence for a few moments, perfectly in accord. He awakened me from my reverie to observe the magnificent colors of the western sky, the glow of the sunset. I wanted to stay on the mountain all night and return home in the morning, enjoying the sunrise. Barely had I felt the desire when a magnificent sleeping bag was at my feet. It resembled nothing I had seen before. I leaned over to examine the unusual fabric it was made of, and to my surprise I found it luminous and warm. I looked up and Saint Germain handed me a crystal glass filled with a golden liquid, similar in consistency to honey. Obeying his slightest wish, I drank immediately. A radiant glow coursed through my body. When I had finished the cup, it disappeared from my hand. "Why can't I keep this beautiful creation?" I asked, surprised. "Patience, my child," he replied. "Your wishes do not manifest one by one. Your sleeping bag will remain until sunrise, and your friend, the panther, will be watched over during the night." He bowed slightly with a gracious smile, his body gradually becoming indistinct, then disappearing completely. I lay down in the precious sleeping bag and soon fell into a deep sleep. When the pink hues of dawn touched the eastern horizon, I woke up, and the first thought that came to mind was about the pouch I had enjoyed so much. With that thought, it again dissipated into the universality of the substance from which it arose. The panther approached me, and together we made our way home. After walking some distance, the sound of men's voices reached our ears. The animal sensed the air and abruptly stopped in front of me, looking up. I bent down, patted its head, and said, "Now you may go." It quickly headed toward the densely wooded section of the mountain on the right side of the trail. I continued on my way without further incident, and finally arrived home shortly after noon. In a state of mind difficult to describe, I wanted to think, contemplate, direct, and adapt to a series of entirely new ideas. The unusual but very real experiences I had had over the past 48 hours made me reorganize my entire world. I felt extremely happy, yet it seemed that another universe had manifested around me. Outside was the same prosaic world I had always known. But in thought, all these glorious experiences, this enormous power, these wonderful revelations of freedom were manifesting, I had completely ignored until then that I had been surrounded all my life by these apparent miracles, to which I had been as much a stranger as to the existence of such things in creation. I realized that I had never experienced anything like it in all my existence. Dinner time arrived, but I was not hungry. Nevertheless, I asked for a glass of milk. It was served to me, and as I drank it, imagine my astonishment to discover that it had turned into the same creamy liquid that Saint Germain had given me during our first encounter. I finished the meal, went home, and prepared my bath before going to bed, when suddenly the familiar electric signal shook me from head to toe. I involuntarily reached out, and within seconds a small pellet of a crystal-like substance formed in my palm. I understood that it was to be put in my bath, and as soon as I dropped it into the water, it began to fizz like it was alive between the water and a tingling sensation vibrating in every cell of my body. I felt charged with a high-power current that illuminated and strengthened my entire being. After the bath, I lay down and quickly fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. Chapter 3. The Royal Tone. 4 days passed without any unusual events occurring, and I tried to fully understand the meaning of my recent experiences. At dusk on the 5th day, knocks on my bedroom window sounded. I looked out the window, and on the sill there was a snow-white pigeon with a small card in its beak. I approached the window and opened it. The pigeon flew in and remained there calmly. I took the card and read the message written in the same beautiful handwriting as before, but this time in golden ink on a white card. It read, "Present yourself at our meeting place at 7 o'clock in the morning. Signed, Saint Germain." As soon as I took the card, the pigeon flew onto my shoulder and rubbed its head against my face, as if conveying a message of love. It then flew back to the window and disappeared like an arrow. I carefully tucked the card away, hoping to keep it, but the next morning when I searched for it before going on a hike, it had dissolved. The golden card on which the first message was written had lasted until the 3rd day, as I had looked at it several times hoping to keep it permanently. When I discovered it had been returned to the Universal, my disappointment was great. To hike 10 miles and be there by 7 in the morning, I knew it would be necessary to set out shortly after midnight. I rose early and set off at 3 o'clock, walking briskly. I reached the forest just at sunrise. I heard a plaintive cry, and before I even realized it, I involuntarily responded in the same manner. Something rushed through the forest, and my friend the panther came bounding toward me as the very incarnation of joy. I patted her head, and together we made our way to the meeting place at exactly 7 o'clock. Saint Germain emerged from the atmosphere and greeted me with open arms, then handed me the crystal cup filled this time with a transparent, frothy liquid. I drank it, and the taste was unlike anything I had ever experienced. It was almost like chilled grape juice, but it was sparkling and effervescent. As I drank it, a sensation like lightning shot through my body, carrying the sensation of its fizzing activity through all my veins. Saint Germain gave the panther a small brown cake, which she quickly devoured. At one point, her fur stood on end, and then he remarked, "Your friend will no longer hunt deer for the experience and instruction to come. It will be necessary to leave your body here on the mountainside, as you have not yet invoked enough inner power to allow you to take it where we are going today. The panther will be your guardian, and as an additional precaution, I will put the cloak of invisibility around us both, and we will proceed to the royal Teton." At that moment, I saw my body leave, and I found myself clothed in an impressive, self-luminous golden robe. "Observe carefully the material with which you are dressed," he continued. "The substance composing the garment you wear has certain extraordinary qualities and powers inherent to it. One of them is to allow the wearer to lift and move physical objects. The garment itself holds pure electronic energy and can be used to move objects, just like the force one uses through their physical body. This is a phenomenal activity that the great masters of light have given permission to use for the first time on this planet for the benefit of my listeners. I want to state clearly and unequivocally that even during these experiences, where I was clothed in a body functioning in 4 dimensions, it gave me the ability to feel and manipulate solid objects just as you would with your limbs. The body I am using this time is not what is commonly called the astral body. We quickly arrived at the top of a majestic mountain that stood like a sentinel over one of the most beautiful landscapes in the United States. Below us stretched vast forests and great mountain ranges with their untapped mineral treasures as far as the eye could see, leading to a point where huge masses of stone were scattered, as if giants had hurled them in war. A large rock was instantly added to this immense mass, causing it to tilt outward about 4 feet from its original position. He indicated for me to follow him. We entered and, to my great surprise, found ourselves in front of a large bronze door. "This has been here long before the sinking of Atlantis over 12,000 years ago," he explained. He advanced and pressed certain points on the door. The massive bronze, weighing several tons, slowly opened and admitted us into a spacious chamber, from which emerged a staircase hewn from solid rock. We descended about 200 feet and entered another circular space. Saint Germain crossed the room to a door opposite the staircase and placed his right hand on it. When it opened, we found ourselves facing the entrance to a tubular elevator. The interior seemed to be made of frosted silver, and in response to my thoughts he said, "Yes, but harder and stronger than steel. It is indestructible." A flat disc of the same material fitted snugly into the tube and rose inside to the level of the ground where we stood. The platform was entirely controlled by the master. He stepped onto it, and I followed. The door closed, and we began to descend. The platform stopped in front of another bronze door with a different design. "We have descended 2,000 feet into the heart of the mountain," he commented as we exited the tube. The space we were in had a particular design and layout. It formed an oblong from east to west, with the northeast and northwest corners cut at an angle to form an outdoor courtyard or reception hall. The heavy bronze door of the tubular elevator opened onto the courtyard on the northeast wall. On the north side there were 2 other large bronze doors exactly identical, leading to a large audience hall. On the northeast wall there was yet a 4th door similar to the one we had entered through. Opposite, along the uninterrupted length of the south wall, hung an immense tapestry. It was made of an unusual material, and although the weave was thick, the thread was as soft as camel hair. The background was of a delicate cream color, and on it were depicted 2 life-sized figures of deities of great majesty and power. The one on the right was male and the other female. Both stood upright as if commanding the cosmic forces obedient to their decrees. The male figure wore a robe made of a rich material, of an intense sapphire blue, with bands and embroideries of gold. It was clearly a ceremonial robe or a symbol of authority. Beneath the outer robe there was a tunic of golden fabric with a metallic appearance. A sun made of rubies, diamonds, sapphires and emeralds covered his chest. His waist was girded with a belt adorned with a panel about 30 centimeters long. The tunic reached his knees, and the bottom edge was trimmed with a band of silk about 10 centimeters wide, with heavy embroidery of the same color as the jewels. Altogether, it gave the impression that the garments were all self-luminous. His feet were shod in golden leather boots shaped like sandals, almost reaching his knees, highly embellished and tied with sapphire blue laces. A band of gold about 2 centimeters wide rested in the middle of his forehead, tying back his wavy golden hair, which flowed down to about 15 centimeters below his shoulders. The female figure, very fair with a soft rosy hue, had eyes of a deep violet blue. The fingers of her left hand rested lightly on her heart, and her raised right hand held a shining crystal staff of power and authority. Its lower end was pointed, and a sphere about 5 centimeters in diameter rested on its upper part, emitting rays of bright white light. It was unmistakable that the figure depicted wielded colossal power and was a manipulator of some kind of power. Her whole appearance suggested a radiant youthfulness, but the wisdom of ages past shone through her eyes of venerable antiquity. The authority robe of the female figure was of an intense violet with bands of golden embroidery similar to those of her companion. The inner robe was made of a soft, golden, shimmering material that descended almost to the floor. The thread used to weave the tapestry depicting the garments must have been of the same type as that which composed the material of the original clothing. This figure wore a belt around the waist, the panel of which reached about 5 centimeters below the knees. The edge of her right sandal was just below the hem of the robe and was made of golden leather. Her headpiece was a smooth band of gold exactly like that of the man, and her eyes were the same violet blue but of a lighter hue. Her golden hair flowed down to her knees. On her chest she wore a gold necklace from which hung a large 7-pointed star carved from a single diamond. In her left hand she held a crystal sphere about 15 centimeters in diameter, and in her right hand she held a scepter with a strange design. Almost 2/3 of the staff were gold, ending in an arrowhead tip. The upper third was composed of a substance similar to crystal, shiny and luminous, with the end forming a fleur-de-lis. The curved blade to the right of the central part was a beautiful rose color, and that to the left was an intense sapphire blue. However, the one in the middle was of a crystalline white. All were transparent and gleamed with the same light I have already mentioned. The gold and crystal parts blended seamlessly, as there was no demarcation line between the two substances. Their scepter symbolized the 3 activities of the creative force. The one held by the crystal in her left hand revealed the unmanifested perfection of the future in cosmic activity. The 2 scepters represented the drawing and discretion of the creative power in universal substance for a particular manifestation. They were radiant and magnificent, even in the tapestry, and I couldn't help but wonder what they must look like in reality. The Lord waited patiently for me as I studied the whole. This entire design fascinated me. These 2 great entities were the founders of this kingdom, he commented, as we passed a bronze door on our right and entered a large hall. I immediately realized that it was used as a great council hall for a certain sacred and ceremonial purpose. The whole ambience was magnificent and beautiful. Words cannot express what my eyes saw and what my feelings experienced. It took me a few moments to adjust to this dazzling sight and to the splendor of my surroundings. This hall measured at least 200 feet long by 100 wide, with a ceiling 150 feet high, a soft white light that Saint Germain explained as an omnipresent force that the great ones always use for light, warmth, and power, flooded the entire place. About 20 feet from the side walls and the end of the hall were formed of white rock. Where this formation ended, the builders had cut a large vein of raw gold over 2 feet wide. The main section of both side walls was made of light blue granite, but near the entrance, the natural structure changed to a pink granite of even finer quality. The surfaces of the wall's ceiling and floor had been highly polished, obviously by an extraordinary process. In the center of the ceiling, rising in an arc of over 10 feet, was a massive gold disc, at least 12 feet in diameter. It was filled with a 7-branched star made of yellow diamonds, the points of which touched the circumference. It was a solid mass of golden light. 2 colored rings surrounded this central sun, each about 12 inches wide, forming a band of light around the star. The first, from inside out, was of a delicate pink, the second of an intense violet. The background against which this star stood out seemed to be a crystallized golden snow. The star emitted long bright rays of light. Around this design, 7 smaller discs, each half a meter in diameter, represented the planets of our system and the 7 colored rays of the light spectrum. The surface of the discs was velvety in the brightest, most intense and positive hue of each color. As I later learned, at certain times and for special purposes, the great cosmic beings direct their powerful currents of force through these discs. It is here that these currents are received by the great enlightened and selfless ones, known as the ascended masters of light, who redirect them to humanity. This radiation affects the 7 ganglionic centers of every human body, as well as all animal and plant life. The background of the entire ceiling was the color of a very clear sky on a full moon night, but the surface was highly refractive. In the center, about 30 feet from the floor in the very wall itself, was a large eye at least 6 feet in diameter. This eye represented the eye of the Creator, which sees all, ever watching over his creation, and to whom nothing can be hidden. Immense power was focused through this eye at certain times to achieve specific results. The authority robe of the female figure was of an intense violet, with bands of golden embroidery, similar to those of her companion. The inner robe was made of a soft, golden, shimmering material that descended almost to the floor. The thread used to weave the tapestry depicting the garments must have been of the same type as that which composed the material of the original clothing. This figure wore a belt around the waist, the panel of which reached about 5 centimeters below the knees. The edge of her right sandal was just below the hem of the robe and was made of golden leather. Her headpiece was a smooth band of gold, exactly like that of the man, and her eyes were the same violet blue but of a lighter hue. Her golden hair flowed down to her knees. On her chest, she wore a gold necklace from which hung a large 7-pointed star carved from a single diamond. In her left hand, she held a crystal sphere about 15 centimeters in diameter, and in her right hand, she held a scepter with a strange design. Almost 2/3 of the staff were gold, ending in an arrowhead tip. The upper third was composed of a substance similar to crystal, shiny and luminous, with the end forming a fleur-de-lis. The curved blade to the right of the central part was a beautiful rose color, and that to the left was an intense sapphire blue. However, the one in the middle was of a crystalline white. All were transparent and gleamed with the same light I have already mentioned. The gold and crystal parts blended seamlessly, as there was no demarcation line between the two substances. Their scepter symbolized the 3 activities of the creative force. The one held by the crystal in her left hand revealed the unmanifested perfection of the future in cosmic activity. The 2 scepters represented the drawing and discretion of the creative power in universal substance for a particular manifestation. They were radiant and magnificent, even in the tapestry, and I couldn't help but wonder what they must look like in reality. The Lord waited patiently for me as I studied the whole. This entire design fascinated me. These 2 great entities were the founders of this kingdom, he commented, as we passed a bronze door on our right and entered a large hall. I immediately realized that it was used as a great council hall for a certain sacred and ceremonial purpose. The whole ambiance was magnificent and beautiful. Words cannot express what my eyes saw and what my feelings experienced. It took me a few moments to adjust to this dazzling sight and to the splendor of my surroundings. This hall measured at least 200 feet long by 100 wide, with a ceiling 150 feet high. A soft, white light that Saint Germain explained as an omnipresent force that the Great Ones always use for light, warmth and power flooded the entire place. About 20 feet from the side walls and the end of the hall were formed of white rock. Where this formation ended, the builders had cut a large vein of raw gold over 2 feet wide. The main section of both side walls was made of light blue granite, but near the entrance the natural structure changed to a pink granite of even finer quality. The surfaces of the walls, ceiling and floor had been highly polished, obviously by an extraordinary process. In the center of the ceiling, rising in an arc of over 10 feet, was a massive gold disc, at least 12 feet in diameter. It was filled with a 7-branched star made of yellow diamonds, the points of which touched the circumference. It was a solid mass of golden light. 2 colored rings surrounded this central sun, each about 12 inches wide, forming a band of light around the star. The first, from inside out, was of a delicate pink, the second of an intense violet. The background against which this star stood out seemed to be a crystallized golden snow. The star emitted long, bright rays of light. Around this design, 7 smaller discs, each half a meter in diameter, represented the planets of our system and the 7 colored rays of the light spectrum. The surface of the discs was velvety in the brightest, most intense and positive hue of each color. As I later learned, at certain times and for special purposes, the great cosmic beings direct their powerful currents of force through these discs. It is here that these currents are received by the great enlightened and selfless ones, known as the ascended masters of light, who redirect them to humanity. This radiation affects the 7 ganglionic centers of every human body, as well as all animal and plant life. The background of the entire ceiling was the color of a very clear sky on a full moon night, but the surface was highly refractive. In the center, about 30 feet from the floor in the very wall itself, was a large eye at least 6 feet in diameter. This eye represented the eye of the Creator, which sees all, ever watching over his creation and to whom nothing can be hidden. Immense power was focused through this eye at certain times to achieve specific results. I couldn't help but wonder what I would feel if I saw this power in action. About 40 feet from the farthest end, to the east, with a length of about 70 feet and a height of 30 feet, there was a panel made of some precipitated material. This panel had been placed a little over 5 feet above ground level and embedded in the side wall to a depth of 2 inches, forming a concave surface all around the cutout. The substance it was made of seemed to be a beautiful velvet of intense indigo blue that was not a type of fabric used in the outer world of humanity. However, this substance can sometimes be precipitated by the great ascended masters of light for a specific purpose, explained Saint Germain. This panel had been precipitated and served as a universal mirror, he said. On this panel are projected scenes of Earth, images from the Akashic records, and activities taking place on Venus or any other location the instructors wish to make visible to the students. These scenes are not just images of the past and present, but can represent activities even in a distant future. These will be seen later. We passed through the last door on the right and entered a room about 80 feet long, 40 feet wide, and 20 feet high, with a vaulted ceiling similar to the one in the great hall we had just left. The entire surface of this room was made of frosted gold, and the purple and green veins that you see as inlaid were actually precipitated. At the farthest end of the side wall to our right, from floor to ceiling, was a frame of white metal that appeared to be frosted silver. There were large quantities of tubular containers with lids. Each contained 4 coils. The lids were engraved with the contents of each coil in hieroglyphics. The coils were at least 25 centimeters long, and around each one, a band about 8 inches wide made of pressed gold with a material making it strong and flexible, but no thicker than an ordinary sheet of paper was wound. The length of the gold bands on the coils ranged from 7 to 50 feet, and each bore characters engraved in gold, resembling a stylus, with a machine-like perfection. "These records are the fulfillment of the promise I made to you," said Saint Germain, pointing to a particular section at the end of the side wall. They describe the city, country, and civilization that existed where the Sahara Desert now stands when you were my son and I the ruler of that ancient empire. This room contains records of many countries, of the rise and fall of many civilizations. As he handed me one of the coils, he released the closure, and to my great surprise, I was able to read its contents. "I allow you this," he continued, "by temporarily raising your consciousness and calling forth the hidden record of those experiences you once lived through. The knowledge of God and His universe is nothing but contact with the record of life in all its forms. The foundation of all life is contained in the light emanating from each form, where its complete past resides, which everyone can learn to discover and understand if they devote the time and discipline necessary to calm the confusion created by the daily activities of existence. In times past, humanity manifested perfection in every sense. This former condition of the race has been described by historians as the Garden of Eden. Eden is the gift meaning divine wisdom. As conscious attention rested in the world of physical senses, divine wisdom, the omniscient activity of consciousness, was obscured or covered, and the cosmic divine plan of individual life was submerged. Humanity's conscious control and perfection over all forms were hidden and forgotten. Man became conscious of the senses rather than conscious of God and manifested what attracted his attention. What he deliberately and consciously thought, he turned away from perfection and dominion that the Father had bestowed upon him. From the beginning, man created his own experiences of lack, limitation, and discord of all kinds. He identified with the part instead of the whole, inevitably engendering imperfection. All of humanity's limitations stem from an individual's misuse of free will, a divine attribute. He is compelled to live within his own creations until, by the direct will of the outer activity of his mind, he turns consciously again to his true principle, God, the great source of all. When this occurs, man will begin to remember what he once was and become it again. The record you were able to read describes life and people as we saw them 70,000 years ago. You have greatly contributed to the making of these records over many lives. They have not yet been revealed. We crossed the council chamber, passing through the opposite door, and found a room of similar size to the one we had just left, with two smaller adjacent rooms on the north wall. In the larger room, which covered almost the entire surface of the wall, there were other metal frames filled with containers similar to those in the other room. These chambers contain only gold and jewels intended for a specific use that will bless the entire world when humanity has transcended its rampant selfishness. At this point, he produced a container filled with gold pieces and continued to explain, "This is gold lost at sea, and knowing it would not be retrieved by other means, we brought it here through the activity of certain forces we govern. Later, in the near future, it will be returned to be used again in the outer world." In these containers, indicating another section, are stored the gold of lost continents, including that of Atlantis, ancient civilizations from the deserts of Gov and the Sahara, Egypt, Chaldea, Babylon, Greece, Rome, and others. If all this gold were released into the outer world's activity, it would bring about a sudden readjustment in all phases of human experience. At present, it would not be prudent. The power and infinite wisdom of these great cosmic masters, who have been the guardians of the race since its inception on Earth, surpass the understanding of the human mind. No one on this earth has accumulated great wealth without the assistance and radiation of an ascended master. There are times when certain individuals are used as foci of great wealth for specific purposes, and in these cases they receive powerful radiations as they also benefit from personal assistance. This assistance constitutes a test and an opportunity for the expansion of their own light. All exceptional achievements that occur in human activity, whatever they may be, are always attained through the existence of the superhuman love, wisdom, and power of an ascended master, for they have transcended all limitations of the physical world. Next, we entered the two smaller wings, also equipped with the same type of containers, but of lesser size. They were filled with jewels of all kinds, diamonds, rubies, pearls, emeralds, and sapphires, sorted by variety. Smiling, he addressed me and said, "Now you know and understand that the great God himself is the sole owner and true controller of all wealth. This presence designates the guardians of its treasures on every plane of life, be it light, wisdom, substance, or physical riches. I see that despite all you have seen, you still maintain your calm and balance. That's very good. It reveals your strength and inner ability to do what must now be done. As soon as you are ready externally, which will happen soon, I assure you, you have been given evidence that it is we who truly govern the wealth of the world and use it only as a test of the soul and individual strength. It is always a test of trust that we entrust only to those who must have sufficient strength to use it constructively, but very few emerge victorious from the test in the face of the temptation that exists in the world today. If we wanted to, we could elevate the humblest of God's children, if they were sufficiently prepared, to prominence, wealth, and power, if it could then help many others after them. After examining other containers filled with more jewels, we turned back and returned to the council chamber. Looking towards the entrance through which we had come, I saw my loved ones, Lotus and our child, being cared for by the ascended masters, whom Saint Germain said were known as Amen. After exchanging greetings, they led us to the seats in front of the panel on the eastern wall. In groups of 3 to 12, the blessed of the ascending cohort arrived until 70 of them had seated. A great silence enveloped all those gathered for a few moments, silence hung suspended. A ball of soft white light began to form in front of the panel, quickly increasing in size and brightness, to become an oval at least 2 meters high. As if born from the light itself, an extremely glorious, tall, majestic, and powerful creature appeared. It made the gesture that connects the infinite to the finite, and with a voice that shook every atom of mind and body, it asked if everyone was ready. From the panel, a beam of light emerged, rendering the substance of the panel akin to a mirror of living light, eventually becoming a cosmic screen onto which could be projected living scenes in all dimensions of space needed to observe. It was evident that everything that had happened or could happen for eternity could be visible on this screen if direct intelligence ordered it. The initial scenes described the continent of Mu, the activity and achievements of its people, and the heights reached by that civilization, covering a period of thousands of years. Then events occurred that should have caused great terror among the inhabitants of this land. A cataclysm tore the Earth's surface until everything collapsed within it. The ancient land of Mu sank beneath the waves of what is now the Pacific Ocean, where it still rests, wrapped in its cloak of water. Then the growth towards beauty, wisdom, and power of Atlantis, a great continent that covered much of the Atlantic Ocean today. At that time, there was solid ground between present-day Central America and Europe. The achievements of that era were enormous, but once again, people's misuse of the energy of the mighty god burdened them. As things became increasingly unbalanced, the Earth's surface was torn again by cataclysmic action. Only a small remnant of Atlantis remained, a simple island isolated from contact with the rest of the civilized world. The eastern and western parts of the land sank beneath the Atlantic Ocean, leaving only the island called Poseidon, which was then the heart of the civilized world. Preparations were made to protect and preserve the most important activities as a focal point to be able to complete certain work begun at that time. They made great progress, both spiritually and materially. The mechanical development of this cycle reached a very high level. One of its most remarkable expressions was the mastery of aerial navigation. Modern air transport is still very crude and primitive compared to what existed in Atlantis at that time. The great masters of light and wisdom made this possible for the people of Poseidon, as they inspired, instructed, protected, and revealed cutting-edge knowledge at every phase of human activity. Much of these people became aware of the great inner divine power of the individual, but as before, the human side of their nature or their external activities took precedence. Selfishness and the misuse of this transcendent wisdom and power took precedence at an even higher level than before. The masters of ancient wisdom saw that people were building another destructive impulse, and a third cataclysm was imminent. They warned countless times the inhabitants as before, but only those who served the light took heed. Great buildings were constructed of imperishable material, where archives were deposited and preserved through the centuries. They remain perfectly preserved at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, sealed hermetically. They will be drawn into the light of day by the great beings who directed the protection of that period, so there has been no permanent loss regarding the activities of the Atlantean civilization. In addition to preserving the archives, great wealth in gold and jewels was transferred for safekeeping and will be used for the progress of generations yet unborn. The last cataclysm exhausted its forces, and the final fragments of a global empire were deposited to be purified through the centuries at the bottom of what is now the Atlantic Ocean. The memory of Atlantis and its inhabitants was not entirely erased, as was the case with the continent of Mu, for it was recorded in various forms in history. Despite the 12,000 years since its sinking, fragments of information about it appear to us at unexpected times and in unexpected channels. Myths and traditions abound in reference to Atlantis, two channels now informing humanity about certain conditions that prevailed on Earth at one time or another. With time, oceanography, geology, and other scientific data will reveal irrefutable evidence of its existence, its grandeur. Next, we saw the ancient civilizations of the Gulf and Sahara deserts, showing the peak and decline of their main activities. The decline of each was this time due not to cataclysmic action, but to invasions by hordes of primitive souls taking form in this cycle. Then images of Egypt appeared, showing its rise and fall due to the deliberate use of knowledge and power by many of the embodied humanity in that land. The predominant qualities were pride in their intellectual achievements and rebellion against the restraint of their lower nature. Egypt reached its peak through the proper use of its knowledge and power, always demanding humility, obedience of intellect to divine within, and absolute and unconditional control of human nature for those seeking gifts to avoid destruction. The souls embodied in Egypt during its decline were less advanced than those of the civilizations of the Gobi and Sahara deserts. However, they had achieved conscious use of knowledge and power and deliberately chose to misuse them. These activities have absolutely nothing to do with wisdom, for those who are the heirs of the gifts of the divine goddess must always be superior to any temptation to misuse knowledge and power. Wisdom is the correct use of all that manifests, and one who realizes this self-evident and immutable truth becomes an open door to all the good that exists in creation. The concept that Egypt is a land of darkness is very unjust, for in Egypt, in its first cycle, a great light appeared, and a great light will be born again from Egypt. The next scene depicts the rise and fall of the Roman Empire, when darkness and degradation of those centuries reached their lowest point. Jesus appeared spreading his light and burning love. He is like the Christ, and through his transfiguration, resurrection, and ascension, the perfection of God spread upon the earth. The success of his life is eternally engraved in the atmosphere of this planet and acts like a magnet attracting humanity towards a similar perfection. The coming of Jesus was the gateway that allowed the use of the power of divine love in all its future activities. He again invoked the cosmic divine plan and revealed the decree for the era that would follow. This plan consists of total domination over all finite things through the full stature of Christ in every human being. Next came the reign of Richard the Lionheart of England. Humanity has little or no knowledge of the actual spiritual activities that took place during those years. The same light that inspired Richard in the Crusades released, through his disciples and the people of that time, certain forces that the company of the Ascended Ones used in the inner levels of consciousness. Then scenes of the recent Great Europe and World War I were revealed, showing the activities that caused them. Only a few individuals know the true causes, and it is better that they not be disclosed, as it would be too destructive to contemplate by consciousness. Nothing can be gained by focusing on war. This reason was also why we studied the period between Richard and World War I. Then, the transcendent activities of the UES were revealed, and we saw how they dissolved cause and timing as a triggering facet of the most recent global conflict. They succeeded in focusing and consciously directing huge rays of light whose power to consume and transmute is too formidable for finite description. These advancements waited for the cosmic moment when they could offer humanity a long-awaited service of love, of which humanity still has little or no understanding. These remarkable images continued, revealing activities extending into a distant future and affecting the entire Earth. They showed many changes forthcoming on the Earth's surface itself. One of the most significant concerned the progress of America. The divine plan for America's future is a condition of intense activity in the greatest peace, beauty, success, prosperity, spiritual enlightenment, and dominance. It must bring the light of Christ and be the guide for the rest of the earth, for America is to be the heart of the Golden Age, looming once again on the horizon. Much of America's land will remain standing for a long time. This has been known for thousands of years, even more than 200,000. The images continued for nearly 3 hours, showing many scenes and activities that have completely escaped the recording of historians and the scientific world due to their great antiquity. As beautiful and wonderful as our cinematic projections are today, they are mere toys compared to the living existence reflected on the cosmic screen. Here, it is possible to see the cosmic cause emerge and see its results in many events and conditions present on Earth, so those who beheld them received instruction of extraordinary magnitude. This inner instruction is of great help to students. At the end of the instruction, Saint Germain introduced us to the great ascended master plant, and then to the 70 assembled masters. "You will truly rejoice," he said, "in seeing us again when you are ready to consciously join in the glorious work we have in our hands. This opportunity will come through the mighty victories you have won over the human and outer world. The time approaches when you will have the privilege of seeing how great these victories are. Each day, accept your full presence, the powerful active presence of the great God within you, and there can be no such thing as failure anywhere on the path. All who sincerely seek the light are always known to the ascended masters. On New Year's Eve, we will gather here again, when 2 guests from Venus will be present. It is our wish that they be present. Saint Germain and Amen will be your sponsors." With a gesture, all fell silent and received the advance blessing of love, before returning to their fields of service. Most vanished from the room in an instant, and the rest departed through the tube or tunnel path. "My children, I see you are unaware of the time. It is 3 a.m., commented Saint Germain, turning to bid farewell to Lotus and our son, who, after embracing me, exited through the outer reception room. As we passed the first door on the right, there is another thing I want you to see before we leave. Here is a group of musical instruments used for special purposes. They were built and created to emit a specific note related to our work." Saint Germain then pointed to an organ keyboard and continued speaking. "This one appears to be a pipeless organ, but the pipes, much smaller than ordinary ones, are placed inside the casing. The tone of the entire instrument is superior to anything humanity has ever heard. These organs will be used in the outer work as the Golden Age progresses." Next, we examined 4 magnificent harps, slightly larger than those used in today's world of music. Saint Germain sat in front of one and played a few chords to give me an idea of their tone. It was the most wonderful music I had ever heard. "This is a surprise for our dear Lotus," he said, "for on New Year's Eve in this refuge they will listen to the organ and 4 harps played by skilled artists." We finished inspecting the room and exited through the door in the northeast wall. Instead of leaving the refuge as we had entered, Saint Germain opened a small door to the left and entered a shining tunnel, whose walls gleamed with crystalline formation, instantly illuminated by the white light he always released by manipulating the electronic substance surrounding it. We swiftly advanced through the tunnel to a bronze door that opened at a touch, and then we found ourselves beneath the starlit sky. We remained in perfect silence for a moment, then ascended to about 500 feet above the ground. We swiftly traversed the air, and moments later we were near my physical body on the southern flank of the mountain, where the panther continued to watch over. "It's been 22 hours since you left, and as I looked up, the sunrise was creeping over the eastern horizon. Here's your breakfast," said Saint Germain, handing me a crystal glass containing a clear, white, frothy liquid. "It's nourishing and refreshing, so you'll enjoy the walk back home as your body needs exertion and activity." "I sense something in your mind that's not at ease, or at least not clear to your consciousness," I responded. "I have a question that's intrigued me for some time, and it's about visualization. What is true visualization, and what happens when one visualizes?" He replied, "It is the attribute of God and the power of sight when in man's mind. When one consciously visualizes in his mind a desire he wants to manifest, he is using one of the most powerful means to bring it to manifestation, to visible and tangible experience. There is much confusion and uncertainty in the minds of many concerning what literally happens when one visualizes or forms a mental image of something one desires. There is no form in the universe that has not been consciously held in the form of an image in someone's mind. For every thought contains a portrait of the idea it contains, or at least the abstract thought contains an image or representation that constitutes the mental concept of the idea. I'll give you an exercise by which you can develop, consciously control, and direct your visualization activities to achieve definite results. This process consists of several steps that any student can use at any time. Practice brings visible and tangible results when truly applied. The first step is to determine what one desires to manifest. Of course, this must be something honorable, constructive, worthy of time and effort. Make sure of the motive behind attracting such creation outwardly. You must be honest with yourself and with the rest of the world, not merely to satisfy a whim of sensual appetites. Remember that there is a great difference between use, desire, and appetite or whim. Use implies respect for the great universal law of service. Desire is God's expansive activity through which he maintains a constant manifestation of expanding perfection. Appetite is simply the habit established by constant satisfaction of the sensory nature, and is merely the energy focused and qualified by suggestions from the external activities of life. Make sure very well that you do not have secretly hidden within you a feeling that you would like to benefit at the expense of another. A true student, and only a true student, will profit by the following training. He will take the reins, discipline, and consciously control his lower self. He will choose what is to remain or go out of his world by visualizing, mentally conceiving and attracting to manifestation a specific life plan. The second step is to state the plan in words as clear and concise as possible. Write it down in this way. Thus, you will record your desire in the outer, visible, and tangible world. The third step is to close the eyes and mentally visualize the image of your desire in its perfect condition of determined creative activity. Creating a picture within your own consciousness is the divine attribute of vision acting within you. The activity of seeing and the power of creating are attributes of your divine being. Remember that the ability to imagine is an attribute of God. The attribute of sight, the power to feel, experience, and associate with the perfected image is the power of God. Review your desire plan as often as possible, and always just before going to bed. By going to sleep after contemplating this image, an impression is left in human consciousness for a few hours, allowing it to be deeply registered in external activity and allowing its accumulation and development of strength to pass it into the outer experience of life. Similarly, you can bring any desire or image into your consciousness so that upon entering the great silence in the dream, it is charged with the power of God that is always readily available at the heart of the great silence. Under no circumstances speak of your desires with those around you. That is imperative. Do not speak them aloud, and if you wish to whisper them, realize that the more accumulated energy generated by your visualization, contemplation, and feeling of the reality of your image is great, the faster it will reach your outer experience. Thousands of desires, ambitions, or ideals would have manifested in the outer experience of individuals if they had not discussed them with friends or acquaintances. When you decide to definitively realize an experience through consciously directed visualization, you become the law of God, the law of the One. You must make your own decision and uphold your own decree with all your power. This means you must take an unwavering and determined stand. You must know and feel that it is God who desires, who feels, who knows, who manifests, and who controls all that concerns him. It is the law of the One, God, and only God. Until this is fully understood, you will never achieve your manifestations. For the moment, a human element comes into play. You take it out of God's hands, and of course, it cannot express itself because it is neutralized by human qualities of time, space, place, and 1,000 imaginary conditions unrecognized by God. No one can know God while considering a force opposed to God. For every time you acknowledge that two forces can act, it generates a resulting quality of neutralization activity. When there is neutralization, there is no defined quality in either direction. You simply have nothing. When you acknowledge God as the One, you have only perfection manifesting instantaneously, as there is nothing opposing it or neutralizing it. This is how it is established, as the Bible says, for nothing opposes what is decreed by God. Conditions of one aspiring to perfection will never improve as long as they recognize a power contrary to God's, or believe there is something within or outside of themselves that can prevent the expression of God's perfection. The mere acknowledgement of any condition that could express anything less than God implies a deliberate choice of imperfection, and this is what is called the fall of man. It is deliberate and intentional, as the individual is free at any time to think whatever they want to think, and it requires no more energy to think of perfection than to think of imperfection. Wherever you are the creator to conceive and create the perfection of your world and your place in the universe. If you desire to express perfection and dominion, you must know and recognize only the law of the One. The One exists and controls completely everywhere in the universe. You are the self-aware life. You are the sole supreme presence of the great flame of love and light. Only you are the decree maker of the qualities and forms in which you wish to invest your life, for you are the sole energizer of your world and all that it contains. When you think or feel, part of your life energy goes out to support your creation. So, cast from your mind all doubt about the realization of what you imagine. If such thoughts, feelings, after all, they are only human emanations, thoughts and feelings that do not contain perfection reach your consciousness, Instantly replace them with full recognition of yourself and your world as being in the life of God, the One. Furthermore, do not concern yourself completely with it, except during the time you are visualizing. There is no fixed period for getting results. Just think about the present. Adopt this discipline, use it, and you can manifest a power against which nothing can oppose. Always remember that you are God when visualizing, you are divine intelligence when directing, you are God acting substance. When you become aware of this, everything in the universe rushes to fulfill your wishes, your commands, for everything is constructive, and thus in accordance with the divine plan. If our human part is truly in harmony with the divine plan and accepts it, failure cannot exist, for all energy possesses the inherent quality of perfection within it and rushes to serve its creator. When your desire or image is constructive, you are God contemplating his own design. When God sees it is an irrevocable decree to appear in the creation of that system of worlds, God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. God did not delay in creating light. The same great God is in you now. When you see or speak, it is his attribute of vision and voice acting through you. You must understand that this means you can command with all his power and authority, for you are his vital consciousness. So when you order something, it is God exercising his authority, and you can say that this desire or plan is being fulfilled now, and the world will obey. Here, Saint Germain finished speaking, and with a smiling farewell he vanished. I made my way back home, and the panther walked beside me. She hadn't eaten for 24 hours, and we swiftly crossed the forest. I followed my path and arrived home at 11 o'clock. I spent the rest of the day trying to understand the significance of what I had experienced and how suddenly my whole concept of the world was changing. Chapter 4. Mysteries of Yellowstone. 7 days had passed. It was then the first week of September. At sunset on the 8th day, I sat, contemplating life and its infinite expressions, when naturally my thoughts turned to Saint Germain. Immediately, overwhelming love directed toward him, deep gratitude for all I had been privileged to experience through his aid and light. A sensation of presence in the room began to envelop me like a breeze, and suddenly raising my eyes, there he was, smiling and radiant, the very presence of divinity. He said to me, "My son, I am such an unexpected visitor that I surprise you. Surely you know that when you think of me, you are in contact with me. And when I think of you, I am with you. During meditation, your attention was on me, which is why I appear. Isn't that in accordance with the law? So why not accept it as something natural? What one thinks, one attracts to oneself. Let me suggest to you to train yourself to never be surprised, to make no exceptions or hurt your feelings under any circumstances, for perfect control of all forces within you at all times is mastery, and that is the reward for those who walk the path of light and correction of the human self. Never forget that the right to command, which is mastery, is permanently retained only by those who have first learned to obey. For the one who has learned to obey the law of the One becomes a being of cause only, and that cause is love. Ensure that no disharmony emanates from you, and do not allow your lips to utter a destructive word, even in jest. I have come to take you on an important journey. We will be absent for 36 hours. Close the curtains of your room, lock the doors, and leave your body in bed. It will be monitored until our return. Facts, inner progress, and a very interesting and delightful experience await you." I prepared my body for bed and quickly fell asleep. Moments later, I found myself on the ground, outside of my body, dressed in the same golden garment I had worn during my visit to the royal tomb. The sensation of density on the walls had vanished, and as I passed through the walls, the sensation was akin to walking through thick fog. This time, I was clearly aware of traversing space. I did not ask where we were going, but it didn't take long before we arrived at the royal Daytona. To the east stood the towering Rocky Mountains, and beyond stretched vast plains that would one day be filled with semi-tropical vegetation, and its inhabitants would live in peace and abundance. We could see the Sierra Mountains and waterfalls, and further still, the coastal range. To the north we beheld Yellowstone, whose wonderful beauty hides its ancient mysteries and wonders from our current American civilization. The word Yellowstone, explained Saint Germain, has been preserved through the centuries for over 14,000 years. During this time, the civilization of Poseidon and Xavi reached a very high level of attainment due to the great master of light who led the government for their last 500 years. The decline of their great wisdom took place within the current boundaries of the city of Yellowstone, which have remained the same. There existed the richest gold mine the world had ever known, owned by the government, and much of its wealth was used for experimental and research purposes in chemistry, invention, and science. 37 miles from this place was a diamond mine. The stones extracted from this mine were the most magnificent yellow diamonds ever found on this earth. Among the gems from this mine, there were some of very remarkable beauty and perfection. If properly cut, they displayed a small blue flame at the center, resembling liquid light when certain people wore them. The brilliance of this flame could be seen more than an inch above the surface of the stone. They were considered sacred and used only in the highest secret rituals of the ascended masters. 16 of them are still kept in utmost confidence by the fraternity of the Royal Teton and will be reused at some point. It is because of these magnificent yellow diamonds that the current name Yellowstone has reached us. My son, you were the discoverer of both mines. I will reveal to you the records which are the physical proof of what I have just said. These records indicate the date of their discovery, the amount of wealth extracted, the duration of operation, the description of the machinery used to handle the refractory ores by recovering 87% of their value and turning them into ingots while still in the mine, thus rendering any surface operation unnecessary, the date of closure and sealing. Here is a copy of the records of your life in Poseidon, where you lived in a beautiful mansion with a sister who is now Lotus. Both of you reached and maintained close contact with your inner divine selves, so God was truly in action at all times. You were an official of the mining office, and through this connection, you invented and built a wonderful airship. One day, as you were meditating deeply, the location of these mines was revealed, which you then discovered, opened, and turned over to the government. Come, let's go inside the mine itself. Leaving the Royal de Tomb, I was perfectly aware of traversing space and moving swiftly until we reached a specific point in Yellowstone Park. We then descended and were faced with a solid rock wall. "Do you see a way in?" Saint Germain asked, turning to me. "No, but it seems to me the opening is here," I replied, indicating a specific point on the granite wall. He smiled and, approaching the indicated spot, placed his hand on it, and in an instant, we stood before an unlocked metal door. "You see," he explained, "we have our own means to seal any entrance we choose to protect it, and it is impossible to find or enter unless we desire it. The substance with which we hermetically seal places and things is extracted from the universal. It is harder than the rock itself, although it appears identical in appearance. Thus we can protect entrances to retreats, buildings, underground cities, mines, and secret chambers of the great ascended brotherhood of light. Many of them have been perfectly preserved for over 70,000 years. When we no longer need such places or things, we return them to the universal. So, you see, all power is put at the service of the one who has conquered himself. All the forces of the universe await our orders, provided they are used wisely and lovingly. At the door before us stood a replica of the right hand of a man at the height of my shoulder. It closely resembled my current physical hand. "Place your hand upon this, fashioned from metal," said Saint Germain, "and grip it firmly." I obeyed. It fitted perfectly against the other. I pressed with all my might. Slowly, the large door swung open, and he continued to observe this form and size of hand for several incarnations. "It was placed on the door by the government in your honor, for you discovered the mine. This hand is a model of your hand from 14,000 years ago." We passed through the door and entered a long round tunnel that led into a large cavity. To my great surprise, I found various tools and equipment made of imperishable white metal, in a state of preservation as perfect as if they had been built yesterday. In the center of the cavity was a shaft. Our current mining engineers would be astonished by the simplicity and perfection of the mining cavities from that time. The same method will be reused here in America in the next century. Saint Germain approached the shaft and pulled a lever, Soon a cage with a particular design arrived at the top. We entered it, and he operated another lever. As we began to descend to a depth of 200 feet, we arrived at a station. We continued down to 700 feet, where we stopped. This was the central station, and 5 tunnels radiated from it like the spokes of a wheel. All were perfectly round and lined with the same white metal. The tunnels were so thick and resilient that only a mountain collapse could crush them. 2 of the 5 tunnels extended into the mountain for over 2,000 feet. At the central station, there was an engine that powered all the cars. The white metal, Saint Germain explained to me, is a great discovery because it is lightweight, stronger than anything known. I can only give you a partial description of all these wonders, real physical evidence of the great height of this ancient civilization. Such wonders existed and exist now among you. When we reached the end of the tunnel, he showed me the drills used in those times. These drills emitted a blue flame about an inch in diameter. They operated at an incredible speed, consuming the rock in their path. We returned to the station and entered a triangular-shaped room between 2 tunnels. At the end, there were containers made of the same white metal. They measured about 12 square inches and 3 feet long. Saint Germain opened one and showed me the wonderful rough yellow diamonds. I was speechless. They were so beautiful. They were as tangible as the diamonds sold today at exorbitant prices. We then returned to the entrance of the mine. Saint Germain closed the door and sealed it as before. None but an ascended master could distinguish it from the surrounding rock. We rose from the ground and swiftly traveled the 37 miles back to the gold mine. This time, we stood atop the mountain, near a conical rock that appeared perfectly solid. It measured about 15 feet in diameter at the base and perhaps 10 feet in height. "Observe closely," he said, placing his hand upon it. Slowly, a triangular section moved outward, revealing a staircase leading downward. We descended these stairs for a while and quickly arrived at a cavity atop a shaft similar to that of the diamond mine. "You will notice the absence of crushers," he continued. "Everything is done inside the mine. Nothing is handled on the surface." We stopped at the 400-foot level. Where another immense cavity lay, here was the complete equipment for ore processing. He explained to me the extreme simplicity of the process used, which seemed incredibly straightforward. We continued to descend to the 800-foot level and saw the same layout as in the diamond mine. Here, too, tunnels radiated from a central point, like the spokes of a wheel. Between these tunnels, 3 triangular-shaped rooms had been built, containing the remaining production of the mine just before its closure. In these rooms were the same containers of white metal as in the other rooms. Only 3 of them am I permitted to describe. The first container held nuggets from an ancient riverbed in alluvial form at a depth of 800 feet, where the gravel had slightly segued and contained gold. This condition was at a depth of about 350 meters and held immense value. The second container was full of gold wire from a quartz vein at the 120-meter level. The other contained discs of solid gold weighing 2 kilograms each. The place where all the gold was stored was known as the ingot room. All records are kept in the Royal Teton. We returned to the surface once again. Saint Germain knows the entrance as described, and turning to me again, he said, "My son, you discovered these mines, and with the help of your colleagues, set them in operation. You also made records upon the imperishable metal that I will show you in the Royal. I accompanied you during 7 different periods of your many incarnations. The memory and process for making these records were recalled. You will bring them back again into the current era for the blessing of all humanity. That explains your lifelong interest in ancient recordings of all kinds. Let's go now. We'll return to the Royal Teton. There, in a room adjacent to the Grand Audience Chamber, are the recordings I'm referring to. It's a place for the preservation of scientific inventions and discoveries. The room we were in during our previous visit contained only recordings of different civilizations. We return to the retreat and enter this time through the tube as we did on our first visit. As we exit, we pass through the second door to the right of the entrance, which opens directly into the room of scientific recordings, a space approximately 20 x 13 x 5 meters. All the walls, ceiling, and floor were clad in the same imperishable white metal as the shelves and containers. Saint Germain handed me the recording I had made of the diamond mine. Once again, I could read it, but this time he instructed me to invoke the inner God, and thus allow myself to reveal all the previous knowledge I had at that time. The recording gave a clear but condensed history of the discovery and exploitation of the mine. "Now that you have seen the physical proof of what I have explained to you," he said, "I want you to know that I will never tell you anything I cannot prove. Here." He turned to me with a piercing look in his eyes that clearly penetrated my mind and body. "My son," he continued, "you have done well, and remain calm and composed under these recent experiences. Focus all your attention on the God controlling within you, and do not forget to keep it there in the light of what happened later." It was a good thing he reinforced me with this warning. Thus he guided me through the grand audience chamber to the large bronze door on the west wall. Pressing it, the panel slowly rose until we entered, then closed behind us. I stood still, awestruck, as I beheld something that human eyes rarely, if ever, see. The scene held me motionless, so great was the fascination of its beauty and wonder. As 3 bursts of flames constantly emanated from the top of the crystal ball, one golden, one pink, and the third electric blue, extending at least a meter in height near the top, each section curved like an ostrich feather, graceful and beautiful, perpetuating a movement. The glow from this magnificent sphere filled the entire chamber, producing a sensation of electronic energy that cannot be expressed in words. The light, life, and beauty of this scene simply surpass human capabilities of description. We made our way to the farthest part of the room, and there, from end to end, were 3 crystal coffins, each containing a human body. As I approached, my heart nearly ceased beating, for inside lay the bodies of Lotus, our son, and mine, bodies we had used in a very ancient incarnation. I recognized them quickly, as Lotus still bore some resemblance to that body, but the body of our son and mine displayed features of greater symmetry. They all exhibited the complete perfection of a type of person similar to the ancient Greeks. These bodies seemed as alive as if they were merely asleep. Each had wavy golden hair and was clothed in robes made of a golden material similar to that used in the costumes worn by figures on tapestries. A ascended master had only to look at these bodies to have recorded in them every vital action experienced in all physical incarnations since then. Each coffin rested on a large base of the same type of white onyx used to support the crystal sphere. They were covered with tightly fitting crystal lids with notches around the edge, but they were not sealed. On top of each, exactly in the center, was a 7-pointed star, below 4 hieroglyphics. At one end, placed where the head would be, was a 6-pointed star. At shoulder height, a lit torch, and the flame touched the lid of the coffin. This flame remained golden, no matter what other colors illuminated the room. At the opposite end was a 5-pointed star, the feet. All emblems were raised as if printed on glass. "These bodies," explained Saint Germain, "belonged to you 3 in a particular life when you left the Golden City to perform a special work. Your experiences were terrible, but they produced great good for humanity. A great cosmic being appeared and ordered them to be preserved until the time when you could raise your bodies and return to the Golden City. Now each can understand the importance and necessity of remaining deeply conscious and centered on Christ, so that only the love, wisdom, and perfection of God can act through their minds and bodies." At that moment, a dazzling light and immense power surged through me, and my own God spoke. "Great Master of Light, Father, Brother, and Friend, O mighty Son of God, you truly possess a compassionate heart, and through it, you have earned your well-deserved mastery over the 5 lower kingdoms. The God residing in these children whom you love so much will soon manifest in full conscious mastery to offer them the much-desired help. For each of God's sons has a mission to fulfill. I invoke the great light directly from the very heart of God to bless you at all times." As these words came from my mouth, a great beam of light filled the room with bright prismatic colors. "Look, my child," said Saint Germain, "you are already beginning to let the great God Self express itself. Soon, you will be able to do so consciously and voluntarily. Notice the effect of the stalactites on the ceiling and the silvery aspect of the walls. They are all made of a precipitated substance, and the room remains at the same pleasant temperature at all times. We crossed to the other end of the room and found ourselves facing a polished arch in the wall. Saint Germain placed his hand on it, and a door opened, revealing the wonderful white metal equipment for recording at the time we are now entering. Many pieces of equipment will be made available for humanity, and they will not need to go through the path of invention, but rather of discovery. How is it possible that everything in this retreat and in the mines is so devoid of dust, and that the ventilation is so good? I asked. It's very simple, he explained. The ascended masters use the same force to clean and ventilate, with which they produce heat, light, and power. The emanation of one of them passing through the mines or chambers instantly consumes any useless substance. The second morning since we left your body approaches. It would be better to return, he said. We crossed the audience hall through the door to the left of the tube and found ourselves under the stars. Let's quickly return to my chamber, he said. Shortly after, I was once again in my body. Saint Germain was by my side. He held a crystal cup containing an amber liquid. I drank and felt the invigorating effects penetrate every cell of my body. Now sleep as much as you can, he said, then vanished from my sight. I slept deeply as I woke up many hours later, completely refreshed and my energies renewed. The next 10 days passed without incident. Through past training, I never fell asleep without remaining focused on the great inner God and sending a loving sense of gratitude to Saint Germain. On the evening of the 11th day, as I retired, I heard his voice calling me. I had learned to obey this call and immediately went out of my body. I swiftly crossed space, and shortly after, I was at the Royal awaiting my arrival at his service. We have work to do, let's go quickly, he said. We saw lights from a city, and Saint Germain, directing my attention to them, commented, "Those are the angels." After traveling a bit further, we passed by another illuminated place. This time, to my query, he answered, "That's Mexico City." Then we entered a tropical forest and began descending. We soon came upon ancient ruins. "These are the ruins of the ancient temple of Mitla, in the state of Oaxaca, Mexico," he explained. "You were trained in this incarnation to bring assistance as the Inca civilization reached its zenith with the approval of the ascended masters who guided your own growth. You chose to enter into the Inca family to provide the needed service at that time. You were born here as the son of an Inca governor, a strong soul of great development and enlightenment in deep love for his people. He invoked the one and only supreme God. The abundance of light and perfection to bless both them and the land. The Inca's devotion to his source was immense as he consciously knew and recognized the power of the great central sun. This true understanding was taught to the Inca people, and because they knew what the great central sun represented, they used the sun as a symbol of the head of God. They had a true internal understanding and recognized the full power of this great central sun, which we call Christ today, as it is the heart of critical activity in the universe. Because of the Inca leader's devotion to his source and to the people, his deep desire to bless and enlighten them, to guide and aid them, was granted. From the golden city above the Sahara Desert, they responded to bring assistance for him. Lotus and your son were among these 14. When you were 10, Lotus was 12, and your son 14. All were put under my care and direction to be prepared and trained for the work they would later perform. For over 70 years, when the Inca civilization was at its zenith, I taught daily from the time you were 14. I instructed and gave attention to the Inca leader as well as you three. You referred to yourselves as the homeless children. Their gratitude, love, and cooperation were truly precious, and they were taught to understand and use the great cosmic law. Your youth was wonderful, as no cloud came to dim the beauty of that training. To your son, the laws of government and the divine duties of a leader were taught. To Lotus, the inner work, and she received the full law and consecration of priestess in the temple of the sun. The cosmic laws of priesthood were taught to her. After 10 years of special training in Peru, the three were sent northward, to one of the new colonies of the Inca Empire, to help the people expand their activities and stimulate their progress. You left with all the love, honor, and blessing the leader at home had given, and I established the capital of the colony where Mitla now stands, in the state of Oaxaca, Mexico. Here, you built a great temple under the guidance of sages from the Golden City. Lotus was called Mitla in this life, and the city was named in her honor. She served as priestess for over 40 years in one of the most magnificent temples of that time. It was one of the most beautiful temples of that time, and no expense was spared as the secret part built beneath the earth's surface was to remain and testify to that splendid civilization centuries later. You knew this at the time of construction and received and followed precise orders about it, as all construction was directed by one of the great ascended masters from the Golden City. The outer part was made of massive stones, some of which can still be seen today among the ruins. The interior was covered in marble, unicel, and jade. The jade came from a secret source in the Andes, never revealed to anyone. The interior decoration was of great artistic beauty, the main color combination being gold, purple, pink, and shell pink. The inner sanctuary was of gold, with designs in purple and white. The altar where the priestess officiated was also of gold. There the spiritual power concentrated and maintained, radiating out to the empire and its people. With this preliminary explanation, we will now enter the underground temple, where a chamber has been preserved among the ruins of a past glory. We stepped aside a little when I gave the order, and a beam of power struck a pile of large rocks before us, suddenly blasting them in all directions, revealing a cube of pink granite. I advanced and placed my hand upon it. Slowly it pivoted as if on a pivot, revealing an opening a meter wide with well-defined steps descending. We descended 21 steps to a door that appeared to be copper, but Saint Germain said it was a combination of alloy metals to make an imperishable material. By pressing a rock cube to the right of the entrance, the door slowly opened and admitted us into a small room. On the other side, there was a large arch, closed by another massive door. This time he pressed his foot on a stone with a particular design on the floor, and the door moved backward, revealing a room of immense proportions that seemed much in need of cleaning and ventilation. Barely had this idea crossed my mind, the place filled with a powerful violet light, followed by a gentle white mist, becoming as bright as the noonday sun. Cleanliness was absolute, as everything was fresh and smelled of the fragrance of roses as we entered the grand hall. I was struck by several portraits among the most extraordinary I have ever seen, engraved in solid gold with colors faithful to reality. This type of art, explained Saint Germain, was unlike anything known on earth at any time. The Venusian master allowed the creation of only a certain number of them, as this particular art form was centuries ahead of its time, and therefore its use was not permitted at that period of human development. My son, if only the people of America could grasp the immense possibilities offered to them, waiting for them to rid themselves of beliefs, dogmas, and all kinds of blinders that limit them, so they can focus their attention on the great God presence within their own hearts. If they could realize that freedom, power, and light are eager to serve them, that it depends solely on the recognition and conscious use they make of that great inner presence of love, breathing through them at every moment, if they could feel and acknowledge the all-powerful control they have over manifestations. If only they could perceive for a moment the closeness and reality of that great presence deep within, nothing could ever again come between them and the great masterful and supreme realization that Jesus and other ascended masters will achieve. America, dear children of the light, let the great presence of God, its wisdom and power, emerge through you now, and see how quickly the kingdom of God can manifest. America will show the way to other nations to establish the coming golden age, regardless of their current conditions. Its light will burst forth and consume the shadows that attempt to interrupt its love for God. Next, we passed through a door where we found more imperishable records, this time from the Inca civilization and its significant role at that time. Soon, magnificent radiant beings appeared and removed the portraits and discs. When they finished, we returned to the entrance. Saint Germain focused his attention for a few moments on the position of the secret temple and remained silent. I suddenly felt a stillness. There was a great noise, and in a few seconds it was all over, and the secret temple, which had been the most astonishing creation of its time, was nothing but ruins. I was amazed by Saint Germain's immense power. The ascended masters are gods. It's no wonder their power seems like a myth or a fable to us. They can wield immense divine power whenever they wish because they cling with unwavering determination to the divine presence, and that is why all power is given to them. As when Jesus said, "All that I have done you shall do, and even greater things." I knew what I was talking about. Saint Germain came to reveal the conscious mastery that every human being can attain and express. He showed humanity that it is possible for each one to invoke their divine nature in such a way that they can consciously control matter. The great ascended masters of love, light, and perfection have accompanied humanity's growth on this planet from the beginning. They are not the product of anyone's imagination. They are real, visible, tangible, glorious beings, breathing their love, wisdom, and power, leaving humanity speechless. They work throughout the universe with a freedom surpassing all natural limitation. What the average man considers supernatural is their everyday. They manipulate such forces, holding such power, that they defy the imagination of people in the outer world. They are the guardians of the race, and just as in the physical education of the world, several great masters are given to guide the development of individual growth from childhood to maturity, preparing them for special tasks. Thus, the ascended master of perfection exists to educate and assist the individual in expanding their consciousness beyond ordinary human expression. He enables them to develop their superhuman attributes until they transcend the human level, to reach the full and continuous expression of divinity. The ascended master is an individual who, through conscious effort, has generated enough love and power within themselves to break the chains of any human limitation. Therefore, they are free and worthy to be entrusted with the use of forces beyond human experience. They feel united with the omnipresent God, and therefore everything obeys their commands. All this through the manipulation of the light that resides within them. Through their radiation, every fusion of this light, which is truly their own luminous essence of divine love, an ascended master is capable of assisting those under their care and direction. When such an outpouring occurs toward a student, their own internal bodies, emotional, mental, and causal, absorb the luminous essence of the master. The light within them shines and expands like a spark that comes to life to become a flame. This luminous essence contains the highest force in the universe as it dissolves all discordance, establishing perfect balance in every manifestation. The body of the ascended master constantly pours forth rays of their luminous essence upon Earth's discordances, dissolving them like the force rays we call the light and heat of our physical sun dissolve into mist. They consciously manipulate this energy, qualifying and directing it to achieve a defined result, thus protecting thousands of people, places, conditions, without humanity being aware. In this type of activity, ascended masters are capable of changing bodies as easily as one changes clothes, for the cellular structure is always under their conscious control, and every atom obeys their slightest directive. They are free to use one or more bodies if the work they wish to perform requires it, for their ability to gather or dissolve an atomic body is absolutely unlimited. They are the mighty manifestors of all substance and energy, for the forces of nature, meaning the four elements, are their faithful servants. These glorious beings, guardians and helpers of the human race in its evolution, are the ascended masters of love, light, and perfection. They embody the full significance of the word master by bringing forth the love, wisdom, and power of the inner divine, thus manifesting their mastery over all that is human. So they have achieved an expression beyond the human, which is superhuman perfection. Earth's humanity, in its ignorance and limitations, often sums up by judging and expressing various opinions about Jesus and many others from the ascending cohort. This practice is one of the most restrictive things that can be allowed, for in such activity, the criticism and judgment sent simply return to their sender. Thus, humanity becomes more attached to suffering and limitation. The activity of the law lies in the fact that ascended masters, having been freed from human limitations, have become a fusion of dazzling light, where no human thought of discord can penetrate. This forces any creation of destructive thoughts and feelings to return to its sender, binding them even more tightly to the chains of their own creation. If humans could see that their own thoughts, feelings, and words rise into the atmosphere, gather with others of their kind, and return, not only would they be astonished by what they engender, but they would cry out to be released. Thoughts and feelings are living, pulsating things. The individual who knows this will use their wisdom and control themselves accordingly. Jesus is to humanity, acquiring its experience on this earth, what the great inner God is to the personal self. He has revealed the master record to the outer world and remains living proof of the individual's ability to free themselves from all limitation and express divinity as it was originally intended. For the first condition in which humanity existed was entirely harmonious and free. When some individuals, studying more deeply than most of Earth's children the life and laws of the universe, become aware that ascended masters exist, they often desire to approach these great beings for instruction. However, in many cases, this is an unconscious approach of the soul towards higher light. There is a pathway by which an intensely determined and sincere student can come into contact with one of them, and this can only be achieved by developing enough love and discipline. If the motivation for desiring such contact is solely to satisfy curiosity, to simply approve or disapprove of the existence of these ascended masters, to answer a doubt of the personality, they will never come near. Be assured of this, for ascended masters do not aim to satisfy the human side of the student. Their complete effort and work aim to help expand the individual's divine inner self. Thus, the ascended master is an individual who has generated enough love and power within themselves through conscious effort to break human limitations. They are free and worthy to be entrusted with the use of forces beyond human experience. They are united with the omnipresent God, and therefore everything obeys their commands through the manipulation of the light that resides within them. The human body with its faculties is the temple of God's energy provided by the great God presence, and through this outer self, it seeks to express a perfect divine plan. Ascended masters are truly great batteries of power and incredible energy, and everything they touch with their radiation is charged with their luminous essence, just as a needle in contact with a magnet adopts its qualities and also becomes a magnet. All their aid and radiation are always a free gift of love. That is why they never use their force to force the law of love. The law of the universe and the law of the individual do not allow the ascended master to interfere with the free will of the individual, except during those periods of cosmic activity where the cosmic cycle surpasses the individual. It is during these moments that the ascended master can offer more than ordinary assistance. Earth has now entered such a cycle, and the greatest outpouring of light it has ever experienced is spreading and will continue to do so to purify humanity and restore the order and love that are imperative for the future maintenance of our planet and the system of worlds to which we belong. Anything that does not fit or does not wish to fit into the action of order, balance, and peace must necessarily move to another classroom of the universe and work out its own understanding of this law. There is only one passport to enter the presence of these great ascended masters. It is love sufficiently directed toward one's own God and toward them, coupled with the determination to eradicate all discordance and human selfishness. When an individual becomes determined enough to serve only the constructive plan of life, no matter how unpleasant the task, they will automatically attract the attention of an ascended master, who will note their struggles and pour courage, strength, and love upon them until they maintain a permanent contact with their inner God. The ascended master knows and sees everything concerning the student. They clearly observe their strengths and weaknesses. The ascended master is the omniscient thought and the eye of God that sees everything, for nothing can be hidden from them. If the student has not disciplined their outer self, or has no interest in doing so, if they lack peace and love in their feelings and a strong body, then they are not material that ascended masters can use. When the student does not have a strong, controlled, and well-developed vehicle, they are unable to cooperate with an ascended master, and thus accomplish any work beyond the ordinary experiences of the human being. As ascended masters are at the pinnacle of perfection, they naturally would not make a mistake like this. The attitude of one who wishes to work in conscious cooperation with the ascended hierarchy should not be to want to be able to address them to receive instruction, but rather to purify oneself, to discipline oneself, to perfect oneself in such a way that they can assist them in their work. Only then will they be automatically drawn to them. My child, self-correction and control of forces within the use of human consciousness is not a simple task, for the senses stir within the average human being, and they violently rebel against the restriction of their lower nature. The saying, "Many are called, but few are chosen," is very true. Lotto served as a priestess in the temple of Mitla for over 40 years, along with you and your son. Through the combined efforts of the three of you, the various cities of the colonies were brought to a state of great perfection. You established industries and led agriculture until prosperity reigned upon the land. The Inca king was revealed as his earthly pilgrimage was nearing its end, along with his service in this civilization. It was then that he invited you three to his home. Other individuals were designated to take your place, and you bid farewell to your people amidst blessings. Upon their return home, the king was very surprised to find that none of you had aged during his long absence. Your youthful appearance was the result of the training received in childhood, and even greater proof that your children had been divinely sent in response to his prayer. At that moment, as Saint Germain recounted the Inca story, all of this unfolded in images, and I could see what had happened in Peru. The Inca sovereign summoned the 14 from the Golden City to prepare for the most important event of his earthly pilgrimage. He knew that the hour of his death was approaching, and that the affairs of the empire had to be transferred to the control of his eldest son, whom he would appoint as his successor. The banquet hall was equipped with 5 tables, as described, resting on white onyx pedestals, each accommodating 20 people, except for the royal table for 16 people, including the 14 from the Golden City, the king and Master Saint Germain, then known as the son Uriel. The chairs at the king's table were made of gold, lightly covered with magnificent ostrich feathers. On the Inca's chair, the feathers were of a beautiful purple color, on Saint Germain's of an intense gold, on the daughters of a pink color, on the eldest son's of a purple color, but lighter than that of the sovereign, and on the youngest son's chair of a white color, symbolizing the authority of the priesthood. The feathers on the chairs of the other 14 from the Golden City were of varied colors, of indescribable beauty, made of a very soft material and richly embroidered with remarkably bright threads. They covered the tops of the tables. The entire space was illuminated by self-luminous glass globes that Saint Germain had offered to the Inca sovereign when he began his instruction. The king wore a royal tunic of golden and metallic fabric, with a wonderful ornate breastplate representing the sun. Over this tunic, he wore a garment made of rich purple fabric, adorned with magnificent ostrich feathers all around the edge. His crown was a band of diamonds, holding 3 purple feathers at the top. These 3 feathers symbolized in the inner life of the sovereign the 3 activities of divinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, acting through man as love, wisdom, and power. When the king emerged from his private chambers to proceed to the banquet hall, a resplendent light illuminated the rooms. Saint Germain presented himself to us with the appearance of a god. The light surrounding him was dazzling, and it took us a few seconds to adjust to it. His beautiful golden hair flowed down to his shoulders and was held back by a band of blue diamonds around his forehead. The penetrating and brilliant purple of his eyes contrasted sharply with his skin, revealing the soft pink color of youth and perfect health. His features were very regular, like those of the ancient Greeks. He wore a tunic of a wonderful and dazzling white fabric, totally different from anything that exists in our current world. It was slightly fitted at the waist, around which was designed a belt of diamonds and yellow sapphires, with a panel reaching to the knees. On the 3rd finger of his left hand, he wore a ring set with a precious yellow diamond, and on the ring finger of his right hand, an almost equally brilliant sapphire. Both shone greatly due to their own great radiation that had just arrived from the Golden City. The king was surprised and delighted by his presence, and making the heart sign with his head in his hand, he bowed before him and offered him his arm. Thus, the master entered the banquet hall. Here the tables had been set with dishes of gold, crystal, and jade. The king's children soon arrived, and upon seeing their beloved master, they were almost filled with joy. However, they did not forget the dignity of the occasion, and, Making the divine sign they had been taught, they bowed before their father and the distinguished guest. The signal was given, and all sat down. The king sat at the head of the table, with Master Saint Germain to his right, and beside him his daughter. The eldest son took his place to his left, and the younger son next to him, then the rest of the Golden City. At the end of the banquet, the sovereign rose, and all paid full attention. He remained silent for a moment, and extending his hand, beloved Saint Germain presented him to the guests. The master bowed, and the king recounted how the higher spiritual law had been taught to him and his children, and how the great blessings that had come upon the land and its people were the result of the great love of the master. He also explained that the banquet had been arranged to designate his successor to the throne. He signaled for the eldest son to rise and announced him as his future sovereign. Removing the royal tunic, he placed it on his son's shoulders, and Saint Germain, raising his hands above him in a sign of blessing, said, "I bless you, my son, in the name and power of the one and mighty God, whose supreme wisdom will guide you, whose light will illuminate you, and whose love will bless and return upon the earth and its people." Touching the son's forehead with his thumb of his right hand, the beloved master raised his left hand, and a dazzling burst of light enveloped them. The king then designated those who would take the place of his daughter and his two sons at the temple of Mitra. Saint Germain, the king, his sons and the others from the Golden City proceeded to the throne room, where the master turned to them again, saying, "Beloved ones of the light, your brother the king will soon pass to well-earned rest and higher instruction. Until that time, I shall remain with you. Your civilization will reach its zenith under the reign of our beloved brother, and you will need additional wealth to accomplish all that must be done in the heart of the mountains." He went on to say that there was a great treasure of gold and gemstones in the mountain fortress, and that the youngest son of the sovereign had not yet recalled a faculty he had previously used. He would reactivate it to meet the requirements of his future activities. The son paid homage to his beloved master and promised to fulfill the plan with his assistance. 3 of the mines he had opened and operated were closed and sealed at the end of the reign of the inhabitants of the Golden City. They have remained closed to this day. Archaeologists sometimes discover evidence of the splendor of this civilization at its peak. The fragments of Inca activities discovered so far come from the period of its decline, but the day will come when what was expressed at its peak will be revealed for the benefit, enlightenment, and service of future generations. The next day, messengers were sent to the main points of the empire to announce the son of the king's ascension to the throne. His reputation had preceded him from the city of Mitla. Since his wisdom, nobility of character, and justice were known throughout the kingdom during the years he spent there, a few days later, the younger son took charge of everything concerning the mines and the preparation of teams, men, and instruments to go to the mountains and open them. When they were ready to start, the son remained alone and firmly focused his attention on his divine inner self, knowing that it would clearly guide him to find the mine that had been taught to him through his inner vision. And thanks to that, he had no difficulty or delay in heading directly to the point he had perceived in his vision. He put a large number of men to work, and in 70 days they had opened the mines to the point where they had made contact with the richest vein of gold ever localized in South America, before or since that time. The discovery and exploitation of this mine have come down to us as a legend among these people. The youngest son returned with his mission accomplished, welcomed by enthusiastic acclaim from the people, receiving the blessings of his father, Saint Germain, his elder brother and sister. The location of the mine was at an altitude of about 2,500 meters, and during the time the king's son was there, he was greatly sensitized, an activity that still occurs at altitude. Upon his return to the palace, he clearly felt that the time had come for the Inca governor to make the great change, and he knew that his death was near. The day of the crowning of the king's son arrived, when he was to publicly assume the responsibility and duties of the kingdom. The royal family requested their beloved master and friend to perform the act of crowning the new sovereign, which he gladly accepted. Elaborate preparations for this significant event had been made, and the ceremony had progressed to the moment when the crown was to be placed upon the new sovereign's head. All noticed that Saint Germain made no effort to receive it. Suddenly, a dazzling burst of light appeared before them, and they beheld a wondrous being. She seemed to be a young maiden of only 18 years, but from her eyes and presence emanated a dazzling radiance, filled with love, wisdom, and power, an adoration for the light that filled the atmosphere around her. She was white as crystal, shining from within and constantly radiating outward. She gently reached out her hands to the bearer of the crown, lifted the crown with infinite grace, and placed it upon the head of the king's son. In a voice that was the very soul of music, she said, "Beloved of the golden city, I crown you with love, light, and wisdom, of which this crown is the symbol of your justice, honor, and nobility." She continued, stating that by divine ordinance she would reign with him, invisible to all but those of the golden city present. The new sovereign knelt to receive the crown, and the wondrous being bowed to kiss his forehead. Then she turned to the gathered guests, extended her hands, and blessed them. Immediately, a rosy light filled the entire place. She blessed the former king then, addressing his daughter, tenderly embraced her. She reached out to the younger son who was kneeling and kissed him with deep reverence. The new king ascended the throne, bowed to his guests while offering his arm to the magnificent being, and proceeded to the banquet hall. He signaled for them to sit and said, "My dearest, I know that there is one mighty presence God in humanity and in the universe which governs all. It is my wish, as it always has been, to live so that my spirit and body are clear channels and perfect expressions of the one great resident presence. May you, my friends, our land and its activity, always be blessed with the greatest love, peace, health, and happiness of God. May this empire, which is God's domain of which we are but the stewards, continue to prosper abundantly. God's love will always enfold me, and I ask God's eternal light to raise you to your divine perfection." As the banquet continued, the former king grew very pale. The new sovereign signaled to his brother, who hurried to his father's side and accompanied him to the royal family's private chambers. The king lay down and remained still for nearly 4 hours. His children, senior mastermen, and the wondrous being stayed by his side. When the final moment of his earthly life came, the wondrous being stepped forward to the divan where he lay and said to him, "Inca brother, have you considered departing this form? The action of the 4 elements will leave you, but I tell you it will be uplifted, transmuted, and illuminated in that temple of God which expresses all perfection. Your great service is released from the wheel of births and deaths. Be now received by the transcended great army of light, with which you are now forever united." Gradually, the body began to disappear from view, dissolving into a fine mist, then disappearing completely. Saint Germain addressed those present. "My work here is done," he said, and as he stepped forward, he placed a ring of very unusual design on the 3rd finger of the king's right hand. The gemstone was a tiny luminous sphere, made of a substance resembling mother of pearl. It was a focal point of light. When the elder son ascended the throne, he was 78 years old, but appeared no more than 25, even at the time they left the earth. None of them seemed to be more than that age. The new king reigned for 47 years, living to the age of 115. The daughter lived to be 113, and the youngest son to 111. The Inca people of that time all had dark eyes and hair, with skins similar to those of Native Americans. Those who incarnated as the mass of the Inca people were great souls with advanced knowledge, as had been the case for some earlier civilizations such as Egypt, Atlantis, and the Sahara Desert. That is why the great company of ascended masters who guide humanity's evolution on this earth placed the Inca sovereign, his children, and the other members of the 14 from the Golden City at the head of the government and their people, to establish the pattern upon which future activities were to be based. As the time to elect a leader from among the Incas themselves to succeed the king and his assistants approached, great attention was paid to choosing those whose inner growth was most advanced. They found 14 individuals to occupy the places of the Golden City. The wondrous being had appeared visible to the king every day for 47 years, giving counsel and assistance through her radiation so that wisdom and strength could be in the guiding power of the people. The king's successors and the 14 from the Golden City were called into the presence of the beloved and wise sovereign, and the wondrous being who had been invisible became visible to all. The light surrounding her became very bright, and she said to them, For over 90 years, the great ascended masters of light have taught, illuminated, blessed, and prospered the people and this empire. The example is before you. If you follow it, all will continue to prosper and bless your land. She added, if you do not maintain love for the one supreme God in your hearts, and always acknowledge him as the sovereign of the empire and its inhabitants, decline will set in, and the glorious perfection enjoyed for over a century will be forgotten. She recommended them to the great supreme presence in all things, to protect, guide, and illuminate them always. At that moment, a visible proof of the existence of the divine inner self of every human being was revealed to those who would guide the empire's destiny for the years to come. This will also be revealed to the American people. So, in the presence of the new sovereign and his associates, the king and the 14 from the Golden City departed from their bodies and revealed the divine nature of each, visible to all who were gathered. In an instant, their physical bodies disappeared, dissolving into the air. Thus, explained Saint Germain, is revealed to you the record of another life, the blessing and realization that result from the loving acceptance of the supreme presence of the one inner God. Let us return to your royal of yours. We have returned within and entered the audience chamber. On its walls hung the gold portraits transferred from the ancient temple of Mitla. We passed into the hall of records and saw the discs borne by the splendid shining beings. Other objects had also been brought, but I am not authorized to reveal them. When these experiences were over, I realized at least partially what true love is, for no one can explain the intense feeling of love and gratitude one feels toward the ascended masters after being allowed to live through the experiences I have undergone since my first encounter with senior men. This feeling cannot be explained by words. Then one realizes what Jesus meant by the Father's house, and where the soul's home truly lies. Once one has truly experienced, even for a fraction of a second, the bliss that emanates from an ascended being, there is nothing in human experience that one cannot endure or sacrifice to attain that height of realization, and also to work to express that power and love oneself. One truly knows that this perfection is for all of God's children and is as real as reality can be. Even the happiest life lived by a human being is but a speck of dust compared to the ascended state of these great beings. The most beautiful and supposedly perfect creation of human beings, with all its boasted power and achievements, is coarse and crude compared to the freedom, beauty, glory, and perfection that are the continuous daily experience of each who has raised the body as Jesus did. I felt almost overwhelmed by a sense of gratitude and love towards Saint Germain when the time to return to my body came. He realized how I felt and understood my position. "My son," he said, "you cannot receive what has not been earned. You deserve this and much more, which will become evident as we progress. Remember, however, that what appears mysterious is only so because it has no explanation. When all is understood, all unusual events will seem natural and in accordance with law. The following truth will be etched into your memory forever. Each of God's children who recognizes and accepts the presence of Almighty God, anchored in his heart and mind, and who deeply feels this truth many times each day, understands and knows God, thus filling his mind and body in such a way that there is no room for anything else. The only all-powerful presence is the harmonious and powerful activity of life and affairs of each, and its attention is firmly fixed with determination on this eternal truth. Nothing is too great for it. There is only one source and one principle of life to whom we must give our unwavering attention, which is the inner God in each individual. This great harmonious being is the life energy flowing through every human body at every moment, and through which all can move in the world of form. It is the wisdom flowing through the mind, the will directing all constructive activities, the courage and strength supporting each, the sense of divine love with which every force can be qualified when flowing through the individual. And the only power that can accomplish every good thing is the conscious, all-victorious domination over every condition of human activity when released through the personal self, without resistance or interruption. This mighty God-being is within you. He is the supreme sovereign of all creation and the only source of reliable, permanent, and eternal aid. Only through his love, wisdom, and power can one attain ascended mastery. For conscious and constant communion with her is freedom and dominion over all human creation. When I say human creation, I refer to all that is discordant and less than perfect. We returned to my body, and as soon as I was back in an instant, he placed his hands and poured a stream of his divine energy through me to support and strengthen me. Instantly, I felt refreshed both in my mind and body. Present, I focused my attention with deep intensity on my own divine presence and offered a prayer of gratitude for the immense blessings I had been privileged to receive. He bowed with a smile and vanished. Chapter 6. Sunken Cities of the Amazon. Shortly after, I was working intensely one night when Saint Germain's voice rang out clearly. "Prepare yourself. Tonight at 9 o'clock I will come to fetch you." I was instantly alert, hurried to finish my work, showered, and prepared for a quick dinner to catch my breath. He explained, so I waited, and entered the deepest meditation of which I was conscious, recognizing only the perfect manifestation of God. Immediately at 9 o'clock, he appeared in my room, clad in a shining metallic substance that seemed to be made of polished steel but felt like a combination of very soft silk and rubber of extremely light weight. I touched this wonderful and magnificent fabric, and I was so fascinated that I stepped out of my physical body and only realized it when I turned around and saw it lying on the bed. Approaching a large mirror near the door, I saw that my clothes were exactly the same as Saint Germain's. I wondered why they were different from what we had worn before. The question crossed my mind and I received an answer. Try to understand, my son, that in the ascended substance of life, we are always free to use the pure and universal substance for any purpose we choose, and to give it any specific quality we desire for the need at hand. If we want to use a material that is imperishable, we impose that quality on the pure and universal substance, and it responds accordingly. If we want a form to manifest only for a certain time, we give that quality to the substance of which it is composed upon your request, and the form manifests accordingly in a short time. We will soon pass over the water, and the radiation of the material covering will insulate your body from the properties of that substance. Try to think of this power within you. Use the great ocean of universal substance from which you can draw without limit, obedient without exception to the direction of thought, imposing any required quality for the activity to be developed. The universal substance is at all times obedient to human thought and feeling, imposing the necessary quality for the activity you are about to develop. Think of this power within you. Summon for your use the great ocean of universal substance which you can use without limit. It obeys without exception to the direction of your thought, imposing the necessary quality for the activity you are about to develop. The universal substance is always obedient to human thought and feeling. Thus, the individual becomes aware that there is not a moment when human beings do not confer one quality or another upon this substance. And it is only through the knowledge that the individual has conscious control and manipulation of a vast ocean of it that he begins to understand the possibilities of his own creative powers and the responsibilities that lie upon him. Humanity, through the centuries, has qualified the universal substance as impermanent and infinite, and the bodies it uses today express these characteristics. The entire human race has storms of hate and vengeance within it, and the four elements that have recorded these qualities return them to man through the world of nature in the form of storms. The peoples of the earth have cataclysms of thoughts and feelings, such as resentment towards others, injustice, places and things, consciously and unconsciously sending forth the feeling of vengeance. The great ocean of universal substance, upon which these qualities have been recorded and imposed, returns them to the individual through the four elements. These activities are but the means by which nature purifies itself and rids itself of the pollution of discordant human thought and feeling, returning to its original condition of divine purity. At every moment, every individual receives into his mind and body the pure and perfect life of God. Each moment, he also gives some quality of whatever nature to the universal substance of God. This quality, which he creates and generates solely, must be received again into his mind and body, for all things in the universe move in circles and thus return to their source. The ascended masters have learned the law of the circle, the law of the one. Therefore, we only impose upon the universal substance the quality that we wish to use for the specific work at hand. If we wish a manifestation to express a certain duration, we set the time, give the order, and the substance of which it is composed responds accordingly. In the case of recordings in the Royal of Ton and in certain shelters around the world, it is necessary for our work that certain things be made imperishable so that they endure over the centuries. We decree this quality upon them, and they exactly record our decree, for nature never lies. It is a truthful recorder of the qualities playing therein, obeying us as well as man. But there is a certain activity within it that humanity ignores or stubbornly refuses to recognize out of ignorance and stubbornness. It pays continually until the individual learns and acknowledges this fundamental eternal truth. It is the law of the one, the law of love, the law of harmony, the law of the circle, the law of perfection. When humanity truly learns this fact and obeys its eternal decree, discords on earth will cease and the destructive activities of the four elements. There is a self-generating and self-purifying force in nature that uplifts and casts off all that is in discord with the law of the one. This force or energy is an activity of push from within out and is the only expanding power. If discord is imposed, the universal substance, the pure electronic energy, is temporarily held within it. When this accumulated energy reaches a certain pressure, an expansion occurs, breaking the discord and limitation. Thus, the great life of the One, the luminous essence of creation in constant expansion, God in action, dominates all that attempts to resist it and follows its designated path as the supreme sovereign of the universe. The ascended masters of light know this and are united with this feeling. Humanity can know it and be united with it too. If desired, it is within the capabilities and possibilities of each individual, for it is the eternal principle innate within self-conscious life. All human beings are self-conscious life. This principle has no favorites, and all can express their fullness if they truly desire it. In every human being resides the power to express all that the ascended masters express at every moment, if they choose to do so. All life contains a will, but only life is free to determine its own course of expression. Thus, the individual has the free choice to express himself, whether in the limited human body or in the unlimited divine body. It is he who chooses his own domain of expression. He is the self-determined creator, having willed and chosen to live as self-conscious life. When one individualizes within absolute and omnipresent life, one voluntarily chooses to become an intensified individual focus of self-conscious intelligence. He is the conscious fulfiller of his future activities. Once he has made his choice, he alone can fulfill that destiny, which is not a rigid circumstance without a definitively designed plan of perfection. It is a blueprint he chooses to express in the realm of form and action. As you see, my son, a human being can decide at any moment to rise above his human qualities or limitations and dedicate his entire life, his entire energy, to that determination will be successful. Those of us who have transcended the body have achieved this ascension by surrendering everything to the divine within, and thus it expresses itself through us in its perfection and expresses the divine plan of our lives. Let's go, he added. As we began our journey, I was aware that we were heading south and east. We flew over Salt Lake City, New Orleans, the Gulf of Mexico, the Bahamas, and then arrived at a silvery band that I knew to be a river. We followed it to its mouth. As we moved forward, the voice of God within me said, "This is the Amazon, be aware." Saint Germain instructed me, "The God within you always directs and is the master of every situation." At that moment, we began to descend, and in an instant we touched the surface of the water, which seemed to be solid ground. He also explained to me that we could walk on the water because the clothes we were wearing emitted a protective shield at a considerable distance around our bodies and contained the necessary conditions, allowing us to explore the underground strata, the earth, and things under the water. This is explained by what the scientific world would call an electric force field, But the electronic force with which these garments are charged is a higher and finer electricity than that known in the physical world. One day even the men of science will stumble upon it and realize that it has always existed in the atmosphere, but they did not know how to direct and control it for the service of humanity. It is much easier to direct it by the mind than by any physical appliances of any kind, although it can be attracted and controlled by mechanical means. What the outer world knows as electricity is nothing more than a raw form of the great spiritual energy of life. As man raises and maintains his consciousness in contact with his inner divine self, he will realize the enormous possibilities of using this power and higher force. Then we focused on the water, passing through it without any resistance. I was a little frightened, but I instantly remembered the warning to be aware only of the God within me as the master of every condition. Then we approached the shore and flew over many crocodiles that saw us, but did not concern themselves with our presence. Moving inland, we arrived at what looked like the top of a monument. It was the tip of a 70-foot obelisk. Saint Germain explained, "We are only about 3 meters above ground, marking the highest point of an important city that was buried during the last cataclysm when Atlantis was submerged. The obelisk is made of imperishable metal and is covered with hieroglyphs from that time. Notice how clear they are, and will remain so due to the indestructibility of the metal." The city was originally built 16 kilometers from the riverbank, but at the time of its submersion, the mouth of the river was several meters above the land. We rose above the land and continued forward along the Amazon, until a point at 56 degrees west longitude. There we took observations, then went to a point at 70 degrees west. The section Saint Germain pointed out covered the Amazon between these 2 points and also 2 of its main tributaries, the Juruá and Madeira rivers. This civilization, said Saint Germain, was built between 2 and 14,000 years ago. The area we are concerned with extends from the mouth of the Madeira River into the Amazon to a point west where the Amazon joins Colombia and Peru. 13,000 years ago, the Amazon was surrounded by great stone dams. All the surrounding country was at an altitude of at least 2,000 meters, and instead of the tropical climate it experiences today, there was a semi-tropical temperature throughout the year. At a great distance from this locality, the country formed flat land, or a plateau. Near the mouth of the Amazon, there were vast and magnificent waterfalls. The city where the obelisk stood was built between the falls and the seacoast, about 16 kilometers south of the river. There were large reptiles and fierce animals in the Orinoco River to the north. We arrived at a location near the Madeira River, and Saint Germain continued, "This is the spot where an ancient city stood, the capital of the empire and the most important site of civilization at that time." He waved his hand and made it as clearly visible as any physical city today. Saint Germain explained, "It was built in a series of circles, and the commercial arteries emanated from its center like the spokes of a wheel. The outer circles were pleasure walks, built every 3 miles. There were 7 of them, giving the city a diameter of 70 kilometers, including the central circle. Thus, commercial activities did not impede the beauty and comfort of the promenades. The innermost circle had a diameter of 4 miles and housed the executive buildings of the entire empire. The streets were beautifully paved and built from 18 inches to 2 feet below the surrounding grounds. Every morning they were flooded and thoroughly cleaned before the day's activities began. Notice the extraordinary magnificence of the promenades and the beauty of the plants and flowers that lined both sides. A predominant feature of their architecture was that on the topmost floor of almost every building, especially residences, adjustable capsules were built. These could open or close at will, as they were constructed in 4 sections and arranged to serve as a resting or recreational place. The days were never uncomfortably hot, and the wonderful cool mountain air came with the same regularity as during the day. Here Saint Germain reached out to me again, and we found ourselves among living people moving between buildings and grounds. I held my breath, marveling, as I saw a race of people with golden hair, beautiful rosy white complexion. The men were between 6 feet and 6 feet 2 inches tall, and the women averaged about 5 feet. Their eyes were a beautiful violet blue, very clear and bright, expressing great and peaceful intelligence.
None.
We passed through a door on our right and entered the Emperor's throne room. Obviously, it was his audience day, and he was receiving foreign and local guests. "This is Emperor Casimir Poseidon," said Saint Germain by way of explanation. "He was a true god incarnate. Observe the gentle nobility of his face, and yet the immense power that emanates from him. He was and is a blessed and highly regarded ascended master for many centuries. His memory has lived on in myth and fable, and the perfection of his reign has been described in epic poems." Poseidon was a magnificent sovereign. He stood 6 feet tall, had a strong constitution, and was as straight as an arrow when standing. He towered over those around him, and the very atmosphere seemed to be imbued with mastery. His golden hair was abundant, flowing down to his shoulders. The royal tunic was made of a material resembling velvet silk of purple color edged with gold, and underneath he wore a soft golden fabric garment. His crown was a simple band of gold, with an immense diamond at the center of the forehead. Saint Germain explained, "These people were in direct contact with all parts of the world through wonderful aerial navigation that had been made available to them. All light, warmth, and energy were directly drawn from the atmosphere. Atlantis, during this period, was in a wonderful state of progress, as it was directed towards perfection by several ascended masters, who appeared from time to time and ruled for the spiritual upliftment of the people. Time and time again throughout the ages, whenever a great civilization emerged, it was founded upon spiritual principles in its beginnings and maintained obedience to those laws of life during its ascent. However, as soon as any government or the people themselves start drifting towards lax forms, where injustice and impure use of life become habits for officials or the people, disintegration begins and continues until they return to the fundamental laws of balance and purity, or are eliminated by their own discord, so that balance can be restored and a new beginning given. Casimir Poseidon was a direct descendant of the mighty ascended master rulers of Atlantis. In fact, the civilization he governed was the offspring of Atlantean culture and achievements. His capital was renowned for its magnificence and beauty throughout the world. We approached a magnificent building. Above the entrance were placed the words, "Living Temple of God for Man." We entered, and it turned out to be much larger inside than it appeared from the outside. It must have been able to hold at least 10,000 people. At the center of this immense temple, there was a pedestal made of a substance as white as milk, emitting a white light with a touch of rose color. On it rested a crystal globe 2 feet in diameter, made from a type of substance containing a soft, self-luminous white light. It was very gentle, but so intensely bright that the whole building was brilliantly illuminated. "This sphere," commented Saint Germain, "was made of a precipitated material containing an intense light focus. It was designed and placed in the temple at that time by one of the great cosmic masters. It supported and gave life to the people, continuously sending not only light but also energy and power, stabilizing their activities and the empire." The light sphere was focused by the Great Being, and the building was chosen around it. Then it was truly a precipitated focus and concentrated activity of the presence of the Supreme God, the great cosmic master who established it. He appeared once a month near the light and proclaimed God's law, the law of government and the law of man. Thus he decreed the divine path of life and was the focal point of spiritual activity for the people of that time. Here Saint Germain reached out his hand again. The living and speaking images of this great being passed before us. It is absolutely impossible to describe in words the glory of this presence. I can only say that he was truly the Son of God. At one point I heard the great cosmic master proclaim the law to the people. The recording and majesty of his presence and decree are forever engraved in my memory for eternity, so that they remain vividly present in my consciousness. I convey to you his decree as it remains in my mind. Beloved children of the one and mighty God, do you not know that the life you use comes from the only and supreme, eternally pure, holy, and perfect presence? If you do anything to mar the beauty and perfection of this one life, you separate yourselves from the gifts of your God. Your life is a sacred jewel of your God's love, the source of the secrets of the universe. Your God entrusts you with the light of his own heart. Cherish it, Worship it, and let it ever expand towards greater light and glory. Your life is the priceless pearl. You are the guardian of God's wealth. Strive to use it only for Him, and know that you have been given the light of life for which you will be held accountable. Life is a continuous circle, the principle upon which your city is built. If you create what resembles your source and know its love and peace within you, if you use your creative powers only to bless, then as you move through your circles of existence, you will know the joy of life. To this joy will be added a greater joy. Only you choose your destiny, and only you direct yourself towards your God by the use you make of life, of your being, of the great law. No one can escape for long. I have proclaimed this law of life for a long time. I do not always come as now to support your straying steps on the path of truth, to remind you of your eternal light placed atop a mountain to guide you. One day I will speak to you of the heart of man, and if you love life, you will call upon me, remaining in many beings. Let this not confuse you, my children. If you wish to know me, you must seek me. And once you have found me, you will abide in me forever. On that day the Father, the Mother, and the Son will be one in the heart of man. The Son is eternally the door, the way to God. In your mind and in your heart is my light, always reminding you of my presence. For in the future I will be present only in this light. Then I will be the wisdom in your mind to guide the love in your heart, so that you may be filled with the peace of the God of the single life. Your body is nothing more than an instrument for your soul, and in your soul must flow my light. O my children, my light in your mind is the path to the heart of all light. Only through my light in you can you extend the light into every cell of your being, into a greater and greater being. In your throat is my light, which is your power to profess my words. Through them I have always enlightened, protected, and perfected my children. Words that do not fulfill this triple mission are not my words and can only bring misery. When they are spoken, meditate in my light in your mind, in your heart, and you will see within yourself all things. You will know all things, and you will realize all things. Then what is not of me can never trouble you. I speak these words now, and they will be engraved on the tablets of the earth and in the memory of its children. In the distant days spoken of by one of the sons of God, these words will be received and spread to bless the world. At that time, when you have fully received my presence and allow it to always act in your life and in your world, you will see that the cells of the body you then occupy will be illuminated by my light. And you will realize that you can continue in this eternal body of light, the seamless garment of Christ. Then, and only then, you will be free from the wheel of rebirths after traversing your long journey through human experience and fulfilling the law of cause and effect. You will transcend all conditions governed by the law and become the law itself. So is the ascended body of Christ, said Saint Germain, turning to me, in which one is capable of wielding the scepter of dominion and being free, my child. Even now, you can rise to the light of the One, for the light is in your mind, the light is in your heart, and if you steadfastly hold on to it, you can raise your physical body of limitation to your pure, eternal body of light, eternally young and free, transcending time, place, and space. Your glorious being always awaits. Come to its light and receive the eternal peace and rest in action. No preparation is needed. Dive fully into the embrace of your light, and at that moment your body will transcend its current form. When he had finished speaking, the images ceased. We moved a little further and stopped at a place where there was a large flat stone on the ground. When Saint Germain focused his power on it, the stone rose from the earth and split, revealing an opening with steps descending. We descended about 12 meters and arrived at a sealed door. He quickly passed his hand over the door, revealing certain hieroglyphs. He indicated for me to read their meaning. I did so and saw the words, "Living Temple of God for Man," clearly standing out on the door before me. The door opened, and we entered a chamber under one of the small domes built at each corner. There were many metal boxes. Saint Germain opened one, and I saw they contained sheets of gold on which were written, with a stylus, the records of this civilization. I understood that there must be sealed and preserved chambers under each of the 4 small domes, and that the large central dome had been built above the light sphere. We found a secret passage connecting the 4 small chambers. We passed to the second and saw containers filled with temple jewels. The third chamber contained gold ornaments, the throne and other chairs as well. The throne was an astonishing example of the magnificent work of the goldsmiths. The back formed a shell covering the head of the sovereign, and curtains made of gold strands hung from its sides. These curtains wrapped around the chair, creating a delicate and very elegant effect. In the center of the room there was a table about 4 meters long by 1 meter wide, made of real jade, resting on a pedestal of gilded bronze. Nearby were 14 jade chairs with gold-covered feet, curved seats, and beautifully carved backs. At the top of the back of each chair, as if to show guard, rested a magnificent golden phoenix, its eyes inset with yellow diamonds. This design symbolized the immortality of the soul and the perfect divine to which each individual ascends by raising their being through the fire of suffering from the ashes of their creation. The 4th chamber contained 7 different types of energy boxes, as I called them, which received and transmitted force drawn from the universe for illumination, heating, and propulsion. The records showed that these people were in contact with all parts of the world through marvelous aerial vessels. After this civilization came one known as the Pirahãs, then the Incas, who spanned over thousands of years. Shortly before the city we just described was buried, it reached the height of its glory, and the great cosmic master, who had brought the light by which it flourished and was sustained, appeared for the last time in this empire. He came to warn of the imminent disaster, and would have saved its inhabitants had they listened. He foretold the cataclysm that plunged the empire into oblivion within 5 years. He announced that this would be his final appearance among them. Those who wished to be saved received instructions to leave that part of the country and were told where to go. The emperor and the most advanced in spiritual growth left the kingdom and headed to a certain place in the western United States, where they remained safe until the change. The great mass of the remaining people became increasingly skeptical, and within 2 years, one of the most aggressive among them attempted to proclaim himself emperor. When the true emperor left the kingdom, I witnessed the end of the palace and the temple where the light was maintained. The aspiring emperor attempted to force entry into the sealed temple and instantly fell lifeless. At the end of the 5th year, at noon on the fateful day, the sun darkened and a terrible terror filled the atmosphere. At sunset, dreadful earthquakes shook the earth and toppled buildings into incredible chaos. The land that is now South America lost its balance and tilted eastward, submerging the entire eastern coast by 160 feet. It remained so for several years, then gradually righted itself to about 70 feet from its original position where it stands today. This activity caused the widening of the Amazon. Previously, the river was 25 kilometers wide, deeper than today, and navigable from end to end, flowing from the present-day Lake Titicaca in Peru to the Atlantic Ocean. Previously, a canal had been built from the Pacific to Lake Titicaca, and this, connecting to the Amazon, formed a waterway between the 2 oceans. The name of the continent at that time was Meroe, as it had been named after a great cosmic master, whose primary center of activity was Lake Titicaca. The meaning of the name Amazonas is boat destroyer, which has persisted through the centuries since the aforementioned cataclysmic period. Thus, great natural cataclysms cast the cosmic veil over civilizations with splendid achievements, and only fragments of them emerge as time passes. Eternity. This truth may be doubted by the outside world, but the records of this civilization now resting at Royal Teton will one day be their evidence and reveal their existence and achievements of that earlier time. Let's continue. We will go to a buried city near the Curva River. We travel westward, not far from the mighty Andes, the source of the empire's immense mineral wealth. I realized that its inhabitants were completely at peace and content. The images came to an end, and we headed towards the only visible rocky spot. Saint Germain touched one of the rocks, it shifted, and we saw a series of 20 metal steps descending. We descended them and arrived at a metal door. We passed through it and descended 20 more steps to find ourselves in front of a huge, sealed bronze door. The man approached on the right and opened a square opening in which were metallic keys, like those of an organ. I pressed 2 of them. The massive door opened slowly, and we found ourselves in a vast chamber. All the fittings were of metal combined with what seemed to be opalescent glass. Saint Germain explained that this had been done by a fusion process, combining certain metals with glass, so as to make the metal as strong as steel and eternal. The entire room was covered in this particular metal, and 3 enormous doors led out from it. Saint Germain pressed 3 more keys, and all the doors opened simultaneously. We entered the first one and found a long, narrow corridor, more like a vault than a room. Upon entering the second door, we found similar containers filled with raw jewels of all kinds. In the third chamber, the containers were flat and contained thin sheets of gold, on which were written formulas and secret processes used at that time. The master returned to the control box and pressed the 4th button. Another door opened, which I had not noticed before. This gave us access to a vaulted tunnel connecting the treasury to the Mint building. It must have been at least 400 meters long. At the end, we entered a huge room. It was the main room of the Mint, and it was filled with a maze of wonderfully constructed machines. Among the many things I saw were the machines used for stamping gold, cutting and polishing jewelry. Their operation was so perfect that it still fascinated me. Here, Saint Germain showed me a sample of pliable glass, clear as crystal. In this room there were large quantities of native gold nuggets, gold powder and gold bars, weighing between 4 and 5 kilograms each. I was astonished by such wealth in one place, and Saint Germain, knowing my reaction, commented, "It is utterly impossible for quantities of wealth like those you see before you to be released for the mass of humanity. For the selfishness in today's commercial world would be madness to allow humanity to waste further the gifts of nature. God and nature generously provide their riches to the earth for the use and blessing of the souls incarnated here. But the selfishness and thirst for power within the feelings of humanity cause them to forget the higher way of life and result in inhumanity of man to man. The few who manage to control the masses should have enough intelligence to know that what helps the mass helps the individual on a greater scale. But if they refuse to recognize this law, self-destruction occurs due to their own selfishness. Selfishness and the desire for power to control others blind reason and obscure the perception of the outer mind until these individuals fall spiritually, mentally, morally, and physically, often reaching to the 3rd and 4th incarnation. Only light can lift the individual above selfishness. Only when humanity rises from the mire of its own selfishness and lust in all its forms, all that God and nature have prepared for proper use can be entrusted to human beings. But every individual, by purifying themselves from their own selfishness and lust, can have a more complete use of all these riches. When they use them harmoniously and for the blessing of others, individuals can prepare to be the guardians of these gifts. In the era that has already begun, only those who have proven themselves worthy of being guardians and dispensers of this treasure will have unlimited use of wealth. God and nature provide these gifts for man to use rightly, and their right use is the only condition for receiving them. Saint Germain crossed his hands over his chest and continued, "May God so firmly enter into the hearts of your children that they desire only you. Then none of the great gifts will be lacking to them." Thus we returned to my body, where I quickly returned. He gave me again the crystal cup filled with living substance and said, "My dear son, this will be of great help to you. May God bless you always." With this blessing, he bowed and left. Chapter 7. The Secret Valley. One morning, some time later, I received a strange letter by mail. I was asked to go to a certain address in Tucson, Arizona. It was said that the information to be given to me was of such a nature that it could only be conveyed in person. A few days later, I went to the address given. I rang the doorbell, and a tall, slim man, about 40 years old, with grey hair and grey eyes, measuring 6 feet tall, opened the door. I introduced myself, and he greeted me with a warm and sincere handshake that inspired great confidence in me. His eyes were strong and fearless, and he seemed to possess a great reserve of energy. I felt an unusual harmony in him, and I knew that this could only mean the beginning of a deep and wonderful friendship. He seemed to be aware of it too. He invited me in and asked me to sit down. "You are here," he began, "at my request, and I am deeply grateful to you, even if the address seemed strange to you. It was given to me by someone I will talk about later. I called you because I have made remarkable discoveries, and I wanted to thank you for trusting my words until I could take you with me and demonstrate to you the truth of what I have said. I was advised to get in direct contact with you because you are the only person to whom this must be revealed. To start with, I will have to talk about things that happened 20 years ago. At that time, I had a beautiful wife, and we had a child whom we both loved. For 5 years, our happiness was complete. Suddenly, without any warning or apparent reason, the child disappeared. For many weeks, we searched everywhere, doing everything humanly possible to find him, but in vain. We finally lost all hope. His mother never recovered from the shock, and 5 months later, she passed away. During the last days of her life, she made a strange request. She wanted her body to remain in the vault for 7 days after her death, then to be cremated. This seemed quite strange to me, as we had never discussed this topic before. However, I respected her wishes. Imagine my surprise when 5 days after the funeral, I received a call from the man in charge of the cemetery saying that the body had disappeared. No trace was ever found of this strange event. 16 years later, one morning, I woke up and found a letter on the floor of my room, addressed to me but without a postmark. I picked it up, opened it, and read it. Its contents left me perplexed. It said, "Your wife and child are alive. They are well and strong. You will see them soon. Be patient. Until that time, rejoice in knowing that there is no death. Instructions will come to you at the appointed hour. You must follow them implicitly. Everything depends on your absolute silence. You will understand and receive an explanation for everything that currently seems so mysterious to you. Then you will understand why reality is much stranger and more wonderful than fiction, for even the most fanciful fiction is only a record of a truth somewhere in the universe." Signed, a friend. You can imagine my astonishment. At first, I didn't believe a word of it. The 3rd night after that, I was sitting in front of the fire in my fireplace when I heard the voice of my beloved wife, as clear as if she were in the room with me, saying, "Robert, my love, I am alive and well, and our child is with me. We will be very happy when you are with us again. Do not doubt the message. Everything is true. You will be brought to us unless you let doubt close the door. I speak to you through the ray of sound that you will learn to use one day." I could no longer bear the waiting, and I said I believed it immediately. The voice responded, "Wait a moment." About 3 minutes later, a beam of bright golden light entered the room, forming a tunnel at the end of which stood my beautiful wife. It was indeed her, without a doubt. "My love," she said, "apparent miracles have been happening in the midst of your life for years. But as your attention has not been directed in the right direction, we had to wait until this moment. Trust the message that will come to you. Then you will come to us, and I assure you that a new world will open to our great love. There are no barriers." The beam of light instantly disappeared, and with it the voice. My joy was boundless. I could no longer doubt. I felt an indescribable peace. Then followed weeks of waiting. Finally, the long-awaited message arrived, accompanied by a diagram and instructions to follow. I saw that it would lead me to high mountains southeast of Tucson, Arizona. I prepared to leave immediately, taking a horse and pack animal, encountering very few obstacles and following the directions without difficulty. If I could have flown like a bird, I would have easily covered the distance in 2 days. Just before sunset on the 3rd day, I arrived at a blind canyon that would have gone unnoticed if it hadn't been for the diagram given to me. I simply camped there when night fell. I wrapped myself in my blankets and quickly fell asleep, dreaming vividly that when I woke up in the morning, a young man would be looking at me closely. When I woke up, to my great surprise, the young man was there, looking at me attentively. He greeted me with a beautiful smile, saying, "My friend, it is expected that I lead you." I noticed that my belongings were ready, and without further discussion, we headed towards the head of the canyon. After an hour, we stopped because of a cliff that seemed to block our path. The young man turned, placed his hands on the rock, and pressed against it a section of the wall, perhaps 3 by 4 meters, which moved 30 centimeters, then slid to the side. We entered the tunnel that must have been the bed of an underground stream centuries ago. My companion closed the entrance behind us, and as we turned to move forward, a soft glow spread everywhere, allowing us to see quite clearly. I was surprised by everything I saw, but I remembered the warning I had received during my instruction to keep silent. We continued in the tunnel for more than an hour and finally arrived at a huge metal door. This opened slowly at the touch of my companion, who stepped aside and waited for me to pass. I stepped out into the brilliant light, almost breathless from the beauty of the scene before me. Before us stretched a valley of stunning beauty, about 100 acres in size. "My friend," said the young man, "you have returned home after a long absence, all of which you will soon understand." He then led us to a magnificent building near the foot of a cliff on the south side of the valley. As we approached, I could see many varieties of fruits and vegetables growing abundantly, including oranges, English dates, and pecans. A beautiful waterfall cascaded down the cliff, forming a clear pool at its base. The building was massive and seemed to have been there for centuries. We were almost there when a beautiful woman dressed in white appeared at the entrance. As we approached, my beloved wife stood before us, more beautiful than ever. At that moment, I took her in my arms, and after all the agony I had gone through over the years, it was almost more than I could bear. She turned, put her arm around the young man who had led me, and said, "Robert, this is our son." "Son," was all I could say, overwhelmed by my emotions. He stepped forward, greeted me, and there we were, all three of us, deeply in love, grateful, and happy once again. Suddenly I realized that 16 years had passed since his disappearance, and he must now be 21 years old. He responded to my thought by saying, "Yes, Father, I am 21. Tomorrow is my birthday. How can you so easily read my thoughts? It is something very ordinary and easy for us. Everything is very natural when you understand how to do it." He made me aware that I was hungry, and we entered the ancient building. The interior was lined with pink and white marble. Johnny showed me a beautiful room flooded with morning sunlight in all its glory. I found a white flannel suit that fit me perfectly. It surprised me, but I remembered the warning to keep silent. I descended the stairs and was introduced to a man of striking appearance, more or less my height, with large, dark, penetrating eyes. "Father," said my son, "this is our beloved master, Ariel. He is the one who saved our lives, my mother's and mine, and who has been waiting for you all these years until you were ready to join us here. It is he who sent you the message and instructions for you to come, for the time has come for your final training to begin." We entered the dining room, which was magnificent, located at the southeast corner of the main level of the building, bathed in morning and afternoon sunlight. The walls were richly carved walnut, and the ceiling was adorned with beams inlaid with hexagonal patterns. A large piece of walnut, at least 5 centimeters thick, rested on a richly carved pedestal and served as the table. It seemed to be thousands of years old. We sat around it, and at that moment a tall, slender young man entered. My son introduced him, saying, "This is our brother Hanwei. Our beloved master brought him from China when he was a baby, at a time when his life was about to end. He comes from a very ancient Chinese family and is capable of doing many wonderful things. He has always wished to serve us, and we have the privilege and joy of calling him brother." They had prepared for breakfast delicious strawberries with tasty date and nut cakes. We entered the grand salon, and the master said to me, "When your beloved wife, who is your Ray, was returned to me, I saw the opportunity to provide her with some assistance that would allow her to attain the ascended state, to have much greater freedom and an expanded capacity for service. It was a great privilege and joy for me to provide her with this help." I opened the coffin and brought her back to conscious action and allowed her to regain possession of her body. She had already reached a point of great attraction because her desire for light was very strong. It is her intense adoration and desire for light that made her ascension possible. I explained to her, on the day she thought she had taken her last breath, "You 3 were my children in an incarnation long ago." A great love was then generated. a love that persisted through the centuries. Her deep love made possible the assistance and education that were accomplished. At that moment, her son, taken for ransom, was brought into this canyon. The two people involved in his abduction began to quarrel, and one of them planned to take the child's life. I stepped forward and took him. They were paralyzed by their own fear, and neither of them ever recovered. Both died a few weeks later. If anyone deliberately takes the life of another human being, or mentally determines to do so, he sets in motion a cause that will surely take his own. A feeling or desire for another person's death goes forth, then begins its journey back to the one who sent it. Many people bring about their own disillusionment through this subtle activity of the human ego. The human race has been killing itself for millennia in this subtle way because it does not understand the law of life and does not observe it. There is only one law of life, and that is love. The self-conscious and thinking individual who does not want or obey this eternal and beneficial decree will neither retain nor hold the physical body, for everything that is not love dissolves the form. Thoughts, feelings, words, actions are only forces acting and moving eternally in their own orbit. If man knew that he never ceases to create, even for a moment, he would realize, by the presence of God within himself, that he could purify his erroneous creations and free himself from his own limitations. He weaves a cocoon of human discord around him and falls asleep, forgetting that he can dissolve it by using the wings of his soul, which are worship and determination. He can break this authority and live again in the center of his being, in the light and freedom of his divine self. In the activities of your beloved family, or should I say, my beloved family, the cloud that seemed to bring so much pain has turned and now reveals its glorious golden lining. Now centered on the bright glow, you no longer stray from it. In most cases, if human beings knew the wonderful things that are sometimes provided for them, they would inadvertently prevent the approach of this greater good. You have been invited here not only to reunite with your loved ones, but also to receive instruction on the existence, use and direction of the great power of God latent within you. When you understand how to release and control it, everything will be possible for you. Your loved ones have used the ray of light and sound to communicate with you. This knowledge will be explained to you, and you will also learn how to use it consciously and voluntarily. You must stay here for 6 weeks of training, then return to the outer world to use the understanding you have received. Come back at any time, for now you are part of us. I can never describe in words what these weeks meant to me. The realization of my own ability to use the instruction and application of such wisdom astonished me. Soon I began to gain great confidence in myself, which made everything that seems very mysterious to the human being much easier. I found it so natural. I had to realize that I truly was the Son of God, as the Son of the source of all good, wisdom, and limited energy, obeyed my conscious direction, and when I directed them as a master would, it instantly produced results. As I gained confidence in my ability to use the great law, fulfillment naturally became faster and faster. I am always awestruck by the source of love and wisdom emanating from this great master. We love him with deep devotion, greater than any love that could exist between a father and a son, for the bond of love formed through the transmission of spiritual understanding is eternal and much deeper than any love generated by human experience, no matter how beautiful and strong it may be. He often told us, if you become a source of divine love, spreading it wherever you go, your thoughts will become a magnet for good, of such magnitude that you will have to ask for help to distribute it. The peace and serenity of the soul emanate from such power that they compel obedience from the outer mind. This must be claimed with authority. Our home here, in this secret valley, has been used for over 4,000 years. One day, after giving me a remarkable discourse on the possessions of God, he looked at me very attentively and suggested that we go for a walk. He took me to the opposite side of the valley, near the south wall, parallel to this spot. This path rose from east to west, a mountain ridge that, starting at this point, rose to 2 meters high and 600 meters long, then descended to the ground. As I approached, I saw it was a vein of white quartz. The master walked up to where the vein emerged from the ground and kicked off a piece with his foot. I saw that it was immensely rich in gold. My human love for gold tried to rise, but my inner presence instantly stopped it. With a smile, the master said, "Well done. Now, I have work to do in Europe, and I must leave you for the moment." He smiled and instantly departed. It was the first time he showed the full control he possessed and the things he was capable of doing in this manner. My son immediately appeared exactly where the master had just stood. "Mother and I," he said, "can transport our bodies wherever we wish in the same way. Do not be surprised. It is a natural law, and only seems strange and unusual because it is not yet used. In reality, it is no more extraordinary than the telephone to people of the Middle Ages." Since that visit, my family in the secret valley has been there 7 times. The last time I returned to the outer world, the master gave me his address, which is why I asked him to come here, and I invite you to come back with me. My host suddenly realized he had been talking for several hours and apologized for testing my patience. I told him the experiences were so fascinating and had captivated me so much that time did not exist for me. We left before sunrise on the 7th day after our meeting, and it was one of the most memorable experiences of my life so far. Everything he had told me turned out to be true, down to the smallest detail. Our arrival in the secret valley was a most joyful event. I knew the dual ray of my host and his son. Then I was shown the ancient building where so many students had received the true understanding of the laws of being and had attained their eternal freedom. It was a wonderful sensation to be where the great power of God had been concentrated for so many centuries, and where the ascended masters had made a retreat to carry out part of their work. I sat to contemplate the blessings that had been received by the students who had had the privilege of going there. When Master Ariel addressed me, he began, "My son, you are nearing a wonderful liberation. Continually accept your great presence, and you will see the joy it will bring you." He extended his right hand, and the veil between the seen and unseen lifted. "Every day," Ariel said, "check the love, light, and sound that illuminate time and space, and that humanity is destined to use in the near future as naturally as one uses the telephone today. It is one of the most astonishing activities an individual can learn. A ray of light can be drawn and controlled so that it can be used like a pen to write on metal or in the sky, and the writing remains visible. When the student is strong enough to face the opinions of the world of ignorance, then he is ready to testify to the wonders of God's individual activities manifested by the ascended masters. Before he can do this, the power of suggestion and irradiation of doubt by others will intermittently disturb him to such an extent that often the student abandons the quest for truth. The disruption of the constant flow of instruction is discordance. Discordance is the wedge and the subtle form by which the sinister force on this earth enters into the outer activity of a student who has decided to face the light. This activity is very subtle because it is a feeling that creeps upon one before he is actually aware of its existence. It is persistent beyond imagination, and its growth is so insidious that one does not realize what has been done before the impulse is in motion. This feeling starts with a slight doubt, but it need only be felt 2 or 3 times before it becomes mistrust. Mistrust, once or twice in the emotional body, turns into suspicion, and suspicion is self-destruction. Remember this, my son, as you return to the outer world, for it will be a lifebuoy that will support you through all the experiences of your life and keep you unharmed by discord. If someone casts suspicion, they will encounter suspicion, for each finds in their world exactly what they place there, and this eternal and irrevocable decree is fulfilled throughout the universe. Every impulse of consciousness returns to the central point from which it originated. Not a single atom escapes this law. The true student of light faces the light, places it before him, sees its enveloping radiance wherever he goes. Now the true student constantly turns away from doubts, fears, suspicions, and the ignorance of the human mind, knowing only the light. This is his source and true being. With these words, Irie parted from me, and I returned to the daily routine of my outer life. Chapter 8. The Omnipresent Power of God. The next day, I received a communication asking me to take charge of a real estate transaction. During its course, I was in close contact with a man of very dominant character. All that mattered to him was getting what he wanted, even by force. He believed only in the power of his own intellect and human will, and had no knowledge or faith in anything else. At no point did he hesitate to crush or ruin individuals or things that stood in his way to success, using every means to achieve his selfish goals. I had met him about 3 years before the next experience, and at that time I felt almost powerless in his presence. Yet I knew that despite my own reaction to him, his control over others was only focused on outward activity. Immediately I sought a way to deal with him by applying God's law. When the inner voice clearly told me, why not let the mighty God within take complete control and manage this situation? This inner power knows no domination and is always invincible. I was immensely grateful and handed everything over to him. I met this man with 2 other people and agreed to accompany them to inspect a mining property in a distant state. I thought it had great value. The owner was an old lady whose good husband had died in a mine accident a few months before, leaving things in a precarious state. Our dominant friend had decided to buy the mine at a price that was not fair. After a long car journey, we arrived at our destination around 2 o'clock on the second day. We met the owner, whom I immediately recognized as a truly blessed and honorable soul. At that moment, I made the firm decision that she would receive fair treatment and the full value of the property. She invited us to a pleasant lunch, and we proceeded to inspect the mine. We went through the workings, tunnels, galleries, shafts, and stopes. The more I observed, the more certain I became that something was amiss. I felt it in the atmosphere. I was sure that a very rich strike had been made, not communicated to the owner. Somehow I knew that the buyer had secretly placed a worker on guard duty to watch this activity, and over the weeks of surveillance he had gained the supervisor's trust. I realized that deep down he was a good man, but not spiritually awake. As we talked with him, my God fully revealed to me what had happened shortly before, while these 2 were inspecting the work. I came to a place where shots had been fired into the face of a tunnel that led directly into the heart of the mountain. The blast had struck a very rich vein of gold-bearing quartz. The supervisor was about to rush to inform the owner when the worker who was spying commented, "Wait, I know the man who is going to buy this mine. If you want to continue in your current position, don't mention anything. I'll make sure not only that you stay here as supervisor, but there'll be 5,000 in it for you. The old lady will receive enough to make ends meet." The supervisor, fearing losing his job, accepted. During our examination of the mine, we reached the end of the main tunnel, and I strongly felt that this was the spot. As I spoke with the others, my inner vision opened, and I saw everything that had happened, the discovery, its concealment, the offer made to the supervisor, and his acceptance. I was grateful for the confirmation of my hunch, but I knew I had to wait. We returned to the owner's residence and negotiations began. The buyer broached the subject by saying, "Mrs. Atherton, what is your expectation for this property?" $250,000, she replied politely and kindly. "Absurd," he shouted. "Ridiculous. It's not even worth half that amount." He continued in this vein for a while, boasting as usual. This had worked many times before, and he was following the old method. He argued, grew angry, and eventually said, "Mrs. Atherton, you are in a position where you must sell. Be generous, and I will give you $150,000. I will consider it a favor." She replied, intimidated by his dominant and swaggering attitude, beginning to accept his ideas and yield to his own arrogance. He saw her hesitate and immediately began to apply pressure. "I can't wait," he continued. "My time is precious. You must decide immediately, or the deal is off." He pulled out the documents from his pocket and laid them on the table. Mrs. Atherton looked around, helpless, and I shook my head, but she didn't see me. The contract was open and she moved toward the table, ready to sign. I knew that if I wanted to protect her, I had to act immediately. As I walked toward her, I said to our dominant friend, "Hold on a moment, my good fellow. Pay this dear lady what her mine is worth and you won't get it." His anger turned toward me with several very sharp invectives, and he tried the same tactics as before. "I'd like to know who's going to stop me from getting the mine at my price," he retorted. I felt an alliance with the mighty inner God rising like an avalanche, keeping my indifference to his vengeful diatribe. "God will stop you," I replied. At this answer, he burst out laughing, continued in the same cynical and insulting tone. I waited calmly, and he began another diatribe of anger. "Neither your God nor anything else can stop me. I will get what I want no matter what. No one has ever stopped me." His arrogance seemed boundless, revealing his mind and body as a victim of his emotions. His reason was incapable of functioning, as is always the case with any uncontrolled feeling. It should have warned him not to go further with his insults. I felt the power of God growing within me again. This time it became stronger and stronger until, in a thunderous voice, the mighty inner voice of my divine self revealed the truth of the entire transaction and the deceit in the mine. The supervisor and others in the room remained pale and speechless as my inner self exposed his betrayal. The potential buyer seemed to be in a state of urgency, and, interrupting me in his wild anger, he shouted, "You're lying! I'll sue you for this interference." He raised his steel cane, and when I raised my hand to take it, a white flame suddenly shot out and struck him in the face. He fell to the ground as if struck by lightning. Then my powerful divine being spoke again with all the authority of majestic and mighty eternity. "Let no one in this room move until there is permission." My outer being was no longer me, without hate, without action, heading where the man lay and continuing forward. "Great soul of this man, I speak to you. Too long have you been a prisoner of your own dominating ego. Come out now and take control of your mind and body. Awaken in peace, love, kindness, generosity, and goodwill toward all that lives." Slowly, color began to return to the man's face, and he opened his eyes with a strange bewilderment. God within me, still in charge, I gently took his hand, and putting an arm under his shoulder, helped him to rise and return to a large armchair. "Your brother is watching me," I said to him as he looked up at me. A tremor ran through his body, and with a barely audible voice he said, "Yes, I saw him. I understand that I was wrong. May God forgive me." He dropped his head into his hands and hid his face, silent and ashamed. Tears began to flow from his fingers, and he wept like a child. "You will pay this dear lady $1 million, continued my God, "and you will give her a 10% interest in the mine." "There is at least 10 million in gold," he replied with deep humility and a strange sweetness. This time, he asked his men, rather than ordering them, as was his custom, to draw up the papers as Madame Atherton had indicated, and they signed, concluding the transaction. It was late in the day when this event took place. Madame Atherton kindly invited us to spend the night as guests in her home and accompany her to Phoenix in the morning to record the sale documents. That night after dinner, we gathered in the large living room in front of a big fireplace. Everyone was sincerely seeking to better understand the great cosmic laws of life. They asked me how I had acquired this kind of knowledge, and I spoke of Master Saint Germain and how I had met him. I recounted some of my experiences on the mountain. During our conversation concerning the great cosmic law, he had told me, "My child, the great cosmic law discriminates no more than does the multiplication table. If one errs in its application, it is like with electricity, when one who is ignorant of the law that governs its use tries to direct its forces without knowing the control. The great immutable decrees that forever maintain order in the infinite realm of manifested life are all based on the great single principle of creation: love. It is the heart, the source of all, and the very center where existence takes place in form. Love is the cohesive power of the universe, and without it, nothing would exist. In your scientific world, love is expressed as a force of attraction between electrons. It is the directive intelligence that gathers them together in form, the power that keeps them in orbit around a central nucleus, a breath within the nucleus that draws them toward it. The same is true for every vortex of force in all creation. A central nucleus and electrons revolving around form an atom. This nucleus of love is to the atom what the magnetic pole is to the earth, and what the spinal column is to the human body. Without a central nucleus or a heart center, there is only unformed universal light. The electrons that fill the infinity and revolve around the great central sun, the electron is a pure spirit or light of God. It remains forever immaculate and perfect, eternally self-sufficient, indestructible, self-luminous and intelligent. The substance from which all things are made in the universe is the eternal, perfect, vital essence of God. The interstellar space is filled with this pure light essence. It is not dark and chaotic like the ignorant and limited concept of weak minds of humanity. This great ocean of universal light, existing by parts in the infinite, is constantly drawn toward form and imparts to it a quality whatever electrons are held around a central point or nucleus by love. The number of electrons that combine in a particular atom is the result of conscious thought and is determined by the intensity of the attraction and rotation movement within the central nucleus. It is the breath of God, and thus the most concentrated activity of divine love. In scientific terms, it would be called centripetal force. These are the determining factors of the quality of an atom. Thus, you see that the atom is an entity, a living and breathing thing, created or brought into existence by the breath and love of God. In this manner, the Word becomes flesh. The machinery that self-conscious intelligence uses to achieve this manifestation of its being is thought and feeling, and constructive thought and harmonious feeling in a human mind and body are the activities of love and order. These allow the perfect relationship and speed of electrons within the atom to be maintained, thus remaining polarized at a particular point in the universe, while the duration of God's breath within its nucleus is kept stable by the will of the directing self-conscious intelligence that uses the body in which it exists. Thus, the quality of perfection and the maintenance of life within a human body are always under the conscious control of the will of the individual occupying it. And the will of the individual is supreme over their temple. Even in the event of an accident, no one leaves their body unless they so desire. Often pain in the body, fear, uncertainty, and many other things influence personality to make decisions in line with what it has desired in the past. But everything that happens to the body is and will always remain under the control of the individual's free will. He who willingly obeys the law of love possesses perfection in his mind and world. He, and he alone, has all authority and power to govern because he has first learned to obey. When he has gained obedience from the atomic structure within his own consciousness, all atomic structure outside of his consciousness will also obey him. Thus, humanity, through thought and feeling, holds power. Each individual can elevate themselves to the highest or sink to the lowest. Each determines their own path of experience by consciously controlling their attention to what they allow their mind to accept. An individual can walk and talk face to face with God, or turn away from God, becoming lower than animals, sinking their human consciousness into oblivion. In the latter case, the flame of God within their being withdraws from their human abode after a time and attempts a human journey once again in the world of physical matter until final victory is consciously achieved by their own will. I have spoken to them about the unlimited possibilities that stand before humanity for their relationship, provided they are willing to accept the great presence of God in each individual as the guiding and achieving power. The buyer of the mine asked me why I often used the word acceptance, and I recalled the words Saint Germain had used to explain this to me. He said, "And even in the outward activity of your life, if you purchase something or if something wonderful and perfect is offered to you, if you do not accept it, you will be unable to use it or benefit from it. It is the same with the great presence of God within us, unless we accept that our life is the life of God, and that all the power and energy we have to do anything are the power and energy of God. How can we have the qualities and accomplishments of God in our world as children of God? We are commanded to choose whom we will serve, the mighty presence of God within us or something human outside. The satisfaction of external human appetites has only one result: misery, degradation, and destruction. Every constructive desire is in reality the inner self of God pushing toward perfection for the use and pleasure of the outer self. The tremendous energy of life constantly flows through us. If we direct it toward constructive achievement, it brings joy and happiness. If we direct it toward the satisfaction of the senses, only misery can result, for it is the action of the impersonal universal law. Train yourself to give all power and authority to the great glorious flame of God, which is your real self and the source of all the good you have ever received. We talked until 2 in the morning, And then I had to suggest that we retire. No one wanted to sleep, but I told them, "You will sleep in the arms of God." The next morning, they were surprised at how quickly they had slept. We rose at 7 and headed for Phoenix. The transaction was completed, and I explained that I had to leave, as my work with them was done for the time being. Everyone was deeply grateful and eager to learn more. I promised to stay in touch with them and provide further assistance as directed by Master Saint Germain. As I was leaving, the mine buyer addressed me and said, "I care not what others think of me. I want to embrace you and thank you from the depths of my heart for saving me from the ruin of my outer being and for revealing the great light." Bowing my head with deep humility, I replied, "Thanks to God. I am but a channel. Only God is the great presence and power that does all good." Madame Atherton turned to me and expressed her feelings beside me. "And I thank God in you for the mighty protective presence, and I will never cease to thank God and you for the light that this experience has brought to us all. I am sure we will meet again." I replied, and bidding everyone farewell, I turned toward the mountain to return to my cabin in the afternoon of the second day. Chapter 9. Venus Visits the Royal Teton. Several weeks had passed, and we arrived on the morning of December 31st, 1930 with him, Master Saint Germain. "Prepare yourself for 7 p.m., he said to me. "Focus your attention as much as possible on the glory of God within you, so that you may fully benefit from this divine occasion. Remember your twin ray and your son, for all three will be the guests of honor of the Royal Fraternity of Teton today for the New Year's meeting. Spend the rest of the day in deep meditation." It was 7 o'clock, and as I had already placed my physical body in bed, I entered into the one prepared for me that night. He continued, "An experiment that has not been conducted for over 70,000 years is about to take place. We have confidence in its success. As everything has been meticulously prepared, we should travel at great speed, though I am not conscious of it, and soon found ourselves atop the Royal Teton, where the heavy blanket of snow gleamed in the moonlight like millions of diamonds. Approaching the entrance of the tube, I noticed there was a clearing around it within a radius of at least 30 meters. Upon entering, the atmosphere was warm and comfortable. We passed through the entrance that had been opened for the New Year's celebration participants. Saint Germain and I entered the grand audience hall and reunited with Lotto and our son, already arrived with their escort. Our joy on this occasion was immense, as it had been 2 years since we had been reunited on the physical plane. The grand hall was brilliantly lit, and the glorious fragrance of roses and lotus flowers filled the air. Soft and delightful music reached us from all sides. We noticed a large object covered with a golden cloth placed in the center of the hall, but as no explanation was given to us about it, we remained silent. Saint Germain introduced us to the guests and then led us into a room filled with rare musical instruments. We saw a large pipe organ and 4 harps made of a pearly substance with gold poles. The resonating boxes and the upper part were constructed of metal, the harp's high strings were silver, and the bass strings were gold. The tone of these instruments could only be known by hearing it, as it was unlike anything used in the outer world of music. There were also 4 violins made of a substance resembling pearl, but their resonance surpassed that of any known wood. The strings were wound with gold and silver and produced an indescribable beauty of tone. We heard all these instruments played that same night. Returning to the grand audience hall, Saint Germain showed Lotto and our son magnificent portraits, recently transferred from the Temple of Mitlan in Mexico. He escorted them through the archives room, where they were shown evidence of my previous observations with him for the work accomplished during this New Year's celebration. All members of the Royal Teton wore smooth golden tunics, made of a magnificent material with the fraternity emblem embroidered on the left side of the chest, resembling dark blue velvet of the same shade as the drape forming the cosmic mirror. There were 70 men, 35 women, and the Master President Planté, who was the blessed brother in charge of this sanctuary. When all those belonging to this branch had assembled, he stepped forward and addressed them. "It is 11 o'clock, it is time for our meditation." That night we poured our adoration to the great light. Let us feel one with our own divinity for 30 minutes, and for the next 30 minutes, let us acquaint ourselves with the unity of Venus with our Earth. Everyone take their usual positions and form an ellipse in the center of the hall. For an hour it seemed like 106 golden figures merged into one breath. At the end of the meditation, a joyful burst of music filled the vast hall and surged before the great mirror. At that moment, 2 guests from Venus appeared among us, clad in bright white garments surpassing my ability to describe. There were 7 men and 5 women, all extremely beautiful. 6 of the men were at least 6 feet tall, and the 7th was 2 centimeters taller than the others. The women were about 5 feet tall, all with light chestnut hair except the Grand Master, whose hair was of a pure and glorious gold. Their sparkling and piercing blue-violet eyes were beautiful and captivating. The Grand Master saluted eastward by touching his heart and forehead with the tips of his right-hand fingers and bowed before them. The others also saluted him and were introduced to the assembly. He delivered a brief welcome address of which only the following part is recorded. In the presence of the one supreme God and the members of the great white brotherhood assembled here, these 2 guests from Venus have become members of the Royal Teton fraternity. The Grand Master was appointed president of the evening and thanked for the welcome, then proceeded to the center of the hall and removed the golden cloth from the objects that were covered. Before us, there were the 3 crystal coffins containing the bodies of Lotto, our son, and mine. They appeared as if they had just fallen asleep, glowing with perfect health. The Master President addressed us and said, "Are you ready?" We all responded affirmatively. "Then take your places near the containers," he instructed us. So we obeyed, and immediately a wonderful glow formed around the bodies and us, rapidly increasing in intensity until we became invisible to external vision. At times the brilliance would diminish, and to our great surprise the coffins were empty. We stood there, clothed in these bodies that we had left behind for so long, which had been sustained and purified by the flame of life for all these centuries. The transformation was astounding, and the sensation cannot be described, for we were as amazed as the reader might be now. However, the human side of any person, even at its best moment, knows very little of the incredible wonders that exist everywhere around us at all times, and the endless possibilities on every plane of life. All things are possible, and the closer we live to love and acknowledgement of our divinity, the more these wonders throughout creation will reveal themselves in our lives. The experience had been a success, and as we moved among the brothers and sisters, all congratulated the Master and us for this achievement. They were very pleased that such a complex experience had become a powerful truth. The crystal coffins were then removed, and the marvelous musical instruments were taken into the audience hall. Saint Germain played the first number on the grand organ, a composition called Hearts of the Future. As he played, the most beautiful colors, more beautiful than can be described, flooded the atmosphere of the immense hall. A group performed the next number, with Master Saint Germain at the organ, 3 of the Venus mistresses, and Lotto playing 4 harps. 2 of the Venus brothers, our son and myself, played 4 violins. When we were all ready, the words "Souls in Ecstasy" lit up on the organ, time expanded, and the prelude began. Everyone entered deeply into the fullness and joy of this wonderful song. The volume and power increased to such an extent that it seemed as though the beauty and glory of such joy should send sufficient divine consciousness to uplift all humanity. Even unto the very earth herself, to eternal perfection, there were 4 additional numbers performed with the same immense power to uplift and harmonize all, until we felt as though the mountain itself was floating. In the end, the instruments were returned to their chamber, and the presiding master took his seat in the appropriate order before the great mirror. He took his position at the point of the earthly triangle, and wondrous scenes of Venus began to appear, explaining each detail that did not explain itself. The images revealed much of their educational system, showing astronomical instruments whose perfection would leave today's scientific world gaping with admiration and astonishment, as well as geology equipment to examine the interiors of planet states, both of Venus and Earth. We saw the inventors and several of their incredible discoveries that surpass our deepest imagination. Many of these inventions, explained the Master, will be put to use on Earth in the golden crystal age into which we have entered. Some of the major inventions to be used on Earth will be explained. If humanity had seen them, they would have been encouraged and felt greatly stimulated about the future. It is possible that these Venusian images will be revisited and described in a separate work later, provided I receive permission. The scenes of Venus concluded, and those concerning Earth then appeared on the screen. Many changes were shown, which would take place over the next 70 years. These changes affected Europe, Asia, India, North and South America. They revealed to us that despite all current appearances, the sinister force aiming to create chaos and destruction worldwide will be completely obliterated. When this is accomplished, the human masses will turn to the great presence of God deep within each heart. Peace will reign on earth, and human beings will wish each other well. This revelation was stunning. The final scenes followed, mainly focusing on the United States in the next century. The progress and advancement they will make are incredible. These things are true because the great law of God does not err, and the revelations of this New Year's night are the eternally true recordings of God. Some great souls were shown. They will awaken, rise, and join the cohort of the ascended to further this great project. The presiding master then recalled the blessed Kumaras, and with a voice full of love and adoration, he gave the following explanation in their honor. The 7 Kumaras, whom some students in the inner planes have known as the Flame Lords originating from Venus, were the only ones from this planetary system to voluntarily offer by their own will and infinite love their aid and assistance to watch over the children of Earth in their upward progression. They came and offered transcendent aid here in the most critical period of Earth's development. It was a time of initiation, the most dangerous in a planet's and its humanity's life. But through their protection and guidance, the goal was achieved, and humanity was allowed to reach great heights. Many of the brothers understand that every 2,500 years, the Kumaras release a great surge of love, wisdom, and cosmic energy. This fervent light and transcendent radiance flooding the earth and its inhabitants, interpreting all this, constitute a significant process of elevation and propel the growth of the entire earth as well as its humanity. Just before each of these great mergers, extraordinary physical disturbances occur, and people feel a general unease. This disturbance is due to the discord that has accumulated during the last preceding period. The generation of harmony must always be done by hosting the fundamental principle of life, and the disturbance of human senses thus created pollutes the outer activity of humanity, the earth and its atmosphere. It is to cleanse this and restore humanity to the original purity of life that cataclysmic action occurs after these periods. The Kumaras then release a tremendous fusion of light to illuminate and strengthen the children of Earth, finally enabling them to achieve supreme fulfillment. We are approaching another period of such, and this time the release of great cosmic love, wisdom and energy, powerful rays of light, not only accelerate the minds of the race, but also the atomic structure of the Earth, making it brighter in our solar system. Never since these great Flame Lords came to Earth have conditions allowed for such a great influx as the one that will soon occur. Many who seem to have been hardened by their previous activities will awaken as if it were almost midnight and feel the nearness of the great God's presence in every heart. Many who have been gentle and humble but remain close to the inner presence will suddenly shine astonishingly. They, like the others, will manifest through transcendent light. The desire to bless others instead of oneself will almost involuntarily enter the hearts of humanity and send forth a light that will illuminate the rest of the way to perfection. Selfishness alone keeps the children of this sphere in the slavery and misery that have been allowed to express themselves on earth. But when the light of Christ extends love into the heart, selfishness flees and returns to the sea of forgetfulness. 2 great centers of light will bestow their blessing upon humanity. The first is the glorious and shining presence of Sans in its dazzling splendor, and the second will appear in the United States, not where it has been believed so far, but at a location that has not yet been indicated to the external channels of the world. During this intense activity and intense infusion of light from the great ascended presence assisting the children of Earth, hundreds of human beings will discover that their current physical bodies are accelerated by the rapid elevation of vibrational rate, and when this is completed, they will realize that human physical limitations and discord have detached like an old worn-out garment, and they, the children of light, will forever remain united with the flame of eternal life and the perfection of youth and eternal beauty. Dear children of earth, the cycle is changing, and we are entering a new dispensation that brings a safer, more powerful, but also faster way by which one progressing on the path of fulfillment is capable of maintaining permanent contact with the great cosmic light. In this new order, discipline for the neophyte will consist of focusing and maintaining all attention on the 3 higher centers of the body and performing all work at these points. Only the heart, throat, and head centers should receive conscious consideration and attention. The efforts of the aspirant will be to keep their attention on these centers, for by turning the gaze away from the lower centers, one may rise from misery and limitation. The center located at the top of the head is the highest focus of the human body, where the silver cord of liquid white light from the great source of creation enters. Sincere students must frequently meditate on the perfect action of the golden light within the head, for it will illuminate and teach the outer mind all good things. This is the light of the inner God. One must feel that it fills all consciousness, body, and world. It is the light that lights every man coming into the world, and there is no human being who does not have some of this light within them. Dear brothers and sisters, it will be our great joy and privilege to gather with you in January and July of each year here in your retreat, because of the proximity and effusion of the divine light, which will soon control all of America from end to end. Now, as the crystal vessels are brought forth, let us deeply meditate on the unity of Venus and Earth, the omnipresence of the divinity dwelling within form. We remained in deep silence for about 10 minutes. Then the Master President indicated to all 3 of us to take our places near the coffins. He made the sign of the heart and the head, crossed his hands on his chest, and called upon the divine presence. A soft, rosy, luminous essence enveloped us and the containers, surrounding us completely. A large tube of sparkling white light entered, with the surrounding glow remaining there for 3 or 4 minutes before gradually fading away. As we looked inside the vessels, the 3 bodies lay within them. In observing, we once again donned the bodies that Master Saint Germain had prepared for us, and through which we had been able to visit the great assembly at the Royal de Ton. The Master President blessed the assembly, the fraternity of the Royal de Ton, and all the inhabitants of Earth, promising to be with them again the following month of July. The 12 from Venus positioned themselves in the circle on the floor of the audience hall. The entire mountain trembled with the divine power they drew upon, and the concentrated light took the form of a huge eagle, its body violet and its head and legs golden. All the wings were filled with a blazing white light, forming the end of a great path of luminous essence through which the 12 radiant beings returned home to Venus. The supreme vision that the participants beheld surpasses anything words can describe. As the great vibratory activity subsided, a wonderful crystalline glow illuminated the cosmic mirror, and words and enlightenment for the whole earth and its inhabitants, the blessings of Venus, appeared on its surface. Each guest touched their heart, then their forehead, crossed their hands on their chest, and bowed to accept the great outpouring. All passed before the Anto and received individual instructions for the work of 1931, then sat in deep silence and adoration of the great light. At the end of the meditation, a glorious burst of music filled the grand hall, and heads bowed to receive its blessing. His clear, beautiful, resonant voice was heard. There is nothing supreme without love. There is nothing eternal and real except the Christ. There is nothing true except the light. These 3 are one. All else is shadow. Remember, shadows hide, shadows deceive, and shadows cause humanity to stumble. He who walks the path of light remains faithful to Christ and always looks towards God. He lives in his own world, untouched by the swirling turmoil around him. As he works within himself, as shadows gather around him, he concentrates his light and thus compels them to return to the sea of forgetfulness. There is no happiness except in facing and worshipping the one great God, the source of all. Nothing is permanent except the Christ. There is no way to progress through the universe except on the great path of light. If you arm yourself with this eternal understanding of life, pledging allegiance only to your source, God, you will remain faithful to Christ and bear the light. You will accept as a code of honor the obligation to love and bless life, no matter how it expresses itself wherever you encounter it. This is the eternal plan of existence, and he who knows it can navigate to any place in the universe, explore all it contains, and yet not be touched by any of the shadows created by humanity, forgetting its origin. Only God is great, and all glory belongs only to the source of all greatness. He who knows only his source and rejects all else is truly wise, for he finds permanent happiness and is love wherever he goes. Then and only then can he become a creator of two, giving them their happiness. In this activity, he truly sees the divine plan for all members of the fraternity of the Royal Detune, revealing this plan to the lost children of earth, pouring their splendor upon the shadows created by them, and pointing the way to the great central sun, our transcendent source. My love breathes through you, to all who seek to find their home in the light, beloved humanity. May this same magnificent glow spread its light to illuminate, heal, and bless with that divine love that will always keep all united in the eternal embrace of the one supreme light. America, may God bless you and clothe you now with the eternal light without shadow.